organization. I mean, we got used to the hybrid format, but today we went on and we've organized this event not only like a hybrid online offline, but it's a hybrid in terms of the cities because we have two platforms. The main one, well, they're more or less the same platforms. It's just that we have slightly more people in Kiev, and then the other platform is in Lviv, with a number of their own speakers. So we'll be experimenting with the formats for our panels. There'll be panels running simultaneously for Kiev and Lviv, and there will be parallel panels, meaning we'll have an independent discussion here in Kiev and then in Lviv. In those cases when we'll have parallel panels, after the end of the panels, the moderators will be reporting the audience on some of the expressions as well as the messages they've heard from the panels. So we'll do it in a following way so that the content of this discussion won't be lost, even if we are selecting one or another panel. Still, we would have all the information about the discussions on each of the panels. Now, talking about some technical issues. Well, we do have a military period of time, so we have to comply with the rules, and that means that in case of an air raid warning, we would need to go to the other room. It's located in the very same building, but down below. So if things happen, there's experts available, and they will help us to move in the right direction. So therefore, we'll be ready to comply with any safety rules and regulations established. Now, talking about the contents and the reasons for gathering it today, well, first and foremost, now, what is this recovery that people talk about so much? And I guess there's multiple conferences being organized on this topic, and there's also some drafts of the national policy, some hints, some promises from international partners with regards to the support and assistance to Ukraine and its recovery. There's regulations in place. There's some institutions being established in order to manage the process. But still, the first question is always fairly simple. Now, what's it all about? I mean, the war is not over yet. We don't know the final parameters of the post-war war. Now, how the world would look like after the end of the war. There's a lot of things that we don't know. At the same time, recovery is not something that we can wait upon, because we can see perfectly, looking at the situation in the deoccupied territories, how important it is to have the timely planning, timely connection, this ability to return to the normal way of life. So from the practical standpoint, we're already seeing how certain elements of recovery are being implemented, and therefore demonstrating us all of the problems and challenges as well as the possibilities. But whenever we are talking about the recovery, we are taking this more conceptual, so to say, approach. It's not only about restoring the road, the bridge, or a school, which is important, really, but it's about giving an answer to the question, what would be Ukraine in the end of this war or after the end of the war? There's a lot of conversation. Some people are saying that Ukraine will never be like it was in the past. Okay, good. Now, what it would be like? Better? Good. But more specifically, I mean, how? Uh, is there something we aren't happy about in our today's life so that we would, take this opportunity, take this chance to change the country? So the first part of the answer to this question is the recovery policy. It's all about how to change the country. I mean, we are going back to our conversations, to our plans on reforms, on the high quality state governance, on high quality local governance, on the con- consolidated cooperation between the local society and the government for more opportunities for business. We're talking about a lot of things that we want to have now, um, that we want to, I'd say, rethink so as to make the recovery process as if it's an establishment process, so that we would have the Ukraine that we're willing to have it. Maybe the ideal is something that won't be able to reach. We are fairly experienced in order not to have any illusions about having a chance to have to cover some transformational gaps in one large step. Meaning, if there are any millennia challenges, we won't be able to solve them immediately. But still, those challenges that we have right now, in the times of turbulence, we're saying that any turbulence is a chance for producing a large step forward in terms of the development. And that is why whenever we are gathering some group of initiative people talking about the recovery, now it becomes evident that our agenda is wide, really. It's far wider than the issue of recovery of infrastructure. I'm talking about physical infrastructure. About it's all about how the future country would live. That is why the agenda that you could see, and surely you've managed to read the agenda for our today's session, but as of today, we are offering really a wide and profound viewpoint on the future of Ukraine, which includes the whole spectrum of issues and questions, starting with the structure of the state governance and all the way to some local urbanistic solutions that would allow our communities to live in a better infrastructural or human environment as it was in the past. Now, this plan for 2 days, it's a big plan. It's the result of many expert discussions and many environments. Now, that's the first attempt to make an integrated discussion so that we would be able to finally specify the agenda so that we would understand what do we mean under this term recovery, so that it would be easier for us to have this definition, but also to have a fruitful dialogue with the government, with the international partners, so that it would be understandable what do we want, and is there any criteria? Is there any criteria for this process? That is why I'm grateful to all the experts, to all the representatives of the international community who agreed to participate both today and tomorrow at both of our platforms, and hopefully the discussion we're going to have is going to be extremely valuable. And we have a lot of core organizers, and I just want you to pay attention to this. This is a large work, really, and that's the synergy. I mean, having so many profound core organizers, but that's a challenge, because just take a look at the list of organizations mentioned on this logo. It underlines the enormous interest and the enormous expectations within the donors, within the civil organizations, international ones, who also participated in organization of this event. That's a tremendous cooperation. I'm grateful to all of you, and we'll be talking separately about each of the co-organizers that will be having a word during our sessions. They'll be sharing their own perspective. So now I'd like to pass the floor for some introductory words to some of our core organizers for today, but still, these are no ordinary people. These are the core organizers that are deeply involved in the process, and I'd like to remind you that in the course of the first major conference on recovery in Lugano that took place in the beginning of July, the President of European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, announced the intentions of the European Union to serve as the nucleus, as the core for Ukraine's recovery. She also mentioned some of the initiatives and the readiness to allocate some money, some human resources for that. So we are grateful to the European Union that perceives the future Ukraine's recovery as part of its integration process into the European Union. And we've all witnessed Ukraine's becoming a candidate country for joining the European Union, and this produces a significant change to our cooperation with the EU. So it's a great pleasure for me to pass the floor to Remy Duflor, the deputy head of the EU delegation to Ukraine. Thank you.
And under each of your words, so thanks a lot for this introduction. I'm of course very honored to be here with all of you on and off the screens today in Kyiv, in Lviv, and from wherever you have connected from. Sincere thank you to all these organizers, as you see, there are many of them, and to the many sponsors as well. It's an important and timely event because, and it's a message to the authorities, first of all, structural engagement with civil society has to be part of the fabric of reconstruction, both its design and its implementation. To the Ukrainian authorities, I say it's not too late to refresh that link, and also make no mistake, since Euromaidan, civil society has been the irreplaceable driver of Ukrainian statehood and democratization. The decision to grant Ukraine EU candidate status, you mentioned, Alexander, was a direct consequence of the determination of Ukrainian men and women to pursue the European path. Civil society, goes without saying, is an essential pillar of support to those who are affected by the war. The reality is that about 60% of Ukrainian men and women, civilian men and women, are now, as we speak, volunteering. And the bulk of humanitarian aid has been so far delivered by them, by civil society. These are men and women of great courage who put their lives at risk to deliver food, water, clothing, and medicines in the occupied territories, or who come to liberated territories to provide indispensable psychological support to those who survived Russian occupation, or who day in and day out work to support the Ukrainian military. Each of you, and I could say even each of us, has a story to tell. Someone who is fine, fortunately, or someone who is missed. someone who could still be one of Ukraine's best. These stories reflect the immense work that civil society has been doing since the 24th of February. They are the foundation of its legitimate claim to be a central player in Ukraine's consensus on reconstruction and state building past the war. Civil society's leadership in dialogue at the local and national levels can bring both legitimacy and expertise to the recovery process. And Ukraine's EU candidate status already now offers opportunities for civil society to monitor reforms, progress, and accountability. And I hope we will see a lot of this at play in full swing in the years to come. Team Europe's, and that is to say the EU, all of its institutions, including the European Investment Bank and others, and also its member states. Altogether, Team Europe has supported Ukraine in the tune of 19 billion euros since 24th of February. In the short term, we are focusing on state resilience and people's protection. The latest EU humanitarian assistance package of 335 million euros has already reached over 11.8 million people, including in hard-hit areas, in spite of the significant challenges. Besides, the EU is working hard with its international partners to find and confiscate Russian assets, and the EU task force has been set even especially for this purpose. As part of its support, the EU has made available 60 million euros to fund civil society working in communities affected by the war, for example, to finance evacuations, buy power generators, set up temporary shelters, or bring food. These funds are also available to support civil society's participation in the decision-making process on recovery and reconstruction. And I insist, and Alexander, you said it, not only about brick and mortars, it's about renewing the social contract in this country after the war. That work will take years and years. Looking forward, the EU is keen to see more dialogue between government and civil society on key reconstruction matters. We trust that the lasting peace we all wish to see cannot come together without sustainable engagement. My colleagues and I are eager to hear your views and conclusions from this event. And this event, as I said, is quite unique if you look at the number of sponsors and co-organizers. I want again to thank them all, and I wish you substantive and productive discussions during these 2 days and look forward to your conclusions. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
So, very grateful to Mr. Romino. I'd like to pass the floor to yet another actor, or partner rather, in this process, the National Fund of Democracy, which is available here in Ukraine for over 3 decades. It's been supporting the involvement of civil society in the democratization efforts, and this is one of the largest US organizations which supports many processes, allowing the Ukrainian civil society to receive a lot of opportunities, both inside and outside of Ukraine. And it's a great pleasure for me to pass the floor to Madame Asi Ivancheva, which is the Senior Director for the National Fund of Democracy in Europe. If I pronounced correctly your position. So, Asa, please, the floor is yours.
It's a real pleasure and honor to be here with you today. I'd like to add my voice to my colleagues welcoming to this conference. I, of course, agree with everything that has been said. It makes it hard to be the last person speaking on the panel. I could only underline that, you know, we at the National Endowment for Democracy are here to support your work in everything you do to reconstruct your country and build an extraordinary future for your children. As Pan Alexander said, the National Endowment for Democracy has been active in Ukraine since for many years. In fact, since 1989, before Ukraine's independence. And maybe some of you are old enough to remember the late Nadia Duke, who was a big champion of Ukraine in Washington and around the world. Currently, we have a substantive Ukraine team. We have 100 Ukrainian organizations that we support across the country, and we are honored to call them our partners. They work in humanitarian support, media, human rights documentation, fighting impunity and injustice, as well as international advocacy, etc. I want to go back also to what our colleague from the EU delegation mentioned, that this conference is about the sustainable dialogue between the government, the Ukrainian government, and civil society, because without it, it's hard to talk about the legitimate and credible process. But it's also a conference that has a very ambitious agenda, and we will unravel and unpack a number of very difficult topics. So I'm excited to be here with you today to listen to your expertise. It's your expertise that's going to contribute to the quality discussions of your government, the solutions that the government finds, as well as Western governments in EU. I understand there are many important meetings taking place in the coming months and probably years on reconstruction. So your voice at these conferences is going to be extremely important. My boss, the president of the National Endowment for Democracy, Damon Wilson, who was here in May, often says that Ukraine's story, Ukraine's war and Ukraine's victory is the story of ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And I'm sure that that sort of approach, not just to the war, but to the overall process of reconstruction, will continue. So I'll just stop here. I'm looking forward to a substantive, interesting discussion and getting to know all of you. Thank you.
Дякую. Ася, дякую Національному фонду демократії.
We thank the National Endowment for Democracy. Thank you, Asa. Now, without taking any breaks, let us take it to the first panel. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I would like to invite here to the podium the first panelists who are present here in this hall. I can see Valery Pekar, Igor Burakovsky, Ganna Gopko. They're all with us here today. I very much hope that we also are online with our remote panelists. There are two of them with us today. We have Roland Kovac, who is online with us from Budapest, and Evgen Glibovitsky, who is right now at our Lviv platform. Madam Ambassador, thank you very much. Just to make sure that we have everyone gathered here, which means that we can get started. Let me make sure that we have online connection available. Roland Kovac is on screen, so greetings from Kiev. Let's get it on. And the next one online will be Evgen Glibovitsky. I would like right now to raise the following issue with you, because we will be talking about conceptual things. In the first place, we will be talking about the reference points and the dynamics of where we are now, the trajectory of our movement to the relations which eventually will have to result in the qualitative recovery policy. I mean, the interaction between the civil society and the government, the relations within the civil society, relations with the international partners. How are these relations being built? Part of us were involved in the conference held in Lugano. You know, it happened in July this year. We know all of the weaknesses and strengths of the processes involved. We made conclusions, we made our takeaways, but even on the eve of that conference, some of the organizations of the civil society braced themselves and they worked on a particular conceptual framework. in which they set out certain positions that from their perspective have to be made foundational and like an underpinning for its organization, its content. So within this framework of our panel, I would like us to talk about that and the positions that have already been set out. Where are we now? What has been achieved along this pathway that has been highlighted with the document when a number of different public organizations and leaders made public, promulgated, and called it Lugano Manifesto. It was an interesting play of words. There were very clear visions laid out concerning how this process should go on. And there were certain red lines highlighted which spoke in favor of the things which are undesirable in terms of risks that may threaten the quality of this process. So now, 3 months on, we find ourselves in a slightly different situation. Somewhere we have dynamics, somewhere possibly this dynamic is lacking. However, we would like to make sure that the further stages will enable us to move forward rather than stand still or be stuck in a rut, especially concerning the points which are meaningful and significant for us. That's why I'm appealing with the panelists who, from different perspectives, will be endeavoring to give the answers to the questions posed. So what is the dynamics of the process of involving the civil society in the recovery processes? Are there any attainments so far? Can we claim that there are certain solutions or practices deliberated that we are pursuing the right pathway? Or on the contrary, what is working, what's not? And if it's not, then why not? Because we need to draw conclusions. Perhaps we were illusioned, we need to get disillusioned. Or possibly we need to make a greater effort pursuing something qualitative. What's happening in the area of policy making for recovery? We remember that back then in Lugano, the government introduced several documents. There were attempts made to present the scope, a large scope of the Ukrainian authorities to the would-be policy of recovery. There were different kinds of feedback presented. Back then, there were very interesting remarks made concerning the involvement of a great number of experts. So in terms of number, there were a lot of experts engaged by the authorities, but with reference to the quality of that process, very serious considerations were also made. So we have to understand what's happened within these 3 last months and what requires changing. So what is the strategy of the key stakeholders with the reference to the recovery processes? Do we see the strategy yet, or is this just a set of some chaotic movements? Which stakeholders are most needed in order to make this process socially legitimate, meaningful, substantive, something that will definitely fall back on real expertise? So this is the circle of issues that I would like us to touch upon. Please, dear panelists, stick to the following rules. You will have 5 to 6 minutes for your introductory remarks. Then we will follow with the Q&A session. And then the floor will be turned over to the panelists. And at the end of the panel, each of you will also have about 2 minutes to make your final remarks. So please stick to these rules. Let's go along with the plan that we have presented in our draft agenda. On the screen, I can see Evgen Glebovitsky, who, as I said, is based in Lviv at the moment. So I would like to turn the floor to him. He is the representative who is very actively involved in a variety of social initiatives. And he was one of those who, on the eve of the Lugano conference, was involved in the shaping of the proposals and visions which were also included in the Lugano manifesto. So he is the one to be addressed in the first place. So you're welcome. Thank you very much. I hope that this format will allow us to work from different cities, but in a fruitful way. So hello from Lviv. When talking about the Lugano Declaration or the Lugano Manifesto, as we have referred to it, it is indeed a response to a factual situation which threatened the inclusiveness of the process of working on the concept of recovery concerning how Ukraine would resume its peaceful status, because a great number of the people involved and adjacent with these groups from different sectors did not necessarily mean that they were actually engaged. The fact that these people were online or in touch, it did not necessitate the possibility for them to express their ideas, convey their notions. And there were repeated situations when different professionals were outside the discussion and could not participate in the discussions. And the fact of the emergence of the document called the Lugano Declaration speaks in favor of the activity of the civil society, but it also sends a signal that there is a problem and the threat that the interaction between various parties in the Ukrainian society is no inclusive. We have a kind of a unique situation when dynamic changes are taking place across the full board of the sectors, in the government sector, in the public sector, as well as the European Union, and on behalf of certain countries, donors. They all find themselves in a new situation. Nobody can claim that what we can best do is continue along the ways we did it before. It simply means that we all have to be conscious of the fact that we will be laying foundations of new relations, new modalities of these relations. Therefore, this Lugano Manifesto highlighted the rules of the play and something that we see right from the outset amongst the criteria laid out. The description of Ukraine as a European country and as a representative democracy. Because if we talk about instruments of direct democracy and try to apply the Swiss model when decisions are approved by referenda, or an attempt to create an autocracy that can speed up the processes of modernization, will have some negative side effects. And we have to clearly say right from the outset that these ideas are unacceptable when talking about any deviation or departure from the democratic pathway, any departure from the representative democracy, from competitive processes, from equality of arms, are dangerous, and no party should agree to such proposals, no matter which other party could propose them, whether they would come from representatives of political authorities or law enforcers, or even from within the civil society. We have to be aware of these risks. Point 2 lies in the fact that it's important for us to try, despite all of the previous background. We have to understand the logic of decision-making. When we hear on behalf of the representatives of the authorities that the civil society is a representative of Zelensky or Poroshenko elite. This looks strange, at least. We have to understand that there is the civil society in the first place. It never speaks in a single voice. It usually has differences of opinion concerning the same issue. But this is something that makes it unique, because it makes certain that the active part of the society is engaged. It's also visible that the European Union has its own concept of interaction with Ukraine. Over the last year, Ukraine has been provided with a status, and in a much speedier way than the most optimistic scenarios would have argued before the war. So now we have a situation with the traditional model of interactions between Ukraine and the EU was something within the framework of conditionality. There were different instruments and approaches exercised throughout a long period of time. There was an approach of more for more, which meant the more Ukraine is changing, the better conditions and terms are offered by the European Union. But now we see that the involvement of the civil society is affecting not only the public sector, but it's also affecting the activities of the European Union. Now we have some consultation tools, or at least we need to have them in different formats in which such interaction needs to take place on an ongoing basis, so that we have an instrument of interaction not only between the civil society and the political as well as government sectors of the Ukrainian society, but the foreign sector as well. We need to make conditions so that we achieve a positive sum total. If we are fearing everyone and everything, then all of the parties will not achieve any significant success. We are in such time frames, and I would say from the standpoint of security and political points, that we cannot afford it. It's a luxury for us. In conditions of war, once Ukraine is out of this war, there will be some significant institutional changes implemented, and we will achieve a point where, for a significant part of the society, we will have to get out of a large historic trauma. And this will be something that a lot of social psychologists call a psychological trauma. And this also means that all of the parties have to be conscious and aware of the fact that they will be at the point, and they are at the point of laying foundations to the new institutions, of germinating new rules. And if in these processes the public sector, the European Union, the civil society are not competent to be adequate players, we run the risks of destroying, of ruining, annihilating this process of growing. Instead of the sustainable growth, we will end up losing the new quality. Neither Ukraine nor the European Union should lose or waste this time, this moment, because if we do so, we will never be ready together to withstand new security, institutional and other challenges that the middle of the 21st century will present us with. Because again, we can see that there is a rebirth of autocracy looming, and the world is very close. It's on the brink of being divided into blocks, and again entering the regime of forceful execution of plans and agendas. We see very serious changes running across the whole board of Asia and Europe. Again, we can see numerous events raging in Ukraine, and the percolations of these events in the territories of the European Union and beyond. And finally, the last events that we observed yesterday concerning what was happening around North Streams, something that was very close to Sweden and Norway. Many would say does not relate to Ukraine, but it's not so. So I believe that right now is a critical point of responsibility for us all. And it's also critical that donors have to be activated. They have to interact with each other. They have to talk to one another, predominantly for the authorities. They're national donors are national subjects and entities. So regardless of the restrictions, international donors, and it's very important, have to account for broader interests, for broader range of voices of other donors to be taken on board. They have to assess and screen out for themselves who's responsible for ensuring external results. They have to work as coalitions, tandems, and work in broader groups. Only then will we be able to understand how something that looks like a set of short runs can be turned into a marathon of changes. Thank you, Evgen.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Valery Picker. He's the professor, a businessman, and he is also the founder and inspirer of a number of civil initiatives like New Country. I think many of you have heard about this. It's a combination of several important expertise as well as the enormous energy that he's willingly shares with others. So, hello. Well, the most recent Washington Examiner had an article that clearly demonstrated our problems at the forefront of these dead Putin and the destroyed city. There is a girl that is looking at a couple of medals. One has EU, the other is NATO. Now that's the metaphor that stands for the life after the war. Something is considered as the price for the victory, and the other is something that we need to work to achieve. So I'll be talking about the policy, about the society, the authorities, not because these are different things and I want to divide them, but because there's trends, different trends. The society has new actors, and the yesterday's patriots, they grew older, more experienced. Now the focus is all about the war, but not the reforms on the institutions. The middle class is engaged with volunteering attempts to save the business or in immigration. So we have a defocused civil society from the standpoint of changes. Now, on the other hand, we have a policy which considers the owner of the victory the only authority. As Yevhen has already mentioned, they simply can't see this civil society. It looks like, a civil society is running with the USB flash drive around the bank of a street trying to stick it somewhere, but there is no USB for them. But European Union and NATO has been considered as a prize in a war and not something you need to move to with a great work. Now, what do we see? We can see a sort of a picture which is the result of the military environment. But we might have a monopoly in the censure and the lack of parliamentary process. All of that would be supported by the West, by a lot of societies lacking the security. That's why they're ready to support the strong hand and the censure. So we need to have this cooperation between the civil society and the authorities, which is something that lacks the dialogue now. One of the reasons is that the authority can't see the civil society, or some believe that civil society is attached to the previous authorities. So the killer of a dragon might turn it into a dragon, or rather a killer of a vampire may become a vampire in the end. And that means, under conditions of the non-binary development, that is, we don't have a clear alternative, either there is a European Union or the Russians Union whatsoever. Now we can see the authoritarianism in Russia is making a lot of mistaken decisions simply because they don't have the information from all the sources. Now, just the same, the Ukrainian authorities have cut themselves from the sources of information from different points of view, from different trends, different viewpoints, is currently risking to have the same, to make a series of false decisions. On the 16th of September, we've organized a foresight that's the views or roads to the European Union, and we've seen 5 different scenarios of European integration. And this is the first time when I publicly state about them. Now, 2 of them are failed integration, 1 is the successful, and there's 2 more interesting scenarios. 1 is the integration without, in fact, the integration. That's the worst case scenario. Now, 1 of them is related to the failure to conduct reforms. This is something that some of the political leaders have already mentioned, meaning the integration first and then reforms. And then technical Euro integration, which would end up in something like a Hungarian regime, when there is a democracy and there's all the formal indicators, but there's monopoly in all the spheres that prevents it from becoming a real democracy. So we are currently at a point where we don't have the irreversibility of changes, and the Maidans is not something like a safety wall. So if the authoritarianism is slowly implemented, if the reforms are slowly decelerated, then it means that we might have a stop of all that when we won't be able to see that. Now, we do need democracies, but the needs for that is decreasing. Now, West still considers us as a challenge that it needs to solve rather than a possibility it can use. So that's a challenge, because the European Union needs to rethink its approaches to Ukraine so that to understand what sort of values could Ukraine bring, so that it won't be considered as the prize or reward, or not to have Ukraine as the prize for this victory. So this is something that we need to work upon, while sharing the responsibility for the competent reforms and preservation of democracy. I believe that Ukrainian society has to be responsible for the reforms, while EU has to take responsibility for preserving democracy in Ukraine, because this is something that needs proper cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, Valery. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Ihor Burakovsky. He's a professor and one of the leaders of our think tanks. What do you think about those questions that we've raised? And one more thing. Please stick to the rules. You have 5 or 6 minutes for your introductory remarks. So hopefully, can you hear me? We can barely hear him. Okay. Okay, I will start. So I will try to stick with the rules of 5 minutes for introductory remarks. I was preparing for today's event, and on the one hand, we want to talk about things that we can see right now, and my predecessors have already talked about the environment that we live in. And I would like to share with you some of the questions that we need to find the answers to as the society, as the civil society. Should we want to talk about from the economic resilience to the recovery, and whether the manifesto is being implemented or not? I would start with 3 major sort of, or rather in overall statements, and I believe they're important. And from my point of view, they complement the Lihano declaration. The recovery of Ukraine is an unprecedented historical task, an economic, political, and democratic challenge that nobody in Europe ever faced with. And the second aspect, the recovery, it requires the unity of the civil society and the authorities in Ukraine. And that requires far more cohesion than during the military time. We're getting used to the war, and unfortunately, that might result in getting used to recovery without the proper preconditions. And there's another thing. Well, if we fail with recovery, now that might be even worse than failing in the war with Russia. And that is why it requires not only conversations but very specific issues. Now, going back to to a number of aspects as to what is happening now and what the civil society would like to see. So first, the civil society has participated in the development of plans and strategies for recovery. So there's two questions without the answer. Where's the final version of the plan so that the civil society could read this, could look at it, and what is the status of this plan? Is that a traditional declaration on behalf of the office of the president with no paper on it? That would be regulatory act or a decision of a cabinet of ministers or international agreement. And that has a lot to do with the position of the civil society, how we can influence on that. Second, we're not talking about the personal contribution of Ukraine in its recovery. And most of our discussions is related to the fact that the West has to provide us with some money. That's correct. We have to count on those money. But our contribution is not only about reforms, but our own money. Some money, still, we won't be able to talk about the ownership for recovery. And the third aspect, which is very important for everyone, and this is something we talked upon. Now, who will manage the recovery? The cabinet of ministers, the government, the NSDCU, the special agency that had been established. Now, how it's going to be? Now, this is something we need to talk about, because this is where we will understand the role for the civil society. The fourth, we don't talk much about the openness, because the recovery and the funds of the Western partners, these are enormous funds. And we've never had so much money coming to Ukraine. That is why, using the available tools, we would need to come up with this requirement to the government. Publish what you get, publish what you spend. So you have to inform the public what you've received, and in a form that would be understandable to this public. Then there are this corruption. The constructions in the city of Kyiv, despite the war, they run contrary to the legislation. And that's not only in Kyiv. Maybe we'll have to announce a moratorium on all things like that, because when we'll start the recovery, you know what it leads to. And this is something that might turn into a challenge. Those dealing with the construction companies, they are, well, you know what is happening in Holosivo district and other districts of the city of Kyiv. The next issue is the issue of authority, the power. The authorities, they have to clearly understand that civil society is different. So you need to learn how to work with that. And saying that civil society has to be an assistant to the power, this is not correct. And that's a false statement. That's the Russian narrative. The civil society is an independent entity. It's not the only one, but it works. Now, several other aspects that I wanted to raise today in the end of my introductory remark. Recovery, it requires the ability and the capability for the government. And here's the question. Now, who's going to be responsible for what? In terms of the government, like who in the government would be responsible for work? Because we have a lot of ministries. We have 10 different accounts receiving money for recovery. Maybe that's too much. Maybe we need to look at that in a different way, because I'm the proponent for using of the available procedures. But here's the issue of the institutional capacity of the government. And the last, but not the least, whenever we're talking about recovery, let's not talk about the that it's all from resilience for recovery, but let's also talk about ensuring the future resilience. I have my own name for the recovery plan, which is Ukraine 1991, meaning the recovery within the internationally recognized borders of 1991. Thank you. Thank you, Ihor. When we thought of whom of the international partners to invite for this first panel, there was always a dilemma, because Ukraine has a significant international global solidarity. But finally, we've decided that Canada has to have a floor during this very panel, and we're very grateful to Madam Ambassador Larisa Galadze, who accepted this invitation to share her own perspective from the standpoint of the international community supporting Ukraine, and more specifically Canada, because you are representing the G7. They are actively working and supporting the sanctions regime against Russia, offering assistance in many different directions, in economic, diplomatic, military. And Canada is also providing an enormous support as a donor country. We're talking about both military and economic support. So please, Madam Ambassador, your point on those challenges that we've mentioned today for the panel. Thank you for inviting, and it's a great pleasure for me to have this conversation with you. You are the powerful partners for Ukraine, but I will switch to English in order to be able to tell you more.
It's good that you are taking the time out to discuss this. It's a бурхливий світ.
This is a turbulent world.
We're talking about going from resilience to renewal, but I would say that your resilience is going to be required to make it through the renewal, and the resilience of your entire country, as my colleague here has just said, is going to be the objective, the end result of the renewal. So it's good that you are here. It is good that you are taking this time out. I think it's also important to recognize, as I think Yevhen did in his comments, that there is a collective trauma that weighs on you collectively, that weighs on you individually, that plays into this planning that you're doing. It plays into the thinking you're doing. It plays into how you see the government. It plays into how you see the future, how you see possibility, how you're able to plan, how you communicate, and how you even sort of dole out your own energy. So taking the time to recognize that explicitly is really important to the achievement of that final goal. I was in Lugano. Lugano was a very, very interesting event, and I think a week later I was still trying to understand what happened in Lugano, still trying to help it sort it out in my own mind. I think a number of things happened. First of all, a record number of people, I believe, came to the Ukraine R conference. Having been in Toronto for the Ukraine Reform Conference in 2019, having felt that energy, I felt Lugano was very much like that. It was more sober. There was no joy in Lugano, but there was a real sense that people were gathering from every sector, from every sphere, and even from all corners of the world to discuss Ukraine again in these very relevant and trying times. So the gathering of the clan of Ukraine supporters was really, really important. there was a plan presented, for sure. And since then, we've seen many other plans. That plan that was presented continues to be, we think, the preeminent one. And I'm not going to talk much about it because I think that I don't want to be the single international voice commenting on it, but it is a very, very big plan. And it holds many, many assumptions. And it is not, in my view, I believe in our view, sufficiently inclusive. And I think that that is going to be the main challenge that we as donors have with that plan. The other thing that came out of Lugano is the realization, the soberest of realizations, that there are still many needs that are not being met. And that winning the war requires those needs to be met, in particular for weapons, for macro-financial stability, and for humanitarian assistance. And that's where Canada has focused its efforts. What I will also say about Lugano is this R, the question of the R. When we heard that Ukraine Reform Conference was switching into Ukraine Reconstruction Conference, we all said, what happened to reforms? What are we going to do? How are we going to make sure that reforms don't get lost? And I want to reassure you that when we took up this question with the Prime Minister, with ministers, with the administration, they didn't for a second hesitate. They did not argue for a second that reforms needed to continue to be front and center. And here we find ourselves in September, and the G7 format is working every single week, and we're talking about reforms. So the reform discussion is well underway. We are now in these parallel universes of war fighting and of continuing reforms, and they both rely on each other, I do believe. So as we look to what next, I think that we need to disabuse ourselves of the notion that there's going to be one plan, that there's going to be one process, that there's even going to be several clear processes. I think we need to disabuse ourselves of the notion that there's going to be a starting gun, and that's when reconstruction is going to start. It's already started. And I would see that some of the things that are recovery are in fact as much reconstruction as some places are going to get. So how do you engage? How does civil society engage in that, where there isn't one plan, where there isn't one structure, where there isn't one process? Just engage. Just do it. Focus less on process and more on infiltrating the works that are happening. Infiltrating how budgets are being set. Just go and do it. And I think that that's the key also to a strong взаимодействие with this particular administration. Who do they work with? They work with doers. They want to see results. And I think that you play a really, really important part. But it needs to be an infiltration of that which is already happening in real time. This reconstruction that has already begun. And so I would encourage you to do that. I'm going to take one more minute. I think one of the impacts of long-term stress and of trauma is a desire to control. And no doubt you look at the administration and we hear the common refrain, it's centralizing, it's controlling. And that may be true. It may also be true of yourselves and your own organizations. And counteracting that control requires explicit work and an empathy that is difficult to find at times of stress. So I put that out there for the explicit recognition that that is a factor playing on the current process. My last point is Ukraine will win the war. It's really important that Ukraine also win the peace. And the people gathered for this discussion here today and in Lviv are absolutely key to winning the peace. So Canada will be with you in that journey, and we look forward to more such discussions, but don't wait. Infiltrate what's already happening to ensure that this peace is being built inclusively already. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Sure. Yeah. Дуже важливі меседжі.
Some very important messages have been sent, and we are highly appreciative for them and for your support. Now I would like to turn the floor to Ms. Ganna Gopko, who has been taking care of international advocacy most during these last months. I keep seeing her news feed on Facebook in the middle of different international audiences within the framework of various advocacy projects. Right now, Hannah is advocating international support for Ukraine, both military and political and diplomatic ones, because these are the best weapons of our public diplomacy. Thank you very much, Hannah, for your efforts. So we would like to hear from you your vision. Thank you, Alexander. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to represent this International Center of Ukrainian Victory and a network of other organizations. So for me, this month began with Warsaw, Tbilisi, Washington, Budapest, and I'm back to Kiev. So clearly, I can say more about what our international partners have to say concerning their vision of what's going on in Ukraine. Therefore, this event is extremely important in terms of coordinating and assuming responsibility in terms of how not to waste another chance. So 3 months after Lugano, I would take it probably in a broader perspective, and I would think back to when this conference on supporting reforms came up. This was back in 2017, London, and everyone was talking back then about how to make Ukraine more capable, better informed, in order to repel both the Russian attack and diminish the threats within kleptocracy, I mean corruption, etc. And my question is, after Lugano, Lugansk, Crimea, London, or where should we take it next? I think that the issue of Ukrainian victory, because at Lugano, when I was there, I kind of sensed discomfort. When in Lugano they spoke about Ukraine recovery, they even failed to mention the necessity of reforms, and they immediately rushed into the stage of victory, because victory, of course, is a key element here. But given certain conversations in Washington and Brussels, I still have some questions to pose to our Western partners. Do they have a real strategy for the speedy victory of Ukraine? Do they have a strategy in place for the loss of the Russian totalitarianism in this regard? And depending on the answer to these questions, we will see whether the pace of providing military ammunitions and supplies to Ukraine will be the ones that will enable the Ukrainian victory, because the spirit of the Ukrainian army when we went into the counteroffensive, when we had minimal resources, let's be frank, we pay huge values to prevent genocide, just as we have been able to witness that in Izum and many other towns and villages that were deoccupied and liberated. So this matter of weapons, sometimes we are being criticized. Why the civil society, when coming to Washington or Brussels or Paris or Berlin, doesn't speak about priorities of reforms, but keeps focusing on getting ammunitions and weapons. And Daria Kalinyuk, for example, and some other ones are better experts in terms of bringing here different weapons. Adriana Susak, Daira, for example, have been delivered abroad in order to speak about the atrocities of captivity, that Russia is the sponsor of terrorism, and why this is important from the standpoint of future confiscations and withdrawals. So when we talk about from resilience to recovery, we have to focus on how to make sure that the West expedites our victory and makes that in the interests of their own. The United Kingdom, Sweden, South Korea, the United States, the makers of weapons, or those that have big supplies of weapons and delay these weapon supplies, they should definitely get on this. Nuclear, blackmail and pseudo-farce. I'm not just going to call it farcical referenda. People have to understand why Putin is doing that, why he's carrying out these referenda. We have just trailing behind what Putin is doing, because like it was in 2014 when there were referenda and the Crimea was annexed. The same is happening. Why no conclusions, why no takeaways were made? I'm really disturbed by that, because I can see that pseudo-opposition in Russia is being activated, but I don't hear any voices of the indigenous people, the voices of those who do not escape partial mobilization but engage in fighting totalitarianism, who understand that this is not just about changing the regime, but it's about de-imperialization, the change of the nature of the Russian rule of government. Unless we have the answers to these questions, we'll be just walking in circles, just like it was after the Soviet Union disintegration. It was a defeat of communism, but not the defeat of colonialism. And I'm really disturbed when I come back to Ukraine. I get to see the Russian world relaunching itself, rebooting itself. We get to hear from Russian television programs. We see different telethons and the representatives of some of the political factions in Ukraine supporting Russian ideas and slogans. So how we don't have these telethons from the Ukrainian viewpoint, and some people are not willing to see that, are not willing to provide for that. But in the opinion of the female experts of our center, not a single one has been invited to such Ukrainian telethons. But the people from the faction that unfortunately need to be brought to liability because of their close aching connections with Russia, unfortunately get to feature on television screens all the time. We have raised millions for Bayraktars, for different satellite imagery capabilities. But in the middle class, we greeted, because it does everything in order to provide the support to the victory. But along with that, $2.5 million, this is the minimum of the Russian assets placed here in Ukraine, and no withdrawals are taking place. This is farcical. Therefore, in conclusion, I would like us to think back to Lugano. In Lugano, some authorities were reluctant for some participants and actors to participate, and I would really like to thank the donors to making sure that civil society representatives did participate. In Lugano, the mayors of Chernigov and Nikolaev were blocked from appearing. And what's happening to decentralization right now, these key reforms of decentralization and digitalization, they are both being threatened. Digitalization, maybe I am already overrating this, like it's already turning into the world of Orwell, but anyway. So our network is already implementing a project on the basis of 30 communities in order to enhance their roadmaps. This is Sumy region affected by the Russian occupation, and we know the situation from within, from bottom up, and it's really deplorable. There are some mayors who are favorites with the authorities, but donors have to learn to communicate not with the favorites amongst mayors, but they have to switch their focus geography-wise and start focusing on other regions in Ukraine. And in fact, let me say one more thing. After the Revolution of Dignity, we saw the preparation for the snap parliamentary elections taking place. We saw the ratings and compare that against the ratings as we have them now. And this is the issue of how peace can be won. And I think that some of the organizations already have the ideas of how not just to win peace, but how to hack peace. So the question is to donors and the civil society, are you aware of the threats to the electoral democracy, when on the one hand we have free and fair elections, and on the other hand we will not enjoy trust amongst those that will engage in the recovery? And in conclusion, what should this recovery look like? Every time I read Igor Lutsenko about what happens on the front line, or I get to hear about frightful news about Evgen Bracha, for example, dying in Mali. He has just had his little son born to him, posthumous child. So the steps I'm thinking about, will they be sufficient and foundational to make sure that Yevhen Braha, who died just now, so the leadership of Ukraine in the world, will it be strong enough? Because right now, a lot is being said concerning the slogans and mottos, and it's also up to our military commander like Zaluzhny and the others. But again, on behalf of those who are losing their nearest and dearest, we mustn't waste the chance that we have on our hands. Thank you. Thank you. Anna, now I would like to give the floor to Roland Kovac, who is a representative of Engaged, one of the largest donors of civil society in Ukraine, working with the internationals. So, Roland, are you in touch with us? Are you online?
Я його бачу, але ми його...
I can see you, but I cannot hear you. Can you please speak up?
Я поки що не чую вас. Сподіваюсь, зараз...
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Probably some technical difficulties. They need to be overcome. Let's check the sound. Is your mic on? We kind of understand you, but not exactly. Some people are joking because we can lip read you. Yeah, they're trying to find out what's going on, what seems to be the matter. We understand you are in Budapest and everything is very difficult there, democracy inclusive and sound effects likewise. You're nodding in agreement and consent. It's truly complicated, Hanna is saying. Cable has been severed by the supporters of Orban. No sound, unfortunately. We cannot hear you yet. No.
Цензура. Ось вам. Ні, цензура буде, якщо хтось іншим голос.
Колеги, поки підключаємо.
So while we are working out the connection, maybe some of you in the audience have some remarks to make with reference to what you have already heard. What's your feedback? If I may, please. All right, take this opportunity. I will. From different angles, we have been trying to discuss the issues that are already laid on the table, but one more point is missing from my perspective. That's something that I will be talking about with regard to recovery. I have already said two key words. First, thanks to Hannah, she's mentioned that is decentralization, and the second one being investor. The recovery of Ukraine is one of the most complicated projects, comprehensive. It's a huge, immense amount of money. And of course, the sizable amounts of this money will be coming through different loans, technical support projects, and other things that we are counting on, something that we refer to as Marshall Plan for Ukraine. And 90% of this amount will not come as private investments of international investors, but we need that. We need Ukrainian investors, just as Hannah began to talk about it, because other investors will never come here. Ukrainians invest, and other foreign investors will follow. And that definitely necessitates the economic climate. Ukraine, unfortunately, ranks 130-something in economic climate ranking. Someone needs to take care of that. Yes, certainly. And in Lugano, by the way, not a single time did we hear the word investor spoken by a representative of authorities. There are certain illusions which pervade that international investors will do it all for us. And the International Marshall Plan, it was just 2 to 7%. It was part of the post-war recovery for Europe. So we have the sound already. Roland, you can speak.
Щось таке дивне, такі, бачите, перерізали. І останню нитку потоку з Будапешту. Я прошу тоді до слова, да, там можна.
Добрий день, мене звати Ксенія Леканкіна, я з Vox Україна. У мене питання до Ганни Гопко. Ми намагаємося розвінчувати російську дезінформацію, якось працювати з Заходом, намагатися донести якусь українську повістку. Я хотіла б спитати вашої поради, якими тезами це краще зробити? Можливо, там дякуємо за підтримку, чи навпаки, інколи кажуть, що ви нам мало даєте. Тобто, от як правильно донести інформацію, коли ми хочемо більше уваги до України? Дякую.
Анна, коротко, якщо. Що працює в адвокації найкраще?
Ну, насправді, public appreciations є насправді важливим. Подякувати нашим партнерам, тому що без партнерів і їхньої підтримки вижити Україні зараз було б складно і перемогти надалі також. Тому, очевидно, потрібно дякувати. Ось, просити ще. Те, чим займалися наші зараз дівчата військові в Вашингтоні, з чітким переліком зброї, коли вчора Білий дім оприлюднив нових 18 хаймарсів, ось, але питання 6 і більше місяців, коли вони прийдуть сюди. Тобто дуже важливо конкретизувати, яку допомогу ми саме очікуємо. Дуже важливо, таргетуючи, на кого розрахована твій заклик, розуміти, наприклад, коли в Хелсінській комісії виступала Тайра і розповідала, робила свої свідчення, то, очевидно, там були присутні законотворці, ініціатори визнання російської агресії геноцидом. І це посилювало цей ефект. Тобто, кожен наш крок, він має конкретну, адвокаційну ціль. Наприклад, стаття, яку я писала в британській «Таймс», вона була розрахована з вимогою санкцій Кирилу. Британці ухвалили. Шкода, що немає санкцій Європейського Союзу проти Кирила. Тут треба подякувати в лапках Угорщині. Ось, немає санкцій проти Гундяєва Сполучених Штатів Америки. І ми над цим так само працюємо. І сподіваємося, що пакет буде розширено. Ось, тому ми зараз після цієї дискусії окремо з вами поспілкуємося. Я ще дам кілька таких бачень, порад, які стосуються взагалі стратегії щодо Російської Федерації. Бо це мене турбує зараз найбільше, скажімо, нерозуміння на Заході, як взагалі боротися із тоталітаризмом, уникаючи помилок, які...
How to avoid making mistakes. This is critical.
That message, let me add that there are many voices saying exactly what's needed. We have lists and lists and lists of exactly what's needed. So you can continue to say those things, but I can assure you the lists are regularly provided. I think what Western audiences need to hear, and a tochka that is very vulnerable to disinformation, is about corruption and how the resources and the support being provided is being used. And so I think messages about the effective and transparent use of resources by any size organization, quite frankly, are really, really important because it is vulnerable to disinformation. It is also very vulnerable to corruption. We know that from other parts of the world. There are going to be huge amounts of money, it won't be everything that's needed, but there'll be huge amounts of money coming in, and it attracts corruption. It does that everywhere. Unfortunately for Ukraine, Ukraine has a place in a lot of people's minds still as a corrupt country, and so it's going to be an easier narrative to put out there and to be convincing. So Ukrainians and Ukrainian organizations need to proactively talk about the accountability, the transparency, the fact, the results.
Thank you, Ambassador. And the last chance, I think that Roland is still here. Roland, can you hear me? Yes. Roland really can hear me, but not vice versa.
I think this is the most brilliant speech today.
Добре, тоді ми просто зараз змінимо.
All right, now let's change our panel, but please, Roland, stay tuned. Don't go away. I think you still stand very good chances of the connection being fixed. And without taking a break, we will move on to the next panel. Thank you very much to our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. And now I'm turning the mic to the moderator of our next panel, Mikhailo Vinitsky. Here he is coming. And there will be another parallel session beginning in Lviv. Thank you.
Дякую. We've never met. Not personally, anyway. Yes. That's good to see you.
Треба буде спробувати його ще підключити під час.
Окей, добре, спробуємо.
Якщо буде шанс, буде сигнал.
Yep.
For the fact that Ukraine will evidently win in this war, but we need to win a peace. And winning a peace, it understands that we need to realize what's happening inside our minds. And let me introduce myself. My name is Mikhailo Vinitsky. I'm a professor of sociology in KYIV Mohila Academy. And I always get surprised whenever we are looking at the civil society and those at power, both in Ukraine and in the West, from the standpoint that there is this desire to think that the economy rules everything. But as a person who understands a bit in the social processes, it's not the economy that rules. It's important what's inside our minds. So today, I think we'll have a good balance in between of the economic issues as well as the issues inside our heads, because a lot depends whether we will win only the peace or the peace and the war. And hopefully we have Tamta on line with us. So I'd like to ask my assistants whether our first speaker is available online, Tamta Otiashvili from the National Democratic Institute. She was supposed to connect with us online, but I seem to, but I don't see her. Well, I can see the presentation, and there's another command hearing.
I'm here. Tamta is with us. Я бачу Tamtu.
Tamta is with us.
Hear her. Is this the same Budapest? Yeah, we have Tamta on the screen.
So unfortunately, I hear some of the comments from Lviv, but I'd really like to talk to Tamta.
No, ми чуємо Львів.
Unfortunately, we can still hear some of the comments coming from Lviv. Unfortunately, we do have some technical issues.
Can you say a few words, please?
Hello.
Yes, we hear you. Wonderful. Without further ado, Tamta from the National Democratic Institute. I apologize. I'm very bad with Georgian surnames. Tamta's surname is. I apologize here. I'm gonna have to read it. Help me out, Tamta, please. Okay, there we go. So we have a presentation on opportunities and challenges facing democratic transition, but specifically on some research that the National Democratic Institute has done. So please, the floor is yours. 5 to 7 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. Is the presentation up?
We see. Ми зараз бачимо Тамту.
We can see the Tamta now, but we'd really like to see some of her slides. And can we reposition ourselves a bit just to make sure that the audience can see the slides properly?
Tamta?
Great. Is everything great?
А слайди можна показати?
Yes, can we see the slides now?
I can see the slides on my screen.
Вона їх бачить на своєму екрані, але
Well, she can see that. She can see the slides on her own screen, but unfortunately, we can't see them on our own screen. And can we have an option with her and the slides at the same time? So we had the slides and now they disappeared for some reason.
Let's keep the slides. I think slides are good.
Okay, we see the slides. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks so much. And I'm glad that we resolved the technical difficulties. I am here to present a portion of the survey on opportunities and challenges facing Ukraine's democratic transition that NDI conducted in August. It was a telephone survey covering the entire country. If a person had a Ukrainian phone number, working phone number, then this person was in our sample. I will concentrate on the portion that shows what Ukrainians see, how Ukrainians see the country in the future. And these opinions are crystal clear. Ukrainians are very clear about the kind of future they want their country to be. And everyone is investing in this future in whatever ways they can. There are obvious regional specifics and will be to humanitarian and reconstruction efforts. But when it comes to the overall attitudes and the direction of the country, Ukrainians are as united as they have ever been. If we can move to the next slide and then the next one after that, please. And next one. Yes. This slide shows the demand for democracy. Ukrainians are overwhelmingly supportive of the destination point of their country. 95% across the entire country agrees that fully functioning democracy is important or very important to them. They know too well what the alternatives are, and they don't want that. And next, please. And there is no confusion of what democracy actually means. Next slide, please. Democracy for Ukrainians means freedom of speech, equal justice, free and fair elections, and human rights protection. Next. There is a very strong unity in the country also on values of equality and inclusion, something that Russian disinformation has tried a lot to undermine, but this data shows that it has not been very successful. 72% of the country, and you can see there is no difference by regions, agrees and demands better balance of men and women in politics. This is the future Ukrainians want to see. And there is agreement, if we go to the next slide, on the inclusive society as well. Next. Majority of the population is now in agreement that homosexual couples deserve the same rights as heterosexuals. I remind you about the petition and then the response of the president to the petition, and I'm very happy to state that Ukrainian public is in agreement in terms of demanding equal rights for homosexuals and heterosexuals. There is a huge level of optimism in the future of Ukraine, and this optimism is staying strong over 2 waves of the survey that we conducted since the beginning of the full-scale war. Next slide, please. If you can see, 86% of Ukrainians stay very optimistic about the future. And the reasons for this optimism is very clear. This is probably my favorite result of the survey. What makes people optimistic? And this speaks very loudly. It's victory, army, unity, hope, international support that the previous panel talked a lot about, patriotism, development, peace, and so on. There are lots of reasons why Ukrainians are optimistic. Next one. Along with this optimism, though, with time, the opinions have shifted towards more realistic expectations of how long this war will last.
Дайте ще одну, прошу. Slide.
Thank you. If you look at the May data, the expectations were very different. Right now, we are moving towards more confusion and more uncertainty in terms of the time frame of the war. Still, the mostly picked answer is don't know when we talk about what we are expecting when we are expecting the war to end. However, regardless of this, next slide. When we talk about the price for peace, and the previous panel discussed this matter, the Ukrainians do not see their territory and sovereignty as a collection of bargaining chips. There is no other option than full restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity. Overwhelming majority will accept this as a price for peace, which is Ukraine reclaims its territory it controlled prior to 2014, which includes entire Donbass and Crimea. This is the only option that Ukrainians are willing to say yes to. And any other option, and we can move to the next slide, and then the next slide that talks about other options of the peace, which would be that Ukraine reclaims the territories it currently controls, or Ukraine reclaims the territories it controlled prior to the full-scale war, 2020, or Ukraine gives up its determined, declared goal to join NATO and EU, are not acceptable for Ukrainians. I will end here, and apologies if I went over time, looking forward to the discussion. But to summarize, I think data speaks for itself. Ukrainian public is as united as it has ever been in their desire and determination for victory. And victory for them means united, democratic, and inclusive country. Thank you.
Дуже дякую.
So, thank you very much. And in fact, we have 3 wishes inside our minds, meaning that our victory has to be democratic. That is, a country after the victory would be a democratic country and inclusive, and hopefully that country would be a wealthy one. Would you be able to help with us? Help us with that? So, thank you. Now it's a combination of different topics of this conference. That's resilience, recovery, and the role of the civil society, and then economy somewhere added to that. And I would return to what Anna Hopko said during the first panel. And she said, like, before talking about the recovery, you need to have this, to secure a victory in this war. So now our efforts, just as the governmental efforts, are focused primarily on the economic support to ensuring this victory. And that's the question of this resilience that Ukraine has clearly demonstrated. And we have to realize this, really. Whatever the attitude towards the authorities, towards the power bit, we've survived this first half of the year at war from the economic standpoint. And I can't say that something was done radically wrong. I mean, there were some challenges, really, with the decisions in terms of the taxes, but all those issues were resolved pretty fast. On the overall, talking about that that we in think tanks see as the major task, it fully goes along with what the authorities think of a major task. So whatever the debates, the major aspect is all about the support of macroeconomic stability. And this is something that the state can help to business. Because, frankly speaking, I think that the business is not actually expecting someone would give them significant amount of money, because everyone understands there's no money. And after all these debates about the taxation changes, and hopefully there is a greater understanding that there would not, there shouldn't be an expectations as to have some tax holidays or anything related to tax benefits. And now we start thinking of the mechanisms that we could use. For example, just recently the government has offered a very interesting draft law on deregulation for the consideration of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Hopefully it will be implemented and will be helping the government to fulfill that. Because considering all the aspects of European integration, now that is the direction, one of the small number of directions. This is where we can help the business without to save and to manage somehow its losses, including the administrative losses, without affecting the people or the armed forces. Now, what's the role of the civil society in this process? We already had some discussions today, but I don't remember who of my colleagues said that there's someone saying against helping the government, but evidently we have to support the government, we have to assist the government. Now, because just from the standpoint of sound mind, the government now has far greater number of issues on the table. If someone reads a Telegram channel of a representative of a cabinet of ministers in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and he reports on the results of the consideration of issues at the session of the cabinet of ministers, and there's a mixture of issues. There's issues that raise, on a regular basis in times of peace. There's some issues related to COVID. I mean, you start reading that, and then there's like a procedure for generating certificates for second booster vaccination. And then there is questions related to the war. And we understand that many wise minds of the project managers who could be helping the government, should be there, should be staying there. If we can come up with wise ideas, or like whatever Anna is doing, or Xenia is doing a lot of, along with other colleagues. They're doing a lot for making sure that the Ukrainian position is heard properly on the international arena. Because in some cases that might be the only way possible, and we wanted to help to have an article of the Minister of Finance in one of the German journals, but it appeared that the policy of that German newspaper is not to have the columns for the political leaders. And that is why we have to come up with our own point of view. So actually, we have this stability state, but as we will be moving towards recovery, we'll have more watchdog function, because now we have more of an advisory and a watchdog function. At the same time, there is what to look at now, and unfortunately Andrei Vishnevsky left the room, but he's now working in the anti-corruption agency, and he had a very good meeting with representatives of one of the embassies, and they were talking, like, you read the statements from the G7 countries, like there's financial support, there's military support to Ukraine, and then we're reading about the corporate governance of the gas transport system operator for Ukraine. And why are we coming up with this issue? Because the Minister of Energy is the person who, according to the declaration, that never worked in the business, but at the moment of appointment he had 180,000 in cash. And which money still have which companies still have money in Ukraine? The companies in the energy sectors. So our friends, the ambassadors, are forced to deal with some of the questions which goes under the pretext of preventing the corruption. Because it's very clear that whenever we are coming to this recovery situation, whenever we will have this recovery issue, there will be more questions to us. But I think that we need to have this this peace, this winning of the peace, and it's important for us to understand how to reboot the country, because I wouldn't really like to have this victory, and then at the same time I remember the 2015 when those hungry personnel of the security service of Ukraine who returned from Donbas, and then instead of doing some criminal stuff, they had to fight for Ukraine, and you still need to find the money for a new Toyota, so they went to IT companies and doing some inspections of national security. So now it's important not to have the same return, because they would still need a new Land Cruiser, iPhone, and they want still to live normally. But from the very top, I don't know, I'm not sure whether the president can hear me, but might be he will. There has to be a movement from the top, like a top-down approach. I'm not sure whether the NDA showed this question, but there's the question of trust to politics. And I believe all the whole history, I've never had these figures, but something that I remember, I'm almost confident that Zelensky is now having the largest trust ever among the political leaders in Ukraine since 1991. And now, having such a political capital, he might be the person like to say, okay, that's the end, that's the full stop. Like, Mr. Lvov, like, please, like, leave the judicial system and leave the country. Or Mr. Wolf, let's do the same. Because now we'll have debates with Mikhailo, so it means that we need to return to those issues which are indeed of a priority nature for the business or investments, and those that were priority issues before the war, meaning that the issue of dismounting the corrupt practices and the corrupt judicial practices. This is where all the conflicts end, and they have to end up in a justifiably manner. And we'd really like, at this stage of recovery, to concentrate more on the expert assistance and on fast Euro-integration, where we would need to have expert support from the civil society, because nobody has expected us moving so fast towards the European Union, and we're ready to support, we're ready to join with our minds to accelerate this process. There will be a lot of really important aspects that we need to think of in terms of recovery. So we shouldn't be wasting really a lot of time on preventing or identifying new corrupt schemes or corrupt practices. And the last thing I wanted to say, like, after the end of the war, we would need to make some unpopular decisions now. And these are non-popular but not painful decisions, because we had a discussion with the embassy, like why the Minister of Energy is allowed to deal with some of the aspects. Because even if we don't have a question about sending money to offshore, but we have Mr. Podolyak, who is the advisor to the President of Ukraine, and he works full-time for Ukraine, and he's honestly working at least 8 hours per day. Now, where does he get the money if he's just an advisor? If the person doesn't have a passive income, maybe he has some sort of a business which is not evident, then the first idea I have that he gets cash in the envelopes, because he's a person, he needs to feed his family. So we need to move away from this populism. We need to move away from this small salaries for politicians, and we need to lift this need in engaging the best people as politicians. We need to offer them with normal market level salaries, and hopefully that would be one of the decisions made by political authority.
Thank you. It's a bit sad that you haven't adhered to the rules, but still, let me make one comment. You've been talking about how we may get rich, but also about the role of the civil society as a watchdog. And Gleb immediately drew our attention to some things which refer to this traditional role that the civil society has to play. And interestingly, but it's worth keeping it in mind that in the data that we saw in Tamte's presentation, as of now, there is no such a demand on behalf of the citizens, because the citizens keep talking about inclusiveness, inclusion, democracy, but surprisingly, if I'm not mistaken, in the slide, I think transparency ranks 6th or even 10th. And we as a civil society have to be very cautious about that, because traditionally we see our role as experts and as watchdogs, regulatory ones, but that's not exactly what is expected of us, included by the citizens. Next, I would like to give the floor to someone who incredibly, wonderfully can bridge the gap between the authorities and the civil society. I'm not talking about the executive authorities, but somebody who's based in Bucha, Deputy Mayor Mikhailina Skorek. Irpin is an independent community, so I'm not responsible for Irpin. I only talk on behalf of Bucha, a small town outside Kiev. It's true, I am an expert in the civil society issues, and for a long time, it took me a long time to come to understand that you need to go directly to the authorities, to the government, to get some things changed. And when I was elected at the local elections transparently, and it wasn't a corrupt campaign, the cheapest one, and everybody was surprised at the local level how we managed to win if we didn't have a big budget, because throughout the campaign we kept hearing, you're wonderful, but you're completely impassable, and your chances will be ruined. And once we won, at the local level, when you become a local politician, when you write the first rules of procedure and begin to force your own rules on everyone, you feel the great gap between how things happen in Irpin, Bucha, or Kiev. You cannot compare Kiev to anywhere else in Ukraine. Respectively, I received an invitation to go to Bucha and to work as an advisory, and I was working there when, on the 24th of February, a full-blown invasion of the Russian Federation occurred in Ukraine. And let's talk about corruption, abusers, because these are the topics that keep ringing in our conversation concerning the future of Ukraine. I believe that the civil society should, in the first place, get conscious of this. Let me talk about Bucha and Irpin, because I wanted to move from this publicity and work as an official that does not attract a lot of attention. But with Bucha, unfortunately, failed me, because CNN, NBC, and some other news outlets that I didn't want to do anything with, they are outside our Bucha mayoral office and New York Times, and they keep asking for different comments, and this is blocking our activities. And then in May, I was the only English-speaking individual in our mayoral office, and you can imagine a great number, the influx of journalists and media attention that we enjoyed in spring. And we did not set up an international relations department, and we have a special agency on regional development in Bucha. Introduced a position of a deputy and administrator, and this is the second English-speaking person for our mayoral office. This individual earns only 4,500 hryvnias. This is chicken feet. Somebody who speaks English, who worked in Berlin with expertise. If I'm not mistaken, this person used to work at the University of Frankfurt or studied there. So I'm talking about Bucha, which is only 20 kilometers from Kiev. So 4,500 hryvnias, right? Not 4,500 euros or dollars. Yes, only hryvnias. This is the utmost we can offer them right now, as of now. This is the first salary. This lady was working on a voluntary basis. I would say it wasn't even drawing any salary, because it was next to nothing. I understand that I'm not talking about war, but I have to talk and focus on the model of the future for Ukraine. We know the towns and cities of Ukraine which can work like Bucha, Trostyanets, Novograd-Volynski, Slavutich. These are the people who saw donors, who know what to do. They're prepared for your integration, and they're on the same page. Irpin, of course. We had a group of architects who traveled across the Kiev region. They went to one of 24 towns in Kiev region, and they told us there's no one to talk to because only 2 people understand what we are on about. So the majority of our towns are not prepared for the challenges we're talking here about. So now we are listening to English predominantly without any translation, but in Bucha it's impossible. Still 6 months. We have been working hard, and at present there are 40 employees at Bucha mayoral office who are ready to study English twice a week and pay 20 to 50 hryvnias out of their own pocket for every lesson. So if we talk about the future of Ukraine, then as the civil society, we need to be aware of this mental gap. We have to work not only here in Kiev, but everywhere in Ukraine and make sure that these gaps get narrower. So we need to become managers, just like the managers at the central and executive levels after 2014 when they engaged in the active roles. And then all of these issues, rankling issues like procurements, they will be well informed and they will know how to regulate procurements, and not only, because these are complicated points. I believe that we will be able to set up project offices at every amalgamated community. This is something that we need to be mindful of and something that we have already to design, just like the ambassador of Canada has mentioned it today. We have to win the peace, not only the war, because peace is about Ukrainian bureaucracy, Ukrainian state, and Ukrainian bureaucracy is not only here in Kiev or in Bucha, it's also in Baryshiv, Rzhishchev, in Ochtyrka, in many other small towns and villages of Ukraine. There are no people, there are no personnel capable to work. So this is also part of our conversation about the civil society. Now, 1.5 minutes about economy. Bucha is being restored. Bucha is lucky in a way that the Russians came very close, and out of Bucha community they made a shooting range. Prior to that, we had done the decentralization, and several regions were amalgamated. 14 settlements, towns, and villages were merged into one. It's a very diverse community. And when I was thinking about going to the field level, this was the most interesting for me in its variety, because I understood how complicated was the work to at the level of villages, which are really depressive areas, with Bucha, which is a dynamically and booming area, dynamically developing area. So because Russians came very speedily, there were no street fighting, and we only had 15% damage, not like 50% damage in Irpin, and not so disastrous as Boyarka and Borodyanka, because Borodyanka has suffered the greatest damage. But the problem still is that unless now we engage in rebuilding, we don't have any personnel, any human resources. My May was demanding, but it was demanding for electricians, for the people working for power and water supply. 1,000 people had to renovate the whole infrastructure. The shops were not working. We had nothing to eat. Accordingly, the deoccupied territories will have to get back on their feet very quickly, and we need to provide them with the adequate resources to make sure that people, adequate personnel, can get back there, because if Ukrainians sit on their hands and just write beautiful expertise, I don't want to harm anyone that work in Canada, London, or Berlin, and we end up having no people here in Ukraine. This will be a loss and a victory in favor of Putin. So Bucha should not be just a symbol of tragedy, but it should be a polygon for social changes and a place, a hub, as a mini model, demonstrating what Russians can demonstrate in terms of atrocities. In Bucha, it was highly visible, because 30 days of occupation. After that, Reuters were able to go and see what Russians had left. But this can also become a model of recovery. So both good and bad practices that we have in our community, all complications, challenges that decentralization has to offer, it is here in our community. This is the new Bucha Regional Center, which is in Kiev region. We still have a lot of underdeveloped, underformed, undershaped services, functions, constructions, which had to be completed within the framework of the year 2022. So we need to select the pilot citizen towns which are most prepared and launch pilot projects, analyze what we manage and what we can't, and try to scale it up to the whole Ukraine. And I think this will be the answer to the questions that I heard posed by the previous speakers. Thank you, Mikhailino. And at this point, I would like us to hear from Tatiana Ivanina, who's online with us. And while we are making sure that she gets connected, let me just make one brief comment. More often than not, we talk about the role of the civil society as a donor of brain, and Mikhailina said it very properly. We need people, we need human resources. And the reverse side of needing the human resources, I think, is reflected in this survey that we were able to observe today with reference to inclusion, which brings us to some other issues, which are once again to do with our tolerance and social, societal response to the question whether we are ready to win the peace. Because I think it's another question that requires additional thinking. So do we have Tatiana online? Ms. Tatiana, are you with us? Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Thank you very much. Hello, dear colleagues. It's been most interesting for me to observe this discussion. I'm not with you physically, but still, a first point that crossed my mind. Behind all of the recovery processes are always people, and we have to talk about their motivations and capabilities. And this issue of inclusion, diversity, they are key because the role of men and women, roles of men and women differ and their capabilities differ. Mikhailina has demonstrated a wonderful example, and such people like her are at the helm of public organizations. They work in self-governance bodies. They work not only in towns, but also in small settlements and villages. In the occupied places, likewise, they're getting back and they're trying to restore peace and quiet. And what are they confronted with? They are in for numerous problems, and I'm talking here about the predominantly women because they have to work in these agencies and bodies. And they are left alone with their problems. They require specific support, guidelines, what needs to be done under the circumstances that no one was prepared for. And you know, numerous studies demonstrate that women are leaders in this recovery and renewal processes, especially at the levels of local communities, their own organizations. And the NDI survey, one of the slides of the survey, has demonstrated to us that trust in women who go to authorities or to the bodies of local self-governance is probably the highest. On the other hand, donors are also supporting of women, and they give them the green light. But still, is it realistic for women to be engaged in these recovery processes for women? And I can honestly say no. There are several studies, and our organization in particular also had a poll and a survey on this point. And we polled women with reference to the issues that women are faced with. So it all boils down to simple things. People always think about jobs, employment. We have heard people saying we need to feed our families. There are statistical data available that in Ukraine a huge number of households are supported by women. So women have to draw salaries. These are the things that we were faced with prior to the war, and they remain relevant now. Next point, can women adequately be engaged in the work for 12, 14 or more hours? I can tell you honestly, definitely not, especially the ones that had to relocate. They don't have access to the same services that they had previously. And in the first place, we're talking about childcare facilities. And the phrase that we heard in one of the focus groups, but it resonates with many other ones. When you have a small baby, such women with small babies even now cannot obtain adequate humanitarian aid. They don't have access to the centers where such humanitarian aid supplies are being distributed. So this is another element of recovery. Another point is schooling. Just think back to it. I think each and every one of you has such children of young schooling age. So the school year has started for us. And where are your parents? Parents are usually at work. And children accompany their parents. They're taken to offices because they study online. So housing, building democracy processes. When doing about all of this, we have to be mindful of the down and out, down to earth things. Most of the time, I think about gender equality, tolerance, but simple things like the ones that we raise. This recovery plan that we have. 24 sections, if I'm not mistaken, or areas. You can hardly see any gender issues discussed, but they need to be tackled now without procrastination, because these simple solutions, childcare facilities, jobs, salaries, are the factors which either will enable us to move on and do so quickly, or will make us roll back. And I think this needs to be taken into account at all levels. And this is the key point that I would like to make, that when thinking about recovery processes at all of the stages, whether it be governance or democratic processes, still be mindful of the people that will be responsible for that. Do they have realistic resources for that? And what needs to be done for these people, for these processes to be done more inclusively, engaging everyone, of course, if we are talking about the civil society. And this has to be happen not just in this room or on paper, but in real life. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you. These are very specific and very straightforward commands. Meaning that women may become the drivers for the recovery, and one of the issues that prevents them from doing so is the infrastructure, because women were the main sort of customers for this infrastructure. I believe someone wanted to make a comment, but before that, I would like to pass the floor to Dmitro, and I believe you have a very straightforward proposals. From the economic standpoint, because we do have a very comprehensive panel, because we talk about the military, the recovery, then watchdog. Now, if you could sum up this into something, not sure whether you'll be able to do that. Well, I'll try. Let me rather provide an overview of what we are doing in our think tank, and hopefully that would promote any discussions in the economic area. Well, the issue that concerns us most since the beginning of the war, well, apart from the war, of course, why Ukraine is still an economic loser. And that might sound rough, particularly at a time when people around the world are fascinated with Ukrainians. But that's true. I mean, over the past 30 years, Ukraine remains a big failure or a loser from the economic standpoint. We had a webinar, and one of the panelists said that your economy is a big fail. Now, back in 2004, we remember there was an uprising. We all expected changes, then a great sort of dissatisfaction came on. Then we have a Heavenly 100, a hybrid war in 2014, then big expectations, and then we've dissatisfied once again with the result. Now, what concerns me most is after this bloody war, and hopefully we'll finish with that somewhere in 2024, following the same logics, like 2014, 2024. So hopefully it will bring some changes, really. Because in most cases, this dissatisfaction has to do with the economic life. Now, why aren't we progressing with that? Because we passed through from the team's economy to the market economy. What does that mean? It's all about privatization, meaning private property goes to public property, and backwards. It's all about the integration into some trade organizations, and in most cases we've done that. What else? What have we done? What still needs to be done in order for us to succeed? I mean, you're taking this memoranda of the IMF, and there's a list of something like 80 or 90% of what was written in there. This is something that we've accomplished, but why aren't we succeeding yet? So we keep on thinking about this issue, and I don't know whether our thoughts on that topic are important, but we kind of think that the mechanism of transforming the laws into real actions is in Ukraine is something that does not work. Now let me explain. It has to do with all the spheres of life. It's not just transforming. It has an impact on all spheres of life. I mean, in our team, we talked about why do we have this stringent tax regime. There is value-added tax in Ukraine. That's one thing. In Europe, there's other thing. In Ukraine, you have to prove everything that you're not in debt towards everyone. In European Union, you just compile the VAT invoice, and that's all, everything you need to do. Now, why Europe has one thing and we have different thing? And we've came up with the fact that in case of a taxation system, now there is the taxpayer is always the one who's guilty, so it has to prove something. So why is that happening? Because if you've done something, if you filled some information in a false manner, then you might succeed with that. And the taxation agencies are not working properly, maybe, in this respect. Now, as a consequence, if anything is not working within your body, then your body feels sick. If you have problems with your tax system, then you would have no economic freedoms. Mr. Valeri asked what was the economic freedoms. Well, they're stringent. There's lacking of those economic freedoms. So we are coming up to the fact that for us to Euro-integrate, we would need to treat the law enforcement and the judicial systems, because if we'll put that aside and we have a question, what do we need to do to finally become a wealthy nation? Now, currently we are at a stage of European integration. We shall introduce the European legislation. Do you think it will help? No, it's not. It will come up with the fact that we'll have a sophisticated legislation. Now, our corruption will become more sophisticated as well. So my statement at this point is, well, considering the standpoint of our economy, it's the system of law enforcement. Let me add something. When we started digging in this topic, it has to be digitalized. Now, in order to see what's wrong, what's not. The Supreme Court was under reform. The Justice Council was reformed, which is a progress, kind of. And the World Bank, it has an index of governance indicators, and there is a rule of law under that index. Now, the interesting thing is that rule of law exists since 1996, and it was shocking for me to see that the rule of law, as of 2020 in Ukraine, is below the Poland, Slovakia, and the Baltic countries before 1990s. What does that mean? And Mr. Balcerovich and all those people engaged in reforms, they were doing their reforms in different conditions because they had a system to rely upon. We don't have that system even in 2020, and this is something we don't have Now, so the statement that I would like to deliver, speaking of economy, this is something that I think was already mentioned for many times, but should we want to have this economic freedom, it should start with the rule of law, with the reform of the law enforcement agencies. Even the courts, they're not the standalone issue because they're considering the case in the frames of the documents submitted. And the law enforcement agencies might simply not add something or fail to mention something. So that's the statement I want to give. Thank you. I want to use these couple of minutes that we still have to make a debate inside of our panels. Maybe there is the questions from the audience. We'll have time for one or two. I'd like to respond to what you've said. Maybe that's not evident, but that's something that came to me throughout these discussions. And you, Mr. Dmitro, has just mentioned this. Like Ukraine, after the war, after the victory and the success that we're expecting, will that be created from the top or from the bottom? I mean, should we expect this to happen top to bottom? Then it might result in yet another failure. Even though I can debate with you, because looking at the people we have today in this room, I think that saying that every one of them are disappointed and there's a great failure, it doesn't correspond to the faces and the clothes and the social status of those people. So I don't think that all of us are saying that we'll have yet another failure. The question is, what can we do in order to maximize our success? Michalina, well, is a good example. Maybe you shouldn't go to central authorities. And let me remind you one thing, and sorry for taking 30 seconds of your time. I worked for 3 years in a higher educational institution. There's National Agency for Higher Education. Like, I'm a good person, but the next day, after my appointment, I mean, I've saying so many bad things against me after on the very first days of my appointment. I mean, I've not done anything. This is something we can hear from the MPs, from the ministers. I mean, as long as you become a member of the central executive authorities, now you're becoming a bad one straight away. Maybe we're expecting someone to come up with the reforms, and they're incapable of doing these reforms, not because they're incapable, but because we're not trusting them. So maybe the role of the civil society would be to raise this level of trust. In this case, we won't be a watchdogs. We're not saying that maybe Podolak is receiving his salary in the envelope, but maybe we would have a benefit of a doubt. Michalina, maybe you can say a few words about this. Well, I would give a different answer to that, because I guess we should finally have a meeting. I don't know how this could be done. I'm not recommending you to come up and to work in the local executive authorities, because before that I was a sole proprietor and it was much easier. Well, there's a lack of expertise, and actually, I should be working, we should be talking about different things, about how I succeeded as a volunteer, how we develop. But you might imagine how the city is being developing, but with the lack of sole proprietors and businesses, because we practically have nothing. When Novus started their operation, when McDonald's is reopening, but we still have warehouses. We're applying for grants. Maybe it will change something. But from the economic standpoint, it's all problematic. But when there will be liberal freedoms and the business will relocate to Bucha, then it will be restored. And we have Vitaly Salik, and I haven't seen him for a while, and this volunteer movement, it also works with different communities. He started volunteering, and he understood the difference between Irpin and Bucha, and he works differently with them. And he has enormous experience in understanding what's the local volunteer, what's the difference between local volunteer and those operating elsewhere. The things we haven't talked upon when I'm talking about the new Ukrainian school, we thought, wow, well, we thought there's math, there's foreign languages, and things like that, and that's why we should pay like 5,000 hryvnia additionally to get this new curriculum. So we need to find misunderstanding consensus. That's my vision, and the experts shouldn't be saying that, okay, we think like that, and they went to Chernihiv region, they would select Sosnivka and try. If Sosnivka fails, then your model is not working. That's my point. Okay, thank you. I have a thought that needs maybe additional thinking, but I believe there is a gap in between what we're discussing today and what the foreigners are describing, the capacity, the power of our own forces. Could Mitro said about these restrictions in terms of the lack of this freedom? I'm not a military expert, so I might be trusting some of the Western experts from the West, saying that the power of our armed forces is all about the freedom. There's initiative being allowed to different levels, but then there is a trust at the senior level. So if we were told to start this operation at this time, to move forward with that amount of forces, then I guess somewhere in the top someone thought about this. So I guess the intellectual task would be to try and to understand how, considering that the fact that the armed forces of Ukraine is the representation of our society, starting from the IT experts and others who enrolled for defending our country, and they gained the results. So how within the society we can have the same level of success? And Mihailo mentioned this watchdog several times, and I don't like to be a watchdog, but that's the classical function of the civil society, and I would rather help than try to catch any people engaged in corrupt practices. But in this case, we would need to have this transition towards the peace. And that might sound naive, but we need to eradicate that. And then we would need to, like, neutralize their critical mass, because what Dima has already mentioned back in 2004, 2014, so that in 2024 we wouldn't be facing their critical mass capable of taking control over the country. We need to neutralize that critical mass. And we've managed to have like people on the front lines not trying to steal, I don't know, food and to send it to their village, but then they're honestly distributing that against their comrades. Thank you. If I may, I'd like to have an opportunity for someone from the audience to ask a question. And this is Professor Ihor Borkovsky. So if I understood correctly from the statement of Ms. Mikhailina, this, like, why do we need resources for recovery? And speaking about resources, it's not about money only. It's about resources from the standpoint of the intellect and some other resources. Now, how do we receive this? How do we create those resources right on the spot, not only just to acquire them somewhere from the West? And there's also, we keep talking about two things, freedom and rights. I think there has to be another aspect, which is the responsibilities, because we think that rights and freedoms, they solve something, but they might be violated as well, because there has to be some responsibilities, which is not popular today, but we have to think and have to discuss this. Now, how would you comment upon that? Now, may I answer that? And I will start with your question, I guess. And going back to this system of smoker. As the taxpayer, you are considered culpable, and you have to prove that you're right by submitting a package of documents for inspection. Now, as far as I know, if you make an attempt to commit some sort of a fraud, there's no consequences for you. That's an interesting idea. I mean, you have to prove that you're innocent, but if not, then there's nothing going to happen to you. But there should be all the way different. No one has to like verify. So you do what you do, but if you have violated, if you have not fulfilled your responsibility, then you have to take accountability for that. So it's all sort of turned upside down. So I absolutely agree with you that there's rights, there's responsibilities. Person has to pay taxes. No, we're not arguing about this. We are calling upon monitoring what you're paying for, and not for not paying taxes. So let me once again repeat this statement. Because of the lack of the rule of law, we have a lot of things being turned upside down. And listen to the business. So let's have no VAT, because the VAT is killing business. Or let's abort these tax, and there will be like another capital tax or whatsoever. Why? Because the tax authorities have the right to interfere within the operations of the company without the rulings of the court. And so you either pay or your business goes dead. Now, talking about the local authorities, local self-government, after 2014, I had a desire to join not only the theoretical but the practical part. I've become the head of the local authorities in my own sort of block of apartments building, large building. And if you're engaged in practical things as well as theoretical, and when you can see that the problems are at a different level, now that makes you feel dissatisfied, so to say. And I absolutely agree that, not everyone can be engaged in some local authorities, but in some cases you might be working at the area where those problems or challenges are being solved. Now, you see, I never blame certain people, and for example, someone might express their hate towards Mr. Hetmantsev, and it's not the person, but the function. When a lot of processes are not working, that anyone, even the most liberal one, would be working as the Minister of Finance, when they will see how it all works. Well, I disagree with you, but let's have that for the other discussion. We have 1 minute, 40 seconds. So, Michalina, one more comment. And, well, Dmitry reminded me, I wanted to say briefly that something is done at the local level, but we, the high-level experts, we have to take some macro responsibility. Now in Irpin and Bucha, we have a lot of new leaders among the leaders of those block committees. So think what you can do at the micro level, and that will move this global challenge in terms of the gaps that we have. I'd like to thank the panelists for saying that there is no single vector, and that the armed forces is the most trusted institution, and that has to do with our volunteering, with our trust in victory. And a question to the panelists now. I clearly understand that back in 2014 there was a high concentration of social capital and expectations, and that didn't worked out, because there were no master plan for renovation and recovery. There were some separate things. Now, can we have a recovery plan for Ukraine? And is that a recovery or a transformation or a construction of a new Ukraine? Will it serve as the place where you can combine the top and the down, and how this could be done? Let me use the 5 seconds. Let me answer you with the words mentioned by the ambassador of Canada. There will be a lot of plans that have already started to become implemented. So it's not about trying to search for a single document, but as Mikhailina rightfully said, I think it's all about a whole lot of different initiatives at the micro level. And our task of a social society is to try and to create communications between the different initiatives. I understand that you don't really like my answer, but that means that we still have a chance to have a discussion at the cup of coffee. Now, I'm told that we need to finish by 12:15 because I know that everyone is already willing to have a cup of coffee, but let me ask you to stay with us because we have a TV bridge because in Lviv they had their own panel, and we would like to hear what the representatives in Lviv were discussing, and they had they will have a chance to listen to what we have discussed about in my own interpretation. So we'll have Lviv online with us.
Well, we are getting ready for this, for the reception from Lviv. Can you hear us, Lviv? This is Kiev speaking. Seems like they cannot hear us yet. I'm not talking about Chernigiv region or even the regions where right now hostilities are raging. So now, do you have any requests from other regional military administrations in order to start the recovery and restoration? And what is the strategy for the nearest 6 months overall? How is that taking place? Because I understand you are an executive authority, you are expected guidelines from the top, but still, do you have a strategy to implement in the short term? Thank you, Serhiy. Mr. Maxim, we now are online with the Kiev studio. You have some time to think how to answer that question in the meantime. And they're waiting for us in the meantime. Lviv, you're waiting for us. So yes, we can hear you, so it's up to you to start, Kiev. It's a great pleasure. I am to fulfill a difficult function right now to sum up what we have had today in a very eclectic panel discussion. We started by talking about the results of research carried out by the National Democratic Institute, and there were some interesting findings. In the first place, we saw a very high level of trust of the Ukrainian society in victory. And this victory, as of now, lies in two things. Victory within the boundaries of Ukraine as of 1991, and secondly, this victory will be democratic. And this democratic element covers inclusion. But two more things from my perspective that are also interesting with the reference to this research. The Ukrainian society and population lack confidence that we will definitely and indubitably land being in NATO and accessed in the European Union. That these international organizations may change during this process that we are trying to be accessed to. And another thing that surprised me, that transparency is not a priority when talking about democracy. In the first panel, we had the ambassador of Canada, Ms. Larissa Galan, speaking today, and she said that some Kremlin narratives are still being powerful. And this narrative is about the fact that Ukraine is corrupt. It's a narrative and it has to be debunked. And unfortunately, these are not very happy effects for Ukraine. The role of the civil society we have been talking about the traditional role of the civil society in its role as the watchdog, especially in combating abusers and corruption. But its role should also lie in the fact that the civil society should be a donor for managers, for executive, and more importantly, for local authorities, local level, regional level. Mikhailina today spoke about that, that we need people and we need brains, intellectuals. After victory, salaries will have to be risen, they will have to be compliant with the requirements, and the drivers in this respect should be women, because the key infrastructure which is most damaged during hostilities and fighting is schools, childcare facilities, hospitals, where women are the primary clientele. Risks. It's the lack of economic breakthrough, and some of us are beginning to fear that there may be a big disillusionment in this sense. So laws of regulation have to be amended and put into real action, which means implementing and establishing the rule of law. And we also had a discussion that volunteering and the success of the armed forces of Ukraine demonstrates that probably there is another model that we as activists should pay attention to with reference to what country we would like to build after we win this war. This is the model of initiative, trust, and responsibility. A lot was also said about economic freedom, but it was correctly and rightfully said that freedom also speaks about responsibility, including micro levels. We mustn't just anticipate and expect resources, but we must create these resources, meaning economic, human resources, because we cannot just sit and wait that these resources will be provided to us, because this resource that we will be provided with will be just a drop in the ocean. So this is the summary and conclusions from the KYIV panel, and I hope I haven't offended anyone. I've been able to reflect all of the opinions. And I would like to thank everyone who has been presenting today. Now we want to hear it from you. What have you had today in Lviv? Thank you, Mikhailo. We began our conversation today by saying that the main initiative belongs to public associations, NGOs. This was the thesis made by an executive authority representative that right now we are winning because we are coherent and competent in terms of our public associations. We have a lot of grassroots initiatives, and this initiative is instigated by citizens themselves, and it's not something which is imposed from the top. And this is probably one of the things which impresses the whole world. We don't have centralization here in this regard. Unprecedented activity of civil society organizations was something that we have never been confronted with. I mean, in terms of challenges, bottlenecks. In the first months of the invasion, this was probably even more active than now. In the previous years, the infrastructure of the civil society was very well developed. It was diverse, varied, and there were probably no organizations in their respective sectors that could come and advise executive authorities in how these authorities could be strengthened and what the government should do. But at the same time, the government and the representatives of governmental authorities have demand from the civil society organizations not to launch in amateur activities and not duplicate the activities of the central authorities and executive authorities, but to help executive authorities to work together in tandem in order to boost the capability of the government, and not for the activists to buy satellites, but for the government authorities to be busy doing that. There are also some civil society organizations which can strengthen the initiatives that have just been established without the experience and background of fundraising. We have to take advantage of the speciality of the civil society, of every single individual in the society, and turn that into specific projects. And the infrastructure of the public sector can work in order to strengthen these initiatives and help to self-regulate these processes so that to prevent the situation and preempt the situation where everyone rushes to help the army and abandoning the rest of the issues. Everyone has to be busy working in their own niches and try to provide better services, both for the citizens and for the government, and help the government to create more qualitative services. And of course, qualitative and transparent interaction should take place, that civil society organizations should exercise oversight over executive authorities and act as advisors, provide qualitative analysis, analytics, intelligence, and for that all to become the basis for taking following decisions. And it takes everyone, not just one, in this partnership. This initiative should stem from different players and actors from every possible side and angle. Again, I hope that I have been able to reflect everyone's opinion, and I have summed up virtually everything that has resonated today, at least the main highlights. And now the floor is over to you, Mihailo. In fact, I would like to ask if anyone in Lviv has some questions or comments to make to the audience here in Kiev and backwards, just to make sure that this telethon, this telebridge is definitely activated. What's the weather like in Lviv? Well, I can tell you, in Lviv it always rains. It's not true. We have had both the rain and the sun today, so it has been raining, in fact. Well, dear friends and colleagues, I think that we have been working very fruitfully, both in Lviv and Kiev, and I would like to thank profusely to everyone. And I would like to thank our Lviv counterparts. And I think the time is right for us to go and take a break and have some coffee. If you don't mind, let's do it, shall we? They agree. Thank you, Lviv. Thank you, organizers. So I suggest that we have some refreshments. Coffee time.
Добрий день. Я не знаю, чого мене пам'ятаю. Я з обличчя пам'ятаю, але... Я вам зараз розкажу, звідки з Могилянки, і ми познайомилися в американських радах від Яни Спар. Ми разом з нею вчилися, і зараз вона прийшла. Так, я знаю, так.
Please take your seats. And I would like the speakers to join us on the podium.
Пане Михайле, скажемо це розумно. У нас зараз буде...
So we'll have another discussion on resilience and on how the other part of our country withstood. We tend to say Ukraine is a state, but they forget that the state is not about the government agencies only, but we know that there is also a civil society, there's also local business and local self-governance, and all of that is interrelated because Ukraine, in case of Ukraine, I think only those ready for volunteering activity, only they, state and local authorities and local businesses. And in the time of war, it's hard to sort of differentiate the business from the local civil society. Although some play a very important role, but those who deal more in practice, they know that everything that ends up with the authority, it's difficult to differentiate the local self-governance and the organization of the civil society. And some say that local self-governance is always the institutions of the civil society. Now, we'll have more time for definitions. Now, the major issue for us is how it happened that the business and local self-government and the civil society have become one of the factors of resilience. Any successes, any specific examples? So I'd like every speaker maybe to provide one or two examples. And here's the question: how do we reinforce this resilience? How do you cooperate? Now that's the first circle of questions. Then we'll talk about cooperation with circles, with international partners, in between of ourselves. But I'd like to ask every single speaker, because we have representatives of the business, of the local self-government, large cities and small communities, and those who were occupied, who were on the front line, and those who are still on the front line. And we have representatives of civil societies from different regions, including those who are being occupied and those who are on the front lines of our defense. So I think it will be interesting to hear one another. So I think it would be logical that every single one of you would have 3 or 4 minutes for their conversation. We also have online speakers. Now, if we already have the online speakers, so we can give them the floor at first. If not, then I will give the floor to those people in the audience. So do we have Yuri Bova or Alexander Sienkiewicz online with us? I believe we have Yuri Bova with us, and we have Alexander Sienkiewicz. So, Alexander, you have a couple of minutes, but since the city of Mykolaiv is currently on the front line of our combat operations, so you may take the floor, please. Greetings. Well, nothing gets united. Nothing unites Ukraine more than the time of troubles. So they're gathering not for doing something, but to fight against something. So the war has united Ukrainians, and that involves the citizens of Ukrainian Mykolaiv. And in 2014, we had 60 out of 90 MPs from the Party of Regions. After the reform, we had, out of 54 MPs, we had 26 of them representing the opposition party. And now we have 17, which is 1/3, is the opposition. That's the sort of restricted party in Ukraine. So the dynamics is really something that takes place in here. But I wanted to say that from the very first days of the war, all those who stayed in the city, they got united as one single power. And despite any discrepancies with the business, with the civil society, all those agreements, all those discrepancies, they went to the background, and we were all concentrated on saving lives. And there's many examples how people in Mykolaiv were making sure that they're saving lives, were treating people, were helping with food to some others. And we have a restaurant cluster who provided food for the armed forces because we were not ready initially to provide food to those of the personnel on the front lines or in Mykolaiv. Currently, we still have a lot of challenges, and back in April, a pipeline was destroyed. It supplied the potable water to the city of Mykolaiv. That's 72 kilometers of this pipeline, and two major pipelines. That's the Little Loop, well, as the Elon Musk could have named it. So that's why we don't have a potable water. We were using water from the Southern Bug River, but the water is salty, and we are currently having troubles because of using this water because the pipelines are being destroyed. And now we have united ourselves because the representatives of the civil society, they've offered the distribution of water. Now we've solved this, and you can see people standing in lines with the plastic bottles in order to get some water. Now, some political views and political parties and some advantages or biasness of some parties that went to the background, and we're all working as the single body. And the city of Mykolaiv, throughout the period of the war, it was not under bombardment initially, and unfortunately this night was not an exclusion, and we had some of the S-30 missiles hitting civilian infrastructure facilities. That is why we still have 220,000 people staying in our city. And these are the people who cannot leave, or those who are forced to stay in the city in order to maintain its operations and to do everything possible for our common victory. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. And also I've invited the representatives of other communities, and Yuri Bova, the city mayor of Trostenets, also promised to join us. This city was occupied, and he's here with us. So please let us have a chance to talk to Mr. Bova, and then we'll pass the floor to those of the audience in the room. So, hello, dear colleagues. As you know, our Trostenets community in the Sumy region is the most affected because we were under occupation for 31 days, and these elite so-called units were deployed in our city before their offensive on the city of Kyiv. And thanks to the heroism of the guerrilla forces of the territorial defense, the enemy forces have sustained significant casualties. Hundreds of equipment were destroyed, both inside and outside of the city. But unfortunately, all of those actions resulted in significant destruction. Besides, the occupation means the city being robbed, and Russians have taken away everything they could, starting from the toolcase and some public utility vehicles, ambulances, computers, laptops. So everything that Russians could have stolen, they've stolen that. So now it's the conversation about recovery of those cities and those settlements who were under occupation. That they suffered a lot because there's a destruction or damage to the structures and buildings. 63 private houses were completely destroyed. 800 residential buildings were damaged. 250 apartments were physically damaged because multi-story buildings were set on fire. Then there was of kindergartens, schools, libraries, many other institutions were destroyed, and we need to recover them, having no money or almost no money because the budget of the community has reduced. Someone is not paying taxes for land. There's a lack of employment. Some of the powerful companies, including Mondelez, where that was a flagship of the local economy, with the budget of around 7 million per year, and they produced a lot of products. Now this company is not working, meaning the people are not working in there, so we are not receiving any money for the budget. But thanks to our efforts, we are trying to engage with many partners, and there's more and more of them every day, and we're doing everything possible to restore the operation of the administration of libraries, schools, hospitals, and many others. Still, we understand there's a lot to do, particularly on the eve of the winter season. This is going to be a very difficult one. We need to ensure the security and protection of the key infrastructure for the community. I'm talking about kindergarten, water treatment facilities, libraries, etc. So if there is a chance to support the community who were under occupation through financial support, through legal support, through the possibility for the search of new solutions for us, for preparing our settlements after the occupation, because we shouldn't recover the old Soviet infrastructure, but to build a new Ukraine. So hopefully this event will lead to the new innovative solutions for the development of the new post-war Ukraine. So glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes, and thank you, Yuri. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Marina Honda. She's representing the largest community in the country, and fortunately she was only on the front line, and it was not under occupation, and it did not sustain that significant damage. But we know how the capital city has changed. Okay. So I was listening to Mykolaiv the Trostianets, and these are different stars because different stages. Mykolaiv is passing what the Trostianets has passed already, and Kyiv was a different story. It was unexpected. It's the largest city at 3.5 million people that woke up on the 24th of February. And I was sitting and thinking, we're talking about this unity, and if we would be able to preserve the unity that we had at that time between the government and the business and the society, we would be able to change the country. At that time, nobody thought what would happen tomorrow. At that time, the decisions were taken as fast as possible, and when we've evacuated 7,000 people, including 4 children with disabilities, and I understood that half a city have been evacuated, and some said that I have a child, that I have a car to evacuate the children, and the volunteers were transporting those children on their hands to the trains. Now, that was a collaboration that was significant, absolutely valuable. When everything stopped, when the shops stopped, when the pharmacies stopped, when the adult kids were leaving their parents at home without the information, when the society and civil organizations made a phone call to us saying something is feeling bad because of the lack of medicine. Everyone participated, like private pharmacies, social services that were working on food, particularly in the Obolon district. When people were going on foot from the left bank to the right bank of the city, when some of the companies saying we'll be distributing bread for free, or many other things. Like, these things are something that we'll remember, because at that time we're not saying, okay, you're a business, you're a government, you're a society. Everyone were telling about the same thing. Like, we have a possibility to provide you something. Where do you want it? We can provide something for territorial defense. Where do you want that? And there were stories like there was a phone call and saying, just tell us, what do you need? We'll gather the money, we'll buy that, we'll supply that to you. And remember that. The city was blocked. You won't be able, you can't cross left bank to the right bank. The only car that can be used, it's over being loaded. And I'm really grateful to all the citizens who came to our hubs, to our centers, who distributed their help, and businesses who opened restaurants to provide food for the people. When all the markets got closed on the first day, remember, like what we had, and the business said, we're ready to open our warehouses to distribute the food among the boarding schools, among the military, among ordinary people. In 3 weeks, we've managed to evacuate all the boarding schools, all the psychological boarding schools, all the people with disabilities or those having hardships, those who cannot sustain themselves. And should we analyze those days, it's like a one big day when. I guess after some time we'll be able to do some analysis to identify what was done by people. And in some cases the businesses were giving away everything. They've opened shops, they've opened warehouses, what the civil organizations were doing. That's also enormously important. And on the 24th of February, it clearly demonstrated who's responsible in terms of the civil sector and who got lost. And I had people with whom we cooperated for many years, but I couldn't reach them on the phone. And I don't know where they are and what they're doing, but it means that those who really support their country, their city, they are not thinking like what someone might say. They're just doing that. They're doing it now, they're doing it every day, and it's hard for me to remember all this, but what I realized for myself, when there is this unity in between of the authorities, the business, and the civil society, then we get the result that it's unexpected even for ourselves, and that breaks the aggressor psychologically, because the most important is this quarrels in between of one another. And whenever there is a unity, then there's no preconditions for, for disturbing one another. I know that there will be a second part. Just want everyone to remember what was happening in Kiev and Bucha and Irpin during the first month, so that we would stay united, remain united, in order to take decisions in a united manner in future. And what's most important, for the first time in my life, I've seen the decisions were taken within 5 minutes. I mean, during the time of peace, it could take like a week for taking a decision, but during the war, it took only 5 minutes. I don't want to call the list or all those organizations, but all these businesses, all the civil societies and organizations who helped us a lot. I would really like to appreciate that and express words of gratitude. And I believe that helped the Kiev to keep standing. And I'm grateful for every one of you staying in Kiev, for joining the development of the city. Thank you, Marina. That's understandable.
You're holding currently a very high post. You're deputy mayor of the largest city in Ukraine, and you understand what it's like when, for a moment, political conflicts disappear and everyone works for the sake of the same goal. The people that during peaceful time would go and picket the mayor office, which is just and fair, and starting with February 24th, I even remember this day, February 24th, I saw 2 tents of some political and social organizations pitching their tents, offering their assistance and help, both socially and in military terms. So there are the ones that disappeared and others that come. You have repeatedly said about business, civil society organizations, and the authorities. So we have representatives of all three with us now. Given the fact that the city of Chernigov survived occupation of the suburbs and was able to withstand this occupation as a regional center, and the region of Chernigiv has become one of the symbols of resilience for the whole of Ukraine, I think, Madam Natalia, I think it will be logical for you to take over now. Thank you. Take mine, please, my microphone. Thank you for the floor. The previous intervention made me remember all of those things that made us be coherent and united, thinking back to the times when it was easy just to go on WhatsApp and write to the representatives of regional military administration, how all of the things were easily resolved without actually having us get out of our offices, because we were all doing it as one. Chernigiv region is varied. Of course, we were besieged. We didn't have any connection with the rest of the world for quite some time. Some of our communities were fully occupied. Others, with God's willing, were protected. Of course, they were scared stiff, but this was the only effect on them. And now, as an NGO, working in those days with the local authorities, and I'm not only talking about regional authorities, because our organization works with more than a half of the territorial communities in Chernigiv region, and we've been doing that for more than 5 years. We know all of the pluses and minuses, all of the undercurrents, different strengths and weaknesses that each of the amalgamated communities enjoy. And something that has become evident to us as a civil society organization was that back in the days of turmoil, it was easy for us to maintain unity and coherence, and the results were so evident. We had local volunteers. They would call local authorities. They would get some foodstuffs, distribute the foodstuffs very quickly. If people had lost their housing, and as you know, the suburbs of Chernigiv was virtually all razed to ground. And now the level of trust is huge. Some people send a message. We are going from Lviv to Chernigiv. Oh, come to Chernivtsi. We'll also provide you with some supplies. So you don't even ask people for their names. You don't know who will be taking this cargo from you. And it doesn't need that, because the people just trust you anyway. But now, after deoccupation, there is a kind of confusion amongst these volunteers in the civil society, because people were used to working ad hoc. They find and they forward the information or the foodstuffs or whatever goods. Humanitarian aid still remains an important thing for the socially vulnerable populations. But right now we are getting requests from different civil society and organizations, NGOs, that will come and say to us, we would like to get in connection with other organizations because we want to apply for a grant program. And sometimes these unities and unions won't work. Maybe they're exhausted, both physically and mentally. So we, as a coordinator, try to provide this assistance to them, because I understand when they submit their filings, like one of this public association, that they had submitted 217 different requests and not a single one of them was supported, so it's not working. On the other hand, we can see requests issued by local authorities that have already experienced this cohesion, this unity, these qualitative results. And the first thing they ask us is how to communicate further with activists, volunteers, because slowly but surely they begin to disappear and vanish. And this is an absolutely normal human resource. So there is this request from the authorities concerning how to reformat their activities, starting with communication in order to remain open and transparent and preserve this coherence and cohesion. And it's a great pleasure for us because finally it's not the burden for the civil society to move local volunteers or the executive authorities into action, but just to accompany these actors. In addition to providing humanitarian aid and support that we are doing at the local level, we begin to say that yes, security and humanitarian issues are important. Restoration of critical infrastructural facilities matter, but now yet is the time to start thinking about recovery in terms of development. Because now you, as local councils, have on your hands the tasks to put together the heads of local activists and experts concerning analyzing the situation with reference to where you are now and what chances you stand in terms of altering the situation for the better. Chernihiv region used to be not densely populated, and right now some of this is desolate because a lot of businesses have relocated, lots of people have emigrated, and for the future, we need to have an economic plan, because what businesses will get back if every day business people will read that from Belarus more and more tanks are being accumulated and the camp of the Russian or Belarus military are ready to launch into action. So local communities, we are already working with some of the local communities as a pilot project in order to join efforts further and work towards and think towards the further development, because all of these plans of recovery, scenarios for recovery, whatever these documents may be entitled, these initiatives need to be moved from bottom up. In Chernihiv region, those communities that were badly inflicted, 217 buildings destroyed, businesses gone, lost benefits, underfinancing of local budgets. So no one except the local communities know their own context, so the plans for the development. Now, of course, money can arrive, and we may be responsible for the energy, for the environmental improvement, etc. But this will be very tentative. It has to be a comprehensive thing. Who will be lobbying the laws for special economic zones? Maybe there will be reformatting of territorial communities, but unless there are people and businesses available, nothing will be possible to be done. So communities right now are trying to survive. But now we have to pose questions for the future. And of course, we appeal with them to turn to us as public associations, as civil society organizations. We are experts in these areas, and we are ready to help them. Thank you. I had to wrap up your presentation because we still have to hear from other experts, and I would like to give the floor to Alexandra Grizhinska, who is also a representative of the civil society, but she works at a nationwide level. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you, all of the organizers. I'd like to agree with the previous lady speakers who said that what's been happening since February 24th has been uniting businesses, civil society, and the authorities. And of course, we would like this unison to take place not only at the times of counteracting the enemy, but also at the times of peace and quiet, when we will have to roll up our sleeves and do a lot of work. And as a follow-up to what we have heard, there are already a number of trends and areas where we have both the public and experts putting their heads together, thinking about what should be done next. In my intervention, I would like to mention another aspect, that the recovery of our country and local communities begins with the recovery of individuals, their mental health. When February 24th came, those events, well, I don't like generalizations, but I think all of that had a direct impact on every citizen of Ukraine. And this baggage of events, experiences, and emotions, something needs to be done. And since March 7th, I've been involved in a volunteering group of psychologists who are providing free psychological relief to the people, survivors of the war, headed by Alla Zadniprovska. She's a representative of business, and we actively got to work. I mean, with mental and psychological requests. Then when I was able to see a huge number of people that require this relief and help, we decided to continue developing this area of our activities, and we invited professional experts who provide mental and psychological help and relief, and we began to target two areas: individual help and group help, group work. In this period, we have been able to provide assistance to thousands of people across Ukraine. More often than not, these are really complicated stories, and unfortunately, they will continue, they will pervade. National Democratic Institute has recently presented its study. This is the data for month and August, for May and August, a poll, and the citizens stated that second most important challenge and bottlenecks for them is deterioration of their mental state. Percentage-wise, it's 59% in May and 64% in August. I mean, the respondents said so. Because war in Ukraine continues, these percentages most likely will continue to rise. Not many people are conscious of what's happening to them. Still, a lot of people are in the midst of these demanding situations. Along with that, we are conscious that behind each percentage, every figure, there is a specific human story. A story of an individual or a household or a family faced with a number of challenges. In particular, within our organization, together with our partners, centers of creation, academic circles, theatrical institutions, we have been making theatrical performances based on the human stories of the people that have been through these times of war. And when these participants get together and share their stories, and on the basis of that, a certain performance is built, and when amateur actors act out certain elements of the lives of the people, this leaves an indelible mark in the hearts and minds of the spectators as well as other fellow actors. In particular, one of the female participants, she's a mother who shared her story. She said that at one point a child came up to her and asked, "Mom, why does the elephant want to kill us? How have we hurt the elephant?" And the child suggested that the elephant was the Russian tank. So what could the mother say back to the child at that moment, when she was living through these really hard sensations, and at the same time she would have to help her child out of this predicament? So when people share these stories, when they talk them through, certain relief takes place, because people live through these stories again and again, and at such moments they're not alone. There are others who can support them, who can understand them. After such performances, we have reflections when each and everyone shares and tells about whatever phrases meant for them and how they would act under the circumstances. Thank you, Alexandra. And to wrap up this part and my intervention, let me say that These things definitely help you to recover and stabilize your mental state and enable you to think more clearly about the future. And I think that all of the presentees will agree with you that we will still have to work a lot with people to get the people out of this condition of stupor, because there's already part of the society who got into active work and now they are in another state. They need to be, they need to reset their energies, resume their energies. But as someone who has been working a lot with the general public, I see that the problem has already been here since the 1990s. It's just that the aspect has changed. We need to get the people out of the Russian stupor. Like yesterday, people suffered from famines, and today we say set up businesses and create the middle class. Like yesterday, there were authoritarian regimes and political repressions in place, and political journalists like Gangadze were beheaded. And today you have to say, take democracy into your hands. But of course, work and practice are clearly understandable to us. We need to transform our society into a civil society. And I would like to turn the floor to the representatives of business. First to Pavlo Moroz, who is in between the civil society and business.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Well, actually, in the very beginning, I would like to thank to our military for allowing us to gather today. And it's important that we are starting these conversations about recovery, because the title of the conference for today, it coincides with these issues that the corporate and social responsibility and the MHP company is working. And I'm representing this MHP company. Sometimes, well, there were questions what the MHP is doing in Lviv. This is the large producer of poultry. So we had this story after the beginning of the war, and all what the colleagues have mentioned today, we've passed through our experts. We did not stop our production because the owners of the company and the whole management, they stayed in Ukraine, and our factories continued working, except for one case in the city of Konstantinivka in Donetsk region. And we've transported our meat there together with our military, and we distributed that among the employees of our company who decided not to evacuate. We continued working. We continued paying salaries. We helped to relocate to those families and to those employees that appeared to be staying on the dangerous territories, and we helped the ADPs. And from the very beginning, we understood that social resilience is our major task, which is to stabilize and to believe. Well, at that period of time, not too many were believing in our victory, but still to believe in their own strengths. And then came the belief in our victory after the first successes of our armed forces, when we got united, when we helped one another. And then our employees, our partners, our citizens, including those who were forced to leave their houses, some temporarily, some not. And the medics, the military personnel, all those engaged in defense, we managed to support them with everything possible. And through these service that I represent, we had 95% of requests coming to our company. We haven't rejected a single request. And what the city mayors have mentioned today, we did not reject. We helped with our products. We understood the situation that we're living in. Since we still had the production, we continued paying salaries and support those in need. And at that time, the whole country of Ukraine required that support. We have some unofficial statistics that we don't publish for security reasons. We're starting to talk about the recovery, and now we have the law of Ukraine that divided Ukraine into 4 zones. That is the territories of the consistent development, regional poles of development, and territories with special conditions of development, and territories, or zones of risk, I would say. So we've divided our territories, and we've identified some tasks for ourselves. And currently, we've decided to employ the Maslow pyramid, starting with the physiological needs. Now we have some psychological aspects, and we think that the culture is a factor that makes us all united. That is why we have a lot of cultural projects. If you maybe heard, we have this project called Cinema for Victory, and last year it was 40 locations. This year it's more than 200 locations. This year we are supporting the moral and patriotic spirit of our nation. We went to some communities and we've organized some outdoor cinemas, and for some it's like a possibility to restore their own feelings, restore their own efforts to watch this patriotic Ukrainian movies. So we weren't trying to cover a large audience. We support those in need. We also were the force to support the businesses in Ukraine, and at the initiative of the charitable foundation MHP, we've organized a competition to something nationally. We've selected 62 winner, if I'm not mistaken, and we've spent something around 6 billion hryvnia for their relocation, for their support, and 5 million. This is something that were provided to our grantees. And when the president said in April that we need to restore to supporting economy, it wasn't about the development, it was about the support to economy. We have initiated this competition, and in June we've already selected some of the best offers. We've supported the civil initiatives, and we have a lot of other things to bring the victory closer. And after the victory, we'll tell you about our role. Because at first we need to reach this objective, and then we'll report to the society. So I'm grateful to this invitation, and it was great to see Mr. Dligach. He's the professor. He taught me at the economic faculty of the Taras Shevchenko University. And it's great to have a chance to sit with him at the panel. And so I have a couple of my professors from the university life, and it's great to pass the floor to them. I'm very happy to see them. So, Pavlo, since you've already did my work, I will tell Tatiana that Pavlo has a tradition. So, since he already did my work, at every panel, at every forum, he expresses words of gratitude to someone. So, Andrew, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Let me start as well with words of thanks to our international partners. And they're asking us not to call them donors, but partners, in fact. And I'm looking at logos, and many of those organizations have invited me to come up with the strategy of the organization. And today, I'd like to come with this request. It's about the term of recovery. A recovery of what? What was the first thing that recovered in Ukraine? Corruption. And corruption, even in military procurements. went back to all around the place. We are just using this word recovery all the time long, but the business and the civil society, they've established absolutely new idea, request to themselves and request to the country, which is the idea of modernization. The modernization that didn't take place after the Revolution of Dignity. And in fact, we have to recognize together with all of us, with our partners, that we've tried to turn civil society into some sort of a European society. We've tried to develop the country through administrative methods, but we've achieved a lot over the past 7 months. But systemically, we haven't managed to have a comprehensive changes in the society. Yes, we are resilient. Yes, we have the largest level of development of democracy that we are establishing these inclusive institutions, but that's not enough. And finally, the civil society from the standpoint of our international partners, started to include the businesses. And the business got united in response. And 95 business associations got united, and they got united over their idea of modernizing Ukraine. So different associations, regional, national, local, they got united. Now, on the other hand, over 300 civil organizations signed a manifesto of civil society, which is all about the modernization and development of Ukraine. Now, on behalf of all those organizations, I'd like to say that this major request is to help in providing this one voice of the Ukrainian civil society in the business, so that we would be included on the equal basis in the establishment and implementation of programs for the modernization of Ukraine. Because now we have like a certain gap between of the consolidated government and international partners in terms of the recovery and modernization of Ukraine. Why? Because the West is looking at Ukraine as the corrupt state, saying, let us create the plan, let us consolidate financial resources, and then we'll be recovering Ukraine. The Ukrainian government says, no, there's Ukrainian interests, and we need to think of something. And that discrepancy could be solved easily, thanks to these people in this room. The third, that together, the Ukrainian society and business and international partners, we are defending the anti-corruption agenda for Ukraine. And all together, with the government, will be fighting for Ukrainian interests. So let us raise this position of the civil society as an element in this program for the modernization of Ukraine on the overall. And finally, I will get the results of the Revolution of Dignity. Now, thank you. You've started this conversation about things to do in the future. So let me first express words of gratitude to Alexander Sashko. And he told a lot of people to reserve this day of the conference to join us. And he develops the partnership in, I believe, the International Fund, the Recovery Renaissance. This is the fund that demonstrates the true notion of the term donor, but rather a partner. And now I'd like us to move forward. And you've already heard the introductory word. You can comment on one another, but let us stay focused on the thought. Like, how do we reinforce this resilience and future until we get the victory? So let's start with the largest city, and then we move on. Let me take a look who's with us online. And what's next? We have to understand that the war continues, and those IDPs and people are moving around the territories without any active operations. And we have to understand that the whole country is having the PTSD. Everything changed, society's changed, and definitely civil society after our victory will have a different response to the actions of the authorities in violation of the law. So speaking of recovery, there's a number of aspects that I believe a crucial one, and I want to support Ms. Alexander with that. First is the ordinary work of the civil sector, international partners, because I can see that it's primarily City of Kyiv who's working in that direction, particularly the work with psychological traumas. We have 100,000 military personnel. Just multiply that by 3. That's children. That's parents. We have 600,000 people with very, very unique psychological traumas. I'm not talking about the citizens of Kiev who left the city, whose houses were destroyed. There's children. There's adults. There's different psychological traumas. Now, soldiers, that will be an absolutely different category of the civil society. They'll be returning from the front line. Part of them would have disabilities with the right to demand from the state and from the local authorities some support. So, the first, in terms of the resilience, that's the human with the rights, with the abilities to live normally. And when a soldier tells me that, and I can see him, and he lost a child, he lost his house in Mariupol, he lost his limb, he has nothing, and he doesn't know how to register a certificate. Now that tells the scale of the catastrophe that we're going to have. Why am I telling you this? Because we have international, we have civil organization. Now our task is to help them, to advise, to serve as moderators, to serve as psychologists, to prepare specialized psychologists. And we've worked with Israel on that. But that's not enough. Really. The Israel clearly realizes that the challenge we will face is enormous. So the person would be building the business, would be developing the country. But if that person will be suffering, then it won't be able to develop all that. But I mean, in the capital city, we have a slightly different situation, not the one in Kherson, Mariupol, Melitopol, or in Kharkiv region. Therefore, for us, as for the capital city, which is the political center of the country, for us it is clear that the integrated recovery for the country means that whenever the people are having a need for accommodation, they will return and they will live normally. And we are interested in making sure that those territories which are occupied, which are having combat operations, for them to have peace restored. Because a lot of people are saying that I'm ready to return, but there's no heat, there's no water supplies, there's no normal living conditions, there's some elementary things. And that is why, if there is a corruption, then of course we need to talk about this. Then of course we need to pass on the information to law enforcement for them to deal with that. But we don't have the right to start something anew, to speak negative things to one another when the war still continues. Because yes, if there is a challenge, then of course definitely this is something that should be discussed. The civil society also changing, the authorities are changing, the entities are changing that we worked with before the war. They changed the areas of cooperation because something was important before the war and it became less important after the war. And for us to have this recovery, this unity, this resilience that we've demonstrated in the first days of the war, and that the occupied cities are demonstrating now we have to preserve this for the sake of those soldiers and those people on the front line. And they're not willing to hear about some challenges. They want to return to those cities which are normal, which are prepared for their return. So our recovery and our resilience is inside of ours. Thank you. We've heard this. And I'd like to have one 1 minute to respond to that. When the soldiers will return from the front lines, and we're talking to them constantly, they will definitely be surprised with what was happening during the war. That's for sure. Many people are saying that let's restore the infrastructure in Chernihiv rather than to think about anti-corruption. It's not high time for that. And I'd say that there's no better time rather than today to finalize the things with the anti-corruption, because most of the anti-corruption bodies they dealt with the entities, and so that is why the corruption is, having a chance to develop. Now, what do we have to do? And this is something that's important. We need to have some years before the integration to pass those reforms that we need to do now. The tax reform, we need to have our carte blanche from the international organizations. We need to have deregulation in the country before harmonizing legislation. We need to run the privatization, but we need to finish that. Now, all that is the sources of economic corruption in Ukraine. And that scope is $500 billion of hryvnia. And as long as we'll do that, it will return. And when the front line will diminish, there will be a rise of all this corruption. Thank you. Andrew, it's just that I have a feeling that we return to the first panel, the one we had before the lunch. It's like, the same sort of statements, but coming from different directions. And I really wanted to have some statements from the guests online. And please be very precise as we are finalizing our panel.
First, Alexander Sienkiewicz and Yuri Bova, who are online with us. I can see that both of the mayors are online with us. So Alexander, please, you're first. Okay, in a nutshell, it's already 5 years since I was appointed in the committee at the local councils. And recently I was asked a question what I would do after the war, because the war is still going on. War is a bad thing indeed. But anyway, it brings with itself some possibilities. Today we have said that corruption emerges when someone earns much more by signing a document rather than working 3 months in an ordinary way. At the Forum of Local Self-Governance, we heard that people are not willing to get back to Ukraine. I mean, specialists who have moved outside Ukraine. We need to create conditions for them to come back. But instead, we're making it really constrained for them. And we say, we can only offer you salaries of 4,500 hryvnias, which is chicken feed. So we have to speak about 3 things. Point 1, reconsidering the specialization of regions. We understand that Ukraine is no part of the former Soviet Union when we performed a separate function. We need to distribute all of the functions and spread that across the whole board of Ukraine. Also, point 2, creating free industrial zones, technological parks, where we can regulate and establish our own system of taxes. And lastly, people who are involved in the creation of systems. Government, municipal systems, they need to be remunerated well, because many people think that if you're an official, you have to be poor and ugly. And if you're not poor and good-looking, then you're definitely a thief. Changing this paradigm in the minds of the people also is worth a lot. People are parts of the system. We need to create systems that will be regulated with paradigms and rules exclusively. This war has changed the paradigm for Ukraine. I hope it will enable us to change the system. Thank you, Alexander. Yuri, the floor is yours. Over to you. You know, now we have a unique situation on our plate after so many years of independence in Ukraine to build a new country. On the one hand, it seems like there is the war, but on the other hand, this war presents us with this opportunity because it destroys everything that was old, obsolete, and it ruins and annihilates all systems without exception. And as it was rightfully said, our guys will be getting back from battlefields. They will have a very different opinion concerning executive authorities and their performance, and they will probably not suffer such officials because they will say we were sacrificing our lives, so be off with you. On the other hand, a lot of facilities have been ruined, especially in the deoccupied areas. Today, these are scores and scores of towns, cities, villages, starting with Izium, Kharkiv, Trostyanets, Bucha, Irpin, and many other ones. We have to start building new towns of the European future for Ukraine, and they have to become role models and thus set examples to others which thankfully were not ruined or destroyed so bad. Water supplies, waste treatment, sewage, all of these are rankling issues. And now we have to use as much as we can those programmatic experiences which are available in the European Union. And the assistance delivered to the towns destroyed, ruined, damaged has to be done at the level of Ukraine to towns or towns to towns or cities to cities. This is the experience that has to be done in a targeted way to specific towns and cities where things were destroyed purposefully. Because when we come as partners to different towns and cities, we begin to see how an effective medical supply system can be built. When we came to understand this philosophy, back in 2018, Trostyanets was the first pilot town. And then the medical reform in many ways copied what was built in Trostyanets. And these medical care facilities modeled their activities looking up to us. So everything needs to be done in every actor field. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's something that we do. Secondly, borderline territories are not going to be attractive for investors for some time. Therefore, medium and small businesses will have to be activated. Every plot, a land plot has to be activated. And this will enable people to have jobs at local levels. And of course, European partners have to believe in Ukraine. Despite all of these messages about corruption and thievery, still believe there are lots of decent towns and cities where you can come and cause transformation in Ukraine. Thank you, everyone, for cooperation. Thank you, Yuri. We also believe that integrity is possible and in executive authorities likewise, and we demonstrate that in every way. This is why we have had this combined panel. And with your permission, Natalia and Alexander, could you kindly make a brief statement, because our panel is over. Just a sentence in summary. I love the idea of the strategy of small steps. When you live in an area near front line and you have many variables and you cannot impact that, so the best strategy is to do what you can and what you think is right to be done. It's much better than do nothing. We are a nation of doers, as the Canadian ambassador has said, and we have to continue with this ethos, do what you can. So I wish all of us victory and keep working, keep doing, regardless of the context, to the nation of doers. We also have Pavlo ready to make his statements. I have already thanked everyone, so I may not speak. So just a minute, Pavlo. Alexandra first. Briefly, the following steps will have to be all about strategizing, because we keep talking about modernizing, recovery, but we don't have the general united vision concerning what Ukraine should look like after victory. Yes, we have the recovery plan, but not a big overall picture. And the same goes for towns and cities. Many of them have their own strategies, but definitely they will have to be revisited because new challenges have come, new situations have impacted them. This will be something that will make people to recover, become more resilient, because unless we imagine this future clearly, then we're not going to achieve it. And IDPs, in particular, who have been relocated to new domiciles, they don't know where they will be during the winter time, where their employment will be. The questions are a multitude, and I'm more than sure that the civil society, authorities, and businesses will find resources in order to unite and talk about strategy. Thank you, Alexandra. Pavlo, I couldn't agree more with what Alexandra said. Just to follow up on that, our company is ready for partnerships. We are already beginning to implement with the help of our charity fund at MHP company. We try to make our partnerships mutually beneficial, that taxes remain at local levels and budgets are filled and fulfilled, and businesses can use all that in order to contribute to the developments of their local territories. So, Madam Tatiana, expect some new requests submitted to you. Pavlo has just done that. So thank you very much to the whole team of organizers, together with whom we have organized today's panel. Alexei Orlovsky from Renaissance Foundation, Inna Ilutska, the whole team, all of them together helped me to moderate this panel. We will still have some time on the offline to keep interacting, socializing, and networking. Thank you, and thanks to the armed forces. We also have to summarize the panel from Lviv. We have to hear from them first, and also the summary from me if you wish to. But if you are in a hurry, you're excused. So how are we going to do that technically? We have a telebridge with Lviv. I can hear Mr. Igor Borisovich, who cannot be stopped either. He's talking about problems in public institutions. Rankling issues when people unfortunately come to work in executive authorities, and sometimes they cannot do anything good other than unfortunately be prosecuted. So we already see the smiley face of Alexander's, and we have to share our impressions from our panel, and they will be sharing their impressions from their panel. So who is to start? Sviatoslav. First you summarize, and then we will. You start. Okay, so let me sum up the discussion that we have just engaged in. It was interesting in many ways. And a few takeaways and highlights from it. The Ukrainian society has demonstrated a lot of unexpected positive points. It projected in its own agility, flexibility, networking, trust, and in fact replaced institutional trust with personal trust. The Ukrainian society has demonstrated responsibility in its many aspects, as well as at the level of personal and self-governance level, likewise. Another important conclusion drawn was that in all of the events that have taken place within the whole coordination and this interplay, it's always important to identify the responsible leaders who are engaged in intersectorial unification, linkages, bonding, and can continue this work not just at the level of social initiatives, but taking it higher up to the executive level. Yuri Filuk mentioned that we already have to launch into recovery without waiting for the victory to be won, because day in and out we are losing our potential. People will be going out of Ukraine unless they have any vistas and possibilities for them to stay here. So this brain drain needs to be stopped. Several speakers spoke about the decline of social activism, and we need to also make some activities into trades and professions. Volunteering can also grow into institutions, and they will provide for the organizational sustainability, which also plays a key role in this respect. Mr. Andriy Sadovy said that he values very highly, esteems very highly the positions of civil society leaders, and the city of Lviv engages them as officials at the level of local self-governance. He also mentioned that experience testifies to the fact that social work needs to be done by civil society organizations, and that immediately raises the efficiency of these sectors. Communication within many reforms, many activities, needs to be done at a higher level so people can understand and perceive it properly and can engage in maintaining and sustaining what has already been achieved. Various social society organizations have to be busy with what they do, but they need to do it professionally. You cannot expect from think tanks to volunteer for a long time. They have to fulfill their primary function. They need to prepare systemic decisions and be responsible for that. So these are the major takeaways. And one more important point about the work with migrants and IDPs. Even temporary stay of IDPs in small communities needs to integrate these people. These people have to be integrated in the social and cultural life, even for brief moments. Thank you, Svetoslav. Amongst our presenters were also representatives of local self-governance, mayoral offices, representatives of business. Different theses were made, but something that united them all is that the factor of our resilience was our unity and cohesion. We were all stressed in the first months. People were all shocked. And still, this unity, which became the result of shedding different biases, this contributed to the unity, which in its turn began to move us very actively. And that's something that needs to be accelerated further. Some other theses and points made. Our participants agreed that recovery needs to be done now. We also had it repeated several times. Our mayors repeated that the war will be over and we will win the victory. And we have to depart from the Soviet legacy. We had the representative from the civil society, from Chernigiv region, from Sumy region. Now the requirement is for an absolutely different approach to development, because this is the area very vulnerable. There was an appeal to work together with the representatives of small and medium-sized businesses. There is very little difference, very small difference between businesses and the civil societies, because businesses immediately launch into whatever civil society offers them to do. So this is another point of unity. And another point made was that guys will come back from the front line and they will clearly ask us, what were you doing in the peaceful territories while we were shedding our blood for your sake? And we will have to be looking straight in their eye and report to them what we were doing while they were defending us on the front line. And of course, we will be able to thank them, because even now, today, we can already put our heads and think together about the recovery of Ukraine. Thank you, Svetoslav. One more statement I would like to say, one important aspect that we mentioned in Lviv, and it resonated with you in Kyiv. It's something that ran through as a topic of our discussion, particularly during the previous panel, during the break, and now. Trust. Trust in our mutual work. The problem is that this attack on volunteer movement is in no way in favor of volunteering when different kinds of criminal cases are initiated against volunteers, undermines, erodes trust in multiple volunteering initiatives. And it's an absolutely bad process. There is no answer to this. Executive authorities, central authorities have to respond to that. We don't have any representatives of them with us here today, and that deeply disturbs us. We are also disturbed by unity, the erosion of this unity and its decrease, but at the same time we were emphasizing what put us all together. This trust, which is the foundational underpinning, or maybe the fear that resulted in this unity. Further, doesn't have to be based on fear, but on the necessity to be conscious of the united effort of all of the sectors, the social, the civil society, the society at large, businesses, executive authorities. So this collaboration matters for us enormously. Thank you. We send our greetings from Kiev to you, Lviv. Here's a round of applause that you can hear from our room. Alexei, I think that we have already fulfilled our historic mission, and now we are forwarding it to the next panel discussion. Thank you very much to the panelists and all those involved in the organization of today's event.
I mean, of course, it would be good to have a small rest for the sake of recovery, but there's a lot of comprehensive issues on the table today. So, greetings, everyone. And in just a minute, we will start. My name is Irina Solovey. I'm the president of the civilian organization Garish Gang and co-founder of the Big Idea platform. This is the largest crowdfunding platform, and it's a wonderful opportunity to meet all of you. And I'll introduce the participants of our discussion in just a minute. Our format works in the following manner. So we are having discussions in Kiev and simultaneously in Lviv. And after the end of our discussion, we'll share the points with the Lviv. So we'll exchange the ideas that were discussed in those cities. So the intention is to have a conversation today that would help us to formulate the the thing, how did we get to where we are now. So this is sort of kind of a general question, but we're talking about the resilience and post-war transformation and modernization. And we have something like an hour for this conversation, and we'll have a conversation on how different sectors impact the civil society and its ability to fulfill difficult objectives under difficult circumstances. So allow me to introduce the participants today. We have Uliana Tokarova online with us, and she's representing, she's the Deputy Minister of Social Policy. We have Ivan Naumenko from the Foundation Return Alive. We have Ihor Kozlovsky, a scientist, Yulia Tyshik, National Platform, and Larisa Kobylyanska online. She's the coordinator at the non-governmental organization. So let me make just a small overview of the Ukrainian civil society. We one more aspect, a small kind of a request to the panelists and to the audience. For the sake of the audience and for the sake of the work of our interpreters who are helping us, please try to express your ideas in a way that our audience would be able to cover those ideas. So, in plain words, do not speak fast. Because the faster we speak, the faster would interpreters need to speak and return. So going back to the portrait of the Ukrainian civil society, it would be helpful that if our panels would be able to comment on that. I mean, their viewpoint on that, considering their position. Because the Ukrainian civil society, it came on path of democracy and development since the proclamation of our independence. And what we've seen as some sort of an explosive development of the civil society in the early on, when the volunteering has become a separate institution. The organization of the civil society is becoming more professionalized, and it's becoming more and more professional in terms of contributing to different processes in the country. Then we have a new entity, the city communities, that alongside with state, with the community there, included in the process of strategic recovery of the Ukrainian society. And after the large-scale aggression, there's a significant increase in the number of military from 700,000 to 1 million people who might be returning to our cities as veterans. And this is something that was also mentioned. So can we use this energy for the sake of recovery? How do we integrate them into the processes? Now, the citizens over the past 8 years, they've they're in the process of transformation from a role when the people have seen themselves more as the electors. So they've influenced the processes in the form of participating in the elections. But now it's different. Now they're becoming more professional in terms of responding to the challenges that we face with, and in order to maintain the ability to organize some aspects. Therefore, considering the fact that the consequences of war are over large scale, and we have over 40% damage to economy, lots of people flee the country, then there's PTSD. But I think we have to differentiate the PTSD in Kiev and in cities that were under the occupation. Then there's a lot of military requiring support in that area. So, well, having this as some sort of a portrait, and what Timothy Snyder mentioned, that our civil society is sufficiently strong in order to come up with a point of view that we are ready to win, to overcome the consequences of this war. So here's a question to the to our panelists: like, what do you think? How we got to where we are now? And I mean, maybe the theory that you're representing, how it helped to get us. Now, what's necessary to stay focused on in order to continue this movement? So, Olesia Ostrovska from Mistecki Arsenal, please, you can start, because that's the topic of culture, and we can sometimes hear that it is from culture that our values are being developed. So thank you. Can you hear me? So good afternoon. First of all, I'm happy to join you. Thank you for the invitation. And Irina asked me about this before the panel. Like, what do you think about this? What's the relations between the cultural circles and the civil society and its conditions? And first and foremost, I think this is almost the same circle. But I wanted to share with you two hypotheses. One is more or less speculative, because it's fairly distant from the field that I'm working at. And second, I think it's fairly speculative, but I'm more confident in that. So the first hypothesis. Now, how it happens so that Ukrainian intellectual circle is different by its behavior, by its type of response to the freedom, or to the lack of freedom. How it happens so that it's so different from the one in Russia? And this is something that we tend to hear in many discussions. Now, one of the explanations, and there's a lot of them, now one of the factors which I believe important is what were the role models of opposition to the Soviet regime at the time of the Ukraine's independence. So should we look at the role models in Russia? Now, this would be the manifestation of a role model of a regime where that was Mikhail Gorbachev. Now, his opponent, the person that concentrated opposition to the system, that was Boris Yeltsin. Now, in our case, it would be Leonid Kravchuk. Still, Leonid Kravchuk had an opposition, a fairly strong one, and it was Vyacheslav Chernovil, Levko Lukyanenko, Ihor Yukhnovsky. So that was the opposition, therefore formerly enslaved during the Soviet period of time. So these were not so like some sort of a prominent cultural entities. If you remember the 1990s, then the conversations in Verkhovna Rada, they were transmitted via radio. So the spread of this information was very significant, I would say. And I believe that there's another role model. Since all of those people were related to humanitarian circles, then this model were significant or important for the humanitarian circles. And let me remind you that the most outstanding and person who was enslaved by the Russian regime was Vasil Stus. He died in 1985. That was after the end of Perestroika. That was the period that we consider a period of liberalization. And that was the source of an identity. Now, the second speculative point of view that I have, now, what was the largest project for the Ukrainian cultural people, for different managers, for different philosophers and mediators? Now, what was the largest project over the past couple of years? That has to do with another question. Now, how it happens so that the pro-Russian culture in Western European countries is more sort of popular rather than Ukrainian? That means that Ukrainians didn't work well enough. And we would all agree that that's not the case. That's the imperial trajectory is different from the trajectories of the periphery. They're all different and comprehended differently. And if it goes about the dialogue between empires and empires, it's comprehended differently. So the question, those cultural people, they didn't show the products of their work sufficiently. They didn't participate in exhibitions. They didn't write the texts. They didn't translate those texts that they've written. And in order to have the translation of those texts, it's not you who have to translate those texts, but someone else has to be willing to translate your texts. And that's another sort of point of reference. I think the major project for all the Ukrainian or cultural people was not the work, but the democracy. I mean, the people were engaged in the establishment of democratic sort of structure or order over the past 30 years. I mean, all the texts, all the novels were related to that. There were multitude of commands. There was a diversity, a multitude of different activity. Now, an additional factor in all that was the fact that it was lacking the connection between the Ukrainian money and Ukrainian intellectuals. The money were sort of related to experts from different countries, someone from Russia, someone from Eastern Europe or United States. And it was sort of, I guess we have some technical issues. So they've elaborated some sort of knowledges in Ukraine. Now, surprisingly, it gave a positive result because those people, they couldn't concentrate on their own artistic work, and still it didn't result in a cynical position of an artist that was fairly characteristic to Russia. Instead, those people were sort of joining the work for the sake of a greater purpose. Thank you, Lesia. Thank you for your thoughts and for the crystal clear statements. And would be building the next conversation based on them, on the role model, on understanding the model for Ukraine and the world. So I think Ukrainian soldiers have become the role model for many. So let me ask Ivan Naumenko from the foundation Return Alive. Could you please tell us how I mean, this is a new individuality, the co-creator of the civil society and democracy in Ukraine, and now we can say that they're participated in the establishment of this free world. So how is this cooperation being developed between the civil society, the volunteers and the military? What should we have as a focus of our attention? So thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the question. I would like to say that the 24th of February, it has changed not only Ukraine, but it started the processes of changes in the global order. And there's a high probability that under the influence of our war, this will result in the reformation of the UN and many others. But this is something that might be happening in the distant future, or maybe in the nearest future. But still, the way Ukrainian society responded to this large-scale aggression I was absolutely not surprised about this, because everyone knows what the market is. And for the second time in this past 10 years, we have this turbulence. At first, we had this turbulence, largest turbulence in 2016, and the other turbulence we had on the 24th of February when all the civil society started to operate. Someone started to volunteer, the others donated money. Some went or enrolled into the armed forces, or joined the territorial defense, or joined the other uniformed services. And it happened so that the majority of the civil society have joined in one way or another way to the armed forces. There's armed forces, National Guard, Security Service of Ukraine, there's many other institutions. And still, a lot of people from the civil society, from the business, they sort of engaged with these institutions. And gradually, under the influence of this new blood being shed, these institutions will get changed. And for the second time over the past 10 years, we're passing this. So at first it happened in 2014, and our armed forces have been developing from 80,000 to 250,000. There was a lot of civilians coming to the armed forces who started to change that from inside. Now, should we talk about the security and defense sector? It increased from 320,000 to 1 million people. Now, it will also have an impact on the future of the army, armed forces, the National Guard, now, after the end of the active phase of this war. But there is another challenge that might arise. All those people who have become military, these IT guys, the business owners, businessmen, maybe the employees of civil organizations, professors, cultural activists, or people. Now, after demobilization, they will become veterans. And we don't know the portrait of a modern veteran. We know what the veteran portrait was as of the beginning of February, because at that time we had 420,000 veterans. Now we'll have more than 1 million veterans. And the members of families of those who were killed in this war, they have the same status. So we'll have several millions of people. Some think that it might be up to 10 million of citizens of Ukraine, and considering the demographic crisis, that could amount to 25% of the population of Ukraine. And I think the civil society has to think what to do with that, because the state would it would be hard for the state to comply with its civil commitments when we had 420,000 veterans. Now, evidently that the state won't be able to cope with this several millions of veterans. So we, the state and the society, has to find the best suitable model that would stop the Soviet practice to promise everything to everyone, but instead to create a system that would provide possibilities to those willing to take those possibilities. So I guess that's it, what I had to say.
When you were saying that independently the state, the country will definitely not be able to cope, it has to unite efforts with the civil society, I would like to give the floor to Yulia Tishchenko from the National Platform of Resilience and Coherence. Can you kindly respond to what Timmy Snyder said, that over the last 8 years, the Ukrainian society has been preparing to give military rebuttal to an attack. But this, unfortunately, has brought us to the state of all-out war. And something that Lisa and Ivan have already stated, that cohesion and unity are necessary. And now very much so in order to achieve victory, and very much so in order to overcome the effects of war. So where are we now? And what is worth keeping in the focus of our attention in order to keep pursuing this pathway and not lose anything? Thank you very much indeed for your question. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel discussion. It seems to me that, of course, we can agree with this statement that we have been preparing to this for 8 years, but I think that this pathway is much longer. It's about 30 years now. And it seems to me the different generational cross-sections of what can be regarded as the Ukrainian civil society stem all the way back to the 1980s. And they have been constantly training for interaction, for troubleshooting, for whatever kind of current challenges. What's interesting about these Ukrainian practices and distinguishes them from other countries of the post-Soviet space, in Ukraine, and this is what the current stage clearly demonstrates. In Ukraine, we have already communities. What do I mean by that? Not as organizations with a clear-cut hierarchy, but in Ukraine, this interaction, like during the last 8 years, the volunteering movement, etc., there are communities which do not issue any orders, certificates, they don't have any hierarchies when approving any decisions. These are the communities that have common motivation, sometimes common values or desires, which may not necessarily match, but what's important is that we collaborate with one another. And in order to ensure this collaboration, it needs trust, at least minimal trust, like dialogue. Reasons for cooperation is trust and rapport. And in the civil society, despite the general skepticism and problems and everything that we are talking about, there is a certain consensus achieved with various variations, but nevertheless. And it's about the fact that we need to get to work together and look for out-of-the-box solutions. And that's something that we have been demonstrating. Back in 2004 and 2014, and now. It seems to me that what is also important is the generational intersection, cross-section, both for the civil society, for setting up communities. Other instruments and toolkits are used in order to create communications, and of course that requires separate analysis. The fact that war, in a horrible way, but paradoxically, made Ukraine very famous in the world, in addition to the great number of challenges, has also created a great number of opportunities and opened a lot of windows. So the Ukrainian civil society, as it appears right now, is much broader than just Ukraine within its geographical confines, both in terms of new connections and new collaborations and actualization of different Ukrainian topics, plots connected to resilience, war, etc. Resilience, by the way, is not a metaphor. It's not a figure of speech or just a characteristic. At previous sessions, we talked about the European integration, etc. And in many ways, this is a certain trend for policy making. So what is resilience? It is ability to adapt to challenges and make or approve decisions quickly, at least at the procedural level. So it's being adaptive. Adaptation of different systems in response to different challenges. For NATO, it's infrastructural resilience. For the EU, it's something broader. And what we are observing right now happening with the Ukrainian civil society, it's a dimension of social resilience. Why? Because algorithms cannot work on their own. They work at the expense of people and a great variety of other elements and collaborations and joint work. Today, by the way, nearly in all countries of the EU, without an exception, they write plans of coherence and resilience, and they provide budgeting, resources, discussions revolve around that. But in the context of recovery and modernization, it's something that we in Ukraine haven't even started talking about, because for us, resilience, national and social resilience, is different for every country. So, in fact, we haven't even launched into this discussion in a proper way in order to operationalize these things and attach that to our collaboration in the civil society and all of the positive practices in order to get them at a certain level. Because it's true, all of the developments that we have, volunteering movement, the involvement and engagement of the communities which previously never took care of any joint work or mutual interests now are on board. And I think it's a very interesting experience and a success story, not only within Ukraine. We can share and export that, and if I may say so, this respective experience, and in such a way continue our cooperation. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now, Uliana Tokareva online, she's Deputy Minister of Social Policies. Would you kindly provide your feedback to what Ivan and other panelists have already contributed? The country itself, the state itself, communities, these are different hierarchies, different working organizations, and right now we are in a situation that we have to dovetail cooperation between these sectors, let's put it this way. So what is helping you in this regard? What is relevant in this area? And what kind of things would you like to distinguish and say that they are necessary to be preserved? Thank you for your contribution. Thank you. First of all, hello to all of the participants of this discussion. I would say that it's pretty hard for me to speak about this on behalf of the state, because some 2 months ago I was a representative of the civil society, and I'm right now in a new role for me. But everything that the previous speakers had to say really resonates with me. I couldn't agree more that now in our social work we have to fall back on resilience, because that's something, and endurance, that's something that enables everyone to keep going despite pains, hurts, tumult, when you have to build your life anew from scratch. I'm talking about on behalf of the people that are IDPs. And for them, resilience and endurance is a decisive, resolute, most important point. And you, Ms. Natalia, when you were talking in the context of culture and gave the whole list, I felt that pretty much in the context of cultural work and social work in particular as an aspect. That's why when we talk about social cohesion and social work, to me, they are really similar notions or identical things, because a civil worker, someone that provides civil support, is an entry point to everyone who requires help within a community. I mean, the people that have come from affected communities who have had to migrate. So if they're professional enough and humane enough, they will become an entry point, or on the contrary, they can become the final point that will ultimately destroy the world for the people that might come to them with their pains. And social security organizations and civil society organizations cannot live by the principle promise everything to everyone. The social sector, the way it is funded by the government, cannot meet everyone's needs. And the way that civil society organizations are responding to the request for social support is yet again a witness to the fact that throughout these 8 years of war raging in Ukraine, we have been preparing, creating competences, making developments which are compliant with our needs. Because if we regard other wars, conflicts, emergencies ranging in the world, they're still different. And quite often we are offered solutions which are not adapted, well suited for us. The war which we have on our hands now requires and brings forward the needs and wants that will definitely be necessary for Ukrainians. And the solutions have to be adapted to our Ukrainian context. So the first thing, recovery and social sector has to be based on professionalism, humanity, but it has to be supported along with that. It's impossible to create a qualitative social service unless it's funded properly. And this social sector needs to remain open. That is to say that mechanisms have to be launched into operation that will provide not only utility services, but civil society organizations and businesses need to engage in this, because we talk about the so-called procurement of social services, and in this respect it's extremely important. And I also agree with Ms. Yulia Tishchenko in her saying that war presents us with opportunities, so let's exploit them. Now we are developing a unique experience of providing mental relief, psychological help to the people who are traumatized. We are developing mechanisms of providing support to those who have lost everything. This is the program of being integrated within new communities. It's a very comprehensive and complex issue of being integrated, because this integration can only come when people can see future prospects for themselves. But in the conditions of war, it's very hard indeed. And we as the ministry, the way that we see our role in this respect, in terms of providing social services, this is exclusively cooperation with civil society organizations, because even if we involve the potential of our donors and international organizations, we always have to say, we want your support, but this support is not only for us as the state institutions, but that's the support for civil society organizations, for them to get on board and respond to the challenges that people have in communities on the ground. Therefore, I would say that we are faced with a new challenge. For the ministry, at least, it is a new challenge. The development of social support, or establishing new standards for social support, meant for those who have experienced war, both as the military personnel and as civilians. We have to offer such support that will definitely be helpful rather than just declarative. Thank you. Thank you for these statements, for these ideas, because I can also see a separate challenge that the Ukraine as a state has to express its humanity and provide for resilience as well as endurance at the level of every individual and do it on the go. And now I would like to ask Larisa Kombolyanska, who is a coordinator for volunteering initiatives in her civil society organization, and comment on the point that on the one hand, in official statements right now, we say that women are joining the armed forces, and about 22% of the armed forces are females, or is it 22%? 40,000 females are now on the front line. Thank you for this clarification. And along with that, women are responsible for rescuing our future, which is our children. So, of course, on the one hand, these are opportunities, but on the other hand, challenges. So how should the civil society operate in Ukraine for women to be able to cope with all of this and manage this? So what are your ideas, if you're ready? Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. It's been most interesting for me to hear the fellow panelists. And I would like to say something with regard to every intervention, but of course, the circle of issues that you have just thrown at me makes me say that, in the first place, the turbulence that we find ourselves in is unprecedented. Since February 24th, mobilization of men was started, and 1 million men were mobilized, and social mobilization of women started the same time. And they are also mobilized in terms of their social group, the way that they're represented within our society. It's true, it's an extraordinary challenge. And talking about the opportunities it has to offer, well, I'll try to strike a balance in this, but let me mention one point which nowadays somehow is not frequently mentioned. Of course, I'll talk about the role of women, their leadership, and how it is expressed, and remarkable contributions that women have had to make. But from the perspective of the developments and achievements that women had in terms of their rights and equality, all of that had to be revised, because skeptics immediately had an opportunity to say, look, now is the traditional role of women and men, because men went to the front line to protect, and you, women, you have to save children. You deal with the peaceful things. Engage in your traditional, in inverted commas, roles. And in fact, I would say this masculinity, which is being sang praises to, has put on a certain pause, on a stall, or even threatens a backlash to those attainments and values that have already been introduced into our society as part of the European integration. I mean, the empowerment of women. And here the civil society had a great role to play. The cohesion that women, civil society organizations had to demonstrate, those horizontal linkages created prior to the war, and which were positively and efficiently began to work, prevented the skepticism to develop with regard to women. Yes, it's true that there is still a desire with a certain category of politicians to speculate in this regard. But anyway, we can very confidently say that the role and the leadership of women was crystallized. And let me just give you some cases in point of how war facilitated the solution of some of the things that couldn't get resolved for years and years, like the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. 11 years. It was impossible, but it became possible during the wartime. And by the way, due to the fact that some pseudo-valuable arguments were distinguished, that were always engaged to counteract the necessity to ratify this convention. Leadership of females is obvious, because women are at the help of military and civilian administrations. 40 women are already on the front line, and 1,000 of them are commanders and officers. They're in charge of communities, different volunteering and social projects. And these are not single-off women. In fact, these are all Ukrainian women taken together, because we cannot just speak about a community or separate individuals who wouldn't feel their involvement. This united female movement has greatly benefited, just as I have said, certain developments that were already attained previously, and the attention that needs to be focused on demonstrating the visibility of women. When I was talking about singing praises to masculinity, I meant that sometimes women remain behind the scenes and on the scales of social significance of the contributions made by men and women, it's very easy to lose sight. And regrettably, it is so. It's possible to lose sight of the valor and the attainments which are important and contributed by women, females. And now, if we take a forward perspective, just as everyone keeps repeating, that war offers us opportunities. So it should be expedient for us to think about how to maintain and preserve the leadership of those women that have become visible leaders due to this war. I cannot say thanks to the war, but due to the war, because of the war, because of what's happening in our country. A lot of people have changed their residences, ways of life, occupations, trades, and in many ways, not out of their goodwill, but due to the potential that they had, women were ready to do so because war requires the full implementation of the capabilities of the entire society. I'm not only talking about the military potential, but human capital in the first place. And the way that the potential of the Ukrainian women has proved to be so very well educated and highly qualified has enabled us to troubleshoot not only for humanitarian and social problems. And I agree with Ms. Uliana that the civil society and civil society organization and female organizations in the first place assumed the role to taking care of children, distribution of humanitarian aid and such like. But it's very important that after the war, all these leadership and personal and collective efforts need to be converted into political leadership, managerial leadership, and the recovery time will definitely require female resources, just as this demanding time, not only due to the fact that we have to evacuate and preserve our posterity, but in terms of preservation of the values and this core and the pillar, the national unity, which is drastically important. Thank you very much, Ms. Larissa. Now I would like to invite Mr. Igor and to comment on the following. Due to the war, we are going through a lot of shocking events. Towns and cities are being liberated, claimed back. First, they speak about the living ones, then they begin to mention those that were killed. Then we start weeping. Faith was a substantial element historically contributing to our unity, and we remember that during the Revolution of Dignity, it was helping us enormously. So how can we preserve the sensitivity on the one hand, and along with that, continue to fight, which requires from us endurance?
Well, thank you. Let me reply and once again mention the name of this panel. You know, I'm sort of surprised with the name of it. Like, how do we build? Look, we are building already. That's what we're talking right now. We are talking about the fact that we are building. Now, preserve. There is no need to preserve anything. And whenever I got a question about, like, saying we have challenges in our environment or within our family, how to preserve those relations, you shouldn't preserve that. You should develop that instead. And that means that even in this name and this title, there's this lack of understanding on our part in terms of the challenges that we face as well as the objectives that we need to accomplish, then how do we facilitate the social kind of a rehabilitation or recovery? Now, what does that mean? I mean, we had some recovery, and then it died, and then we need to sort of recover something once again. Look, the word matters. The word brings sense. Because I mean, the way you name the ship, the way it flows in the seas. We need to understand what does that mean to have this cohesion in between one another. We know the components of the civil society, and someone just asked to tell about the faith and this religious community. It's part of the civil society. We shouldn't forget about this. We shouldn't just have them behind the records. They're working hard on the front lines. They're doing some volunteering job. They're supporting our IDPs both inside and outside of Ukraine. They're taking care of them. Now that means what? They're participants of this process. And whenever we are talking about the cohesion on the overall, there's no need for putting someone behind the brackets. We are different. We have different religions in the country. We are the largest Catholic country and Greco-Catholic country in the Europe. We are the largest Baptist country in the Europe. And look at the amount of wealth that we have. And it's important to engage and to build the mature civil society. And for the religious communities, what you're calling a social work, they're calling that a social service. Like look at the difference. So that's where the resilience are. In case of service, there's no fatigue or something like that. I mean, there could be fatigue in the work, but service, that's something that comes from the bottom of the heart. And this is something that you need to learn. And the civil society is the living body. You don't need to preserve it. There's some peculiarities, and the Ukrainian civil society has a peculiarity as an individual. It has some sort of features which makes it different from other civil societies. Take experience, but what else? Russia failed to take into account. Yes, you can say that civil society is horizontal, the authorities are hierarchical, but they fail to take into account that we have a subject-based civil society, and it is this society that has its peculiarities for the development. And now it's being developed in a sort of unregulated manner, but should we come wisely to that? Should we use those moments that I was mentioning about earlier, which are dealing with this with the empathy, with the ethics, because we understand that our society is being traumatized, and we need to live with that. And the trauma is some sort of an injury in the society and in the country as a whole. It's not limited by the space, and it's prolonged in time, will have consequences somewhere later on. Yes, there will be a victory. There will be a euphoria after that victory, but then there will be some regressive thoughts. There would be, I don't know, fatigue or burnouts. And you understand that a significant number of people will be disabled ones, and they would require social support, psychological support. Support from all around the society. There would be significant sort of demand for justice and mercy, and we need to prepare for that now. And the civil society needs to understand that it's not temporary, that it's a body that will develop the country further on, because the civil society develops faster than the state. The state requires some legal mechanisms which require some time to elaborate this Istanbul Convention. I mean, how much time, how many years it took for us to ratify that? There's questions about that, but still, that's a fact. And this civil society, it has to be a participant of all the processes. I mean, it has to become a partner. It is a partner to a state, although the state never really understands till the very end that the civil society is indeed a partner. And this is a partner that requires a fruitful dialogue. Now, what are we building cohesion for? I mean, for the common good. We have to understand what's common do we have, and the plan around which will be building this social cohesiveness. So we still have 10 minutes for discussion before we do some roundups with Lviv. And I have a provocative, a fairly forwarding question to all the panelists. So let's respond in the same sort of as we had the introductory sports. So those who offer role models and the information about the world and this understanding that the civil society is developing some sort of a behavior which is designed to build a fruitful coordination. And over the past 8 years, maybe that's mostly from my own experience, but our civil organization were more Ukraine-centric. And I guess the same was for the other organizations, but the war will make those organizations even more Ukraine-centric now. Will it be sufficient to spread the leadership? Do we have sufficient possibilities to spread the leadership in the regions? I mean, there's countries who are suffering the post-colonial experiences and their relations with Russia as some sort of an imperial entity. Can we spread the role models and the knowledge about Ukraine and now in the world? Or should we keep on staying as Ukraine-centric? So maybe we'll start with Lesia and then maybe Larissa and Uliana. They're limited in time, so maybe we'll have them joining with their own thoughts, and then we'll have other panelists. Well, I'd like to underline what Mr. Ihor has said. I think what's this social good? What that means? Now, what do we start in terms of development? And answering your question, whether we'll have sufficient efforts or resources. No, we don't. We're already facing significant complications. We don't have enough force to talk somewhere outside of Ukraine. I'm talking from my own area of expertise, that's talking about the cultural diplomacy. It's when we're establishing contacts with people and organizations around the world in the field of culture or through the culture. Now, the problem is that to do that, we do need something which is already elaborated. And for that purpose, you need a lot of people working inside the country and a lot of people working in partnerships. This is something we don't have. Before the war, we didn't have that. We had insufficient number because a lot of artists are now moved outside of Ukraine, and in the Ukrainian museums, our collections. The one that we are saving for a generation. These are saved by our women, and they have their own children. And they had to take a decision whether they will be preserving some of our historical memories or their relatives or and the kids. So that's the horrible question they had to face. So I think we'll be having even less force and efforts, and will be paralyzed in terms of the presence, available presence. That's because of the physical movements of the people who got fatigued, who got tired. These are our perspectives and realities. Now, Uliana, if you're still with us, please share some of your thoughts on this question. So, okay, no more comments. Larissa? Will you be able to join us? Yes, yes, I'm happy to join. First of all, I'd like to express words of gratitude to my counterparts because they've covered this issue, saying that the war has some gender consequences. We haven't researched them yet, but hopefully there would be the same experience dialogue on that matter, meaning that there will be a lot more women after the war. That's going to be a very significant demographic challenge, and it will have to do with the relocation of the different employment opportunities. But going back to this question, well, that we'll have enough efforts, well, to spread the Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian experience somewhere abroad. I would say that we can make some sort of a model looking at what happened after so many women went abroad. Not all of them are sort of passive consumers of the assistance being provided abroad. They're actively working, and they remained their active life in the society or the community of their own country, and they've also participated in the life of the countries they moved to. Then this volunteering, the organization of education, and taking care of the adult people or the elderly people, they will not only bring the European experience to Ukraine, but they will leave behind some part of their Ukrainian experience. Now, talking from the or looking at these female civil organizations, it's not only about the participation in the international conferences as we traditionally thought. It's about, advocating things that are now done not only by the professional civil activists or the advocates. I'm not talking about lawyers, but those who serve as proponents, rather. So that's a unique and universal experience that Europe will be learning, will be studying. Because once again, I would like to say that Ukrainians will leave behind some of the new practices that they had. But looking at or talking about these horizontal ties, there's an important thing that I wanted to mention. And I think it's underestimated at the level of state. That's the soft democracy and the women's inclusion into all the possible platforms and all the possible formats, starting from negotiations and all the way to any type of contacts. I mean, we've been talking about this for 30 years. There's a lot of conventions and things like that, but still, that's not enough. By the way, the unity of women's, like politicians, civil activists, it allowed to produce some significant developments in many directions, starting from the Istanbul Convention and all the way to the successes in the soft democracy. Thank you. Now I'd like to pass this question to Ivan. Now the Ukrainian soldiers are the most experienced one in the world because of this horrible combat experience they're having. But still, it's also a perspective of other people starting from us or learning from us. You won't believe me, but there's already situations like that. But I wouldn't like talking about this. I think it's not the time. Can you comment on that? Well, of course, I believe that everything depends on the point where we would stop. Now, what is the victory? And over 8 years, we haven't reached this social consensus about a victory. Would that mean the return of Crimea or the return of the occupied territories or something else? I believe territories is just a bonus. It's a good bonus. But we don't have a social consensus about this. We'll find it if that's going to be sufficiently ambitious and if we'll reach this. Now, in that case, we'll have much more that we would be able to do. Indeed, the prospects of victory and the outlook of the victory, it has a lot of impact on the people. It's either more people would leave the country after the borders would be reopened, or there would be something different. Julia, we have just a bit of time, but maybe some short thoughts. Look, talking about the impact on the region, this post-Soviet space, and things like that. I think that's also that's already happening, and I talked to different representatives of expert organizations. That's the Southern and Northern Caucasus. Look, there's different attitude on the part of society. There's support. There's different assessments, but they've transferred some of the conflicts they had over the years into the attitude towards the war with Ukraine. And the Ukrainian voice is playing a significant role in there. It's only whether we will have sufficient expertise to have this dialogue. And I cannot but respond to those statements on diplomacy. What I've seen right now, it's a great dispersion, because a lot of students in the cultural higher educational institutions, they had a chance to have an internship, to receive grants in other countries, and to promote Ukrainian cultures. Like, I know there's a lot of cases like that. So it may be sort of dispersed, but I believe that, well, let's say there's a question whether every student will return from that internships, but maybe the Ministry of Culture and other agencies, maybe they're not having that many exhibitions and conversations, but that horizontal experience is very important. And I'm talking about the cultural diplomacy, not the public democracy. Yes, these cultural grants, the concerts of Ukrainian pop stars, this violinists from Kharkiv and things like that. I'm talking about the cultural diplomacy. We need separate panel on cultural diplomacy. 30 seconds, if I may, or maybe even less. Just wanted to say a very important thing. The civil council that I represent has requested through the embassy of different countries so that the universities with the Slovenian departments that would review the programs, because the Western universities have their departments dealing specifically with the history of the Russian culture. And we offered a 10-year moratorium on studying the Russian culture so that we would be able to review our historical achievements and to delineate which belong to which, so that this development of thoughts about Ukraine would be based on our vision, on Ukraine's vision, and not on the Russia's vision. Thank you. That's really an important one. And a couple of words from my side. Yes, we do need not only the territories. Why? Because I mean, the world says that we are fighting for values, and that's the most important thing. Now, the challenge for the civil society is all about becoming more mature, more developed, and to have the society going after in terms of development. Maybe it's not an active part, but the leaders also have to learn and continue learning, in fact. So this is the end of our panel. I'm grateful to all the participants of this discussion, and I guess we've just outlined the circle of issues that we would need to discuss more on that. And I'm calling upon all the panelists, all the participants. Please join us for more conversation, as we would need to have a better understanding. Now we have an exchange with Lviv.
We are ready. And probably I will start, right? Volodya? Hello? Hi there. Hi, Irina. Greetings to the capital. It's been most engaging to listen to you. I thought that you were talking at the same time as us. So who shall start to present our summaries? I think it's you who will start, and then we will provide our summaries. I would like to take some time to formulate my ideas. All right, I am ready, so I will take the floor. I think that everyone present here at Cheptytsky Center will agree with me that we kept talking about the fact that all of the groups mentioned today, I mean IDPs, veterans, ex-combatants, disabled people, and other groups which are vulnerable populations, are not homogenic. We said that these are individuals who have their own strengths and weaknesses and who have to be treated with due respect. We also said that there are huge risks. We run huge risks, which are to do not only with the fact that the people like IDPs who will be contextualized mentally, socially, they have to merge and blend into the communities that accept and receive them. And Ms. Tatiana Naumenka made a good point, a valid point. She said that the people who are fighting, who sooner or later will be coming back from the front line, will be doing so not the way that they were before the war, because there are risks of alcoholic addictions, drug addictions, uncontrollable aggression. And in this respect, the society needs to prepare for that, to embrace ex-combatants in their midst. And if we talk about adaptation and rehabilitation, so it's not just about rehabilitating veterans, but the whole of their families and the circles of their communication. We also were in connection with the Ukrainian educational platform, and we said that children get neglected quite often, and the civil society in many ways gets activated when the government resources right now run out, or local municipalities cannot provide adequate funding. So the educational platform said that we have to live, survive, and develop. These are the three modes for our existence. Each of the regions can live at least within one of such modes. So we need to learn how to adapt and how to move on to the next level. Something that I would like to highlight, it's percolations from the previous platform discussions. Virtually everyone says that social services and social functions have to be forwarded to the civil society. That's something that needs to be delegated together with the funding of this sector. And in conclusion, Ms. Olga said it several times, nothing for us without us. So this is briefly about our summary. And now, Irina, over to you. Thank you for sharing. So it sounds like you have touched upon a lot of practical points, and you have been able to generalize it with reference to the three modes. In our case, we had a perspective from top down. And we said that the civil society is based on the work of those that worked before us, previous generations during the 30 years have served as role models to disseminate the knowledge about Ukraine around the world, and their product has been democracy as such. And this movement keeps moving on in the same key, and our army is ensuring certain world advances. It's something that we can hear about from certain world leaders, and we are observing that the whole society was involved in this fight, has been involved in this fight, and the effects of this war will be experienced not only by veterans themselves, but their families, as well as volunteers, and the issue of their future occupations and employment is a relevant one. Right now, they're doing everything to sacrifice their own interests for the sake of the front and victory. We spoke about the government and the state as a partner, and we saw a certain potential in terms of the sectors of the civil society and formal institutions of the government should interact and cooperate, and this constructive cooperation should be maintained and formalized because it will lead to a positive sum. And that's necessary for us to understand what is common good for Ukraine, social boon for Ukraine, and what is it that we want to achieve as a result of this victory, because this is a uniting factor. We spoke separately about women who have demonstrated their adaptiveness, adjustments, leadership skills. That's something that needs to be acknowledged, supported, not only now, but after the victory is won. And in conclusion, Mr. Igor said that becoming adult is the pathway that we need to pursue. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks you a lot. It seems to me that our Kiev and Lviv studios, what we share in common is, although we are different and we have different features, in fact, one way or another, for more than 30 years, we have been passing to each other everything in order to build a powerful and diverse Ukraine. Thank you. And now we are calling a break. Let's start. Let me know if the stream and live stream and broadcast is going to start. I can see that the broadcast has been started. Wonderful. Then we are going to begin. Welcome to our social, environment and rights-based panel, which will revolve around the challenges concerning recovery and what recovery can fall back on in terms of being it healthy. My name is Larissa Denisenko, and I will be moderating this panel. And be reminded that along with us, we have Filim Vishnitsky and Sofia Chilak working, respectively in Kiev and Lviv. And at the end, we are going to compare our notes concerning our takeaways, which conclusions we are going to make. At this point, I would like to introduce the speakers of our panel. Nadia Kovalchuk, Право for Defense, Right for Defense, Nadia Vozok, Ecodia Public Association, Natalia Pechonchik, Zmina, Alexandra Matvichuk, the Center of Civilian Liberties. Dear fellow colleagues, greetings to you. Before we begin the proper conversation, I caught myself thinking that even prior to the full-blown war and the military conflict which ensued in 2014, when we spoke about a healthy society and healthy environment, we always said that it should be value-based, it should respect dignity, life, it should allow an opportunity to breathe freely, both physically and metaphorically. We have to be free. We have the right to liberty and freedom. After all, now that we are talking about recovery, for us all to imagine that, it's a leap forward. Now we are in a state of war, and we can only think, muse, speculate about recovery. But talking about recovery and imagining recovery is worthwhile when we will be finishing the hot phase. And of course, this will be done when we will be very near our victory. So when talking about recovery, you can imagine a healthy society belonging to this society. And I think each and every one of us feel partly traumatized because we have been inflicted pain to, losses have been experienced by us. We have directly felt what was happening to our fellow citizens right here and right now. And we can still feel that now that we are talking to each other. And through the prism of this trauma, I think it's worth for us to think about what recovery should be from the standpoint of fairness and freedom in order to avoid committing mistakes which one way or another we committed during the peaceful time, let alone wartime, to make sure that people feel protected, human rights are ensured, and that individuals can feel that they're useful, that they can feel the quality of their lives, of their freedom, and the air that they breathe. And the first one to give the floor to, I would like that to be Alexandra Matvichuk, the Center for Civil Liberties. Let me remind you that you make your introductory remarks up to 4 minutes. And then we will have a Q&A session, and then I will also ask my portion of moderation questions. And this will take us to the wrap-up of our today's discussion. Alexandra, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for the floor. We're talking about recovery and how this can be ensured and implemented based on rights. Now that we are already in the 8th month of the full-blown invasion of the Russian Federation, every morning for me starts when I write to my colleagues in Dnipro, like today. And you know that some people were killed, others were injured or wounded. And my mornings begin with questioning whether these people are safe and sound. So when talking about recovery, during the time of ruin, it's very hard and demanding, but moreover, taking the necessary steps to ensure this recovery, because if we can recover our country on the basis of respecting rights, ensuring just and inclusive society, this will definitely guarantee that our society will recover. And this is something that we have to do at the time when we are fighting with the Russian Federation. When we are fighting for our territories and freedom, we have to preserve this value-based framework, that this war forced on us doesn't lose sense for us. On the one hand, of course, we have to win the war, but we mustn't turn into Russia ourselves. This would be complete nonsense, and this is the major challenge which I see, and that the future recovery is faced with. Once again, recovery whose implementation is done in a rights-based, just and inclusive way. This will ensure the success for Ukraine on the way of advancing the countries with developed economies, because we can talk about reforms of law enforcement, judicial reforms, and other reforms in the area of the rule of law. But from our previous experience, it's clear that it's not enough just to approve proper laws and put the right tags on them. All of these laws and institutions established must be driven by energy, and this energy is very qualitatively colored. It's a certain way of thinking of some people who believe that they need just courts, who believe that the rule of law is much better than corruption. The people who believe that the police have to serve rather than drive away peaceful demonstrations and activists. And I may go on, but this energy is not so much dependent on the government as it is dependent on us. And this is the challenge that we will now have to overcome, both individually and as a whole society, this test of a war, our commitment to these values. Because during the war, human rights are restricted, but their restriction is done in a proportionate way, only to an extent which is expedient for these rights and liberties to be restricted in order to win the war. These are not just paying lip service. It's a huge assignment for the civil society in the first place to uphold this value frame, because otherwise we can end up getting into the effect of medicine, who studied the transformations of countries. Now we're talking about the democratic transformations and different ways of modernizations. And he came to understand that there are countries of several tracks. So the countries that want to carry out modernization usually go along a certain track, then they reach a certain glass ceiling, they hit their hand against that, and as medicine says, they lack energy, a leap, in order to move and transit from one kind of energy to another kind of energy. And this is colored with human rights. And my introductory statement revolves around the values of where a significant place belongs to justice. Kyiv City Institute of Sociology carried out a survey, and they asked citizens of Ukraine what will most disillusion them after the end of the war, and 66% of the polled said that they would be disillusioned by impunity of the Russians for the atrocities and crimes committed in Ukraine. So justice, this comprehensive strategy of fairness and justice, unless we build that, we will end up having the 65% of disillusioned people. Last week, I made my intervention at the hearings of the Congress in the United States together with the Prosecutor General, and he said that right now they're investigating 32,000 criminal proceedings. I think that in a week, this number has already grown in Ukraine. Even Scotland Yard is not capable of investigating such a huge number of proceedings. We cannot make International Criminal Court be responsible for that. Many people say, well, the ICC is responsible for doing that at the international level, but it's going to limit itself with only a few cases. So the task to provide justice, or at least to give the chance to hundreds and thousands of the people affected by military crimes and war crimes, is something which is our assignment, and we have to start tackling that right now without waiting for a new window opening up. Thank you, Alexander. You know, when we talk about sexual violence as a war crime or a war-related crimes, new and new things keep coming up day in and out. It's a new type of criminal offenses, and it's really hidden. But we can see how much this number is growing. It's escalating out of proportion. It's 32,000 proceedings, as you have said. It's a demanding pathway for the justice system. But as you say, this number keeps growing. You alluded to the value of the human rights and these challenges which are connected with justice and human rights. I would like Nadia Kovalchuk to follow up on that. So the mic is yours. Hello. The Right to Defense. This is the organization which over the last 8 years has been defending and protecting the rights of the people who were forced due to military actions and fighting in Ukraine to turn into IDPs. And nowadays we have about 7 million people who have become IDPs, and 50% of whom are not employed. About 2 million, 22% respectively, had to move to rural areas. What problems are they confronted with? First is housing, social services, and which they require from the government and the bodies of local self-governance, integration into the communities, host communities where they were forced to move. Education is another one, and this list may go on. And there must be an answer given to each of these points and counts, and solutions adequately proportioned. Then these solutions have to be based on dignity. If we talk about social services provided by the state, they have to be worthy ones based on dignity, so decent ones. So what do we see now? The numbers are given by the International Migration Organization, the numbers that I have quoted. It's important that our government and our local self-governments can independently collect these needs, assess the respective needs, and on the basis of these needs, form decent solutions aimed for the people who were forced to relocate due to war. A lot of them have lost their previous lives. Many of them will never go back home. And they will have to integrate in the communities which host them now. And our task, together with the government, is to make sure they stay in Ukraine. In Ukraine, before the war, there were 7 million children. Now 2 million children are already out of Ukraine, and our task is to make sure that this number doesn't grow. Social protection services, unfortunately, are failing, because even before the 24th of February, the reform of social services delegated providing social services to the level of local communities, and there was no adequate funding provided for that. And now these people and communities have grown out of proportions, and funding is lacking. They cannot assess the needs of these people qualitatively, and it's a whole mess. So our requirement of the state is to make sure that the government needs to be able to count it all, understand the needs, and meet these needs adequately. Another challenge we're faced with is, if we collect the data and operate this data, it's to make sure that this data is protected. Of course, solutions will be digitalized. Artificial intelligence will be also featured. But of course, this data needs to be secured. From the perspective of our organization and the operations of our organization, that's all that I wanted to make in my introductory remark. Thank you very much, Anya. I would like now to take it to you. Alexandra said, I agree that a war puts our values to a test, as well as it puts to a test all of us in terms of making sure that we can protect human rights and defend people. Because right now we speak about our tolerance of enemies, which is zero tolerance. Sometimes it's even negative, because the society should not tolerate those who are plundering, ruining, and ravaging the people and the country. But this impacts people, especially vulnerable populations and cohorts, in different ways. When there is no way out to the aggression, then you begin to attack those who are near you. And the people who belong to LGBTIQ plus group and feminists, what do you think from the standpoint of tolerance? What challenges can your community be confronted with in your organization that you take care of? Thank you very much for the floor. My name is Anna Sharigina. I'm a representative of the sphere, a feminist and LGBTQ community. What resonates with me, of course, is both of our activities, because we target female rights and human rights. I mean, human rights for female population and human rights for LGBTQ groups. So that's something that is so relatable to me. And it's just occurred to me that in my knowledge, to my knowledge, there are probably two drastically different approaches in the way that we treat vulnerable populations. The first one being when people go backpacking or hiking up in the mountains, they usually keep in mind and focus on the weakest, and they always keep the tempo and the pace of the weakest ones, the people who may have the most limited resources. And another approach, which is mostly being implemented now, and I don't know why, this is the Red Cross and Crescent approach. Whenever any medical organization comes to a disaster scene, they do not rescue weakly wounded or heavily wounded, but they always try to rescue the ones who have sustained average injuries. So if we implement it at the level of our society and try to predict what will be happening in the future, it's interesting for me to know how the government and the state will be making it so social policies, once again, will it be focusing on the most vulnerable groups or those that are capable of working and have the resources to work for the country, for the sake of the country. So this utilitarian approach, it's there in the air. It's nearly tangible, especially when we talk about humanistic and humanitarian things, because all people, it seems to me, are considered and regarded under the prism of how you can become useful to the society. And for me, it's kind of contradictory. It runs at odds with ideas of humanism, because we cannot choose the time in which we live. And my personal decision and the decision of our organization is to keep working for the sake of vulnerable communities or vulnerable cohorts within these communities. And I would put it this way. In these activities and operations, of course, solidarity plays a key role. Support is really meaningful, because there's a lot of strain and pressure exercised on us. I don't even know how this can actually take place, just like you said, lack of tolerance, zero tolerance with regard to the foe. The same can be projected on the whole society, zero tolerance by the society or non-tolerance of the enemy. I mean, will we ever run out of enemies with the end of the war? But you know, I'm afraid of saying something, of making any statements, because I've been experiencing a lot of different pressures exerted on me since 2014 and 2015. I don't think that we have a lot of choices. We have to work here and now, firstly. And secondly, our organization, which is based in Kharkiv, cannot make planning for 3 months or a year, as our partners usually like asking us, what are you planning for the 3 years from now? But we are planning to be working now. And at the foreground for us is our Ukrainian identity and other identities. But it doesn't mean that we refuse from other identities. Thank you, Anna. You have referred to the principle of the Red Cross. Well, basically, if yesterday you listened to Dmytro Lubinets, our ombudsman, who stated that in no way has the Red Cross been to visit the Ukrainian captives. So I think that these principles have to be revisited, because these principles turn out to be the principles of rolling back rather than providing help and assistance to those who could be helpful to the society, to the state. We need to develop another model and construct corridors of support for everyone. Think about everyone's needs. That's something that we have been doing all together throughout our professional lives, during our social activities, inclusive. Now I would like to involve Natalia in our conversation, because ecology and natural environment does not necessarily correlate with human rights, but I think it's a distorted opinion, because we mean an ecosystem. We want to make sure that everyone lives safely and everyone feels responsible. So, Natalia, what are the challenges that you can refer to with reference to ecology? Well, I'm a representative of ECOD. It's one of the largest civil society organizations in Ukraine. And respectively, I will be working about the environment. And as you have rightfully said, human rights. I mean, it's a mistake to believe that human rights and environment do not correlate. The environment doesn't have problems. Human beings have problems, and the evolution testifies to the fact that nature keeps living despite all odds and obstacles. At the start, I would like to thank, of course, our armed forces for this meeting that we are enjoying today. Millions of Ukrainian women who are doing everything that we can win this war as soon as possible. And of course, I would like to thank nature, because if you have been watching the news in the battle for Kiev, in a way, the Irpin River, in a way, also helped us, because it flooded and it helped us to win this battle for Kiev. In a way, it was like an elephant in the room, something that we never referred to in the previous panel discussions. Nature-based decisions, in fact, decrease the costs for security, surprising as it may sound. Now that we are talking about recovery, we keep talking about the recovery of Ukraine, but I think that we have to speak about the green recovery of Ukraine. What does green mean? It suggests that we will not be renewing the old and ruined things, old houses, mines, the towns focused on automobiles, cars, but we will be building the towns and cities where Ukrainians will be willing to go back and take their children with them. And this green recovery means that we have to pay unimaginable price for that, but we still have this opportunity to rebuild at a higher level than it was before. When building new houses, we can and we must mention high standards of energy efficiency. And when making investments right now, we are making investments into the future. So the green recovery of Ukraine is about long-term horizon of planning. It's about our true future. And we have heard that our defendants will come back. They will ask us, what were you busy doing? So we have no right to say that we were rebuilding the old houses or we were building modular towns in the green area of the Irpin River. If you know the situation with the sanatorium Lastivka, where instead of housing the people who lost their accommodation and housing, at first they were planning, I don't know what the plans are right now, they were planning to chop down the trees in the greenest zone. And this was a completely wrong, erroneous decision. For us, the beacon should be the European Green course and programs. That's something that they are not talking about within Ukraine. Although in Lugano, in summertime, when Ukraine presented its plan for recovery, each speaker at the international level referred to principles of sustainable development, the necessity for green recovery. For the international community, it's incredibly important, just as for our partners and donors, for the structures that support us.
Досі лишається чимось повністю поза дискурсом.
In Ukraine, unfortunately, this remains outside the scope of the discourse. Thank you. I suppose that all of these decisions approved by local authorities who were very frequently suspected of corruption and which unfortunately wasn't punished in due time for that. And journalist investigations were waived off, and all of this resulted in the situation like Natalia, something that you talk about, when they exercise usual practices and the test of war, as Alexander has said. We are trying to go through this test, but people still apply their old practices and approaches, and we as the civil society remain watchdogs of such actions, be cautious and safeguard against such actions. And if some believe that it's not the due time, and right now we have to rebuild and provide housing accommodation for those who have lost it, but we shouldn't do that at the expense of ruining green areas, because there's never just one solution available. So, Tatiana, I would like to involve you in this conversation. Alexandra keeps appealing with the first speaker when she spoke about impunity versus punishment, which is so meaningful for the people right now, because they want to make sure that the culpable persons are punished. Impunity kills. Silence kills. You have been involved in numerous campaigns with other organizations. Let's just talk about that, shall we? Thank you, Larissa. Today we are talking about recovery and our country of the future, the country of dreams. But in order to talk and dream about it, we need to analyze more deeply what we have in our country, our legacy from before the war, and something that we have no right to transfer in the post-war Ukraine. And here, the civil society is a kind of a nerve which is much more sensitive in terms of feeling the wrongdoings. And amongst us, probably, there are such individuals who are conscious and have always been conscious of that in a much more acute way than others, who were always non-compromising with reference to corruption, Russian influences at local levels. And here I would like us to remember about Katerina Gandzuk, and how prophetic her words were some 2 weeks before an attack on her in mid-July 2018. She wrote in one of the posts, "The revenge of pro-Moscow separatism may have two forms, a military and political ones. If the south and the north are occupied, then activists will be the organizers of the Ukrainian underground and partisan movements." Preparation for possible future attacks is something that everyone needs to do. So some 3.5 years before this full-blown war, Katerina anticipated, and she just said it very rightly, that the attack would start from the south and from the north. And our organization, the Center of Action, what we are doing, we are documenting various examples and cases of attacks launched against activists in various areas of life. Before the war, we documented about 100 different attacks, half of which were physical attacks or threats, and the predominant majority of them were not effectively investigated. We would talk about that year in and out, and this was all before the war, as I have said. And now let's see what this impunity has resulted in specific cases. In 2016, judge, even the president of the district court in Vovchansk, Irina Ukhanyova, approved decision 16 days of administrative arrest to a local activist in Kharkiv, Maxim Kornienko, because he was video streaming the trial, the hearing, but the judge said and approved 15 days would be administrative punishment. And he started to complain against this decision, and he tried to make sure that this judge would be ousted. Eventually, the High Council of Justice got this case, and what did it decide? They decided that this judge has to be sent for advanced learning for 6 months. And now this judge is recognized to be a collaborationist. When Vovchansk was occupied, she persuaded other fellow judges to serve Russian authorities. Now Vovchansk has been liberated, and Irina Ukhanyova is probably out of Ukraine. She is in the territory of the aggressor state. Another example, another case in point, we were very vastly impressed by it because a local activist, Valery Kharchuk from Rubizhne town, who was the head of a local anti-corruption front, who was exposing corruption, 6 times during 1 year, he was set fire to his car, to his flat, to his office, and the mayor of that town, Sergei Khortyev, even hit this activist with a chair when the activist came to challenge the point of folding down one of the schools for disabled children. And what happened when the Russian forces came? He has become a collaborationist. For many years, we have been addressing law enforcers, but they just turn a blind eye today. They would just redress this question to the High Council of Justice. We wanted to make sure that these people wouldn't go unpunished. They couldn't persecute civil activists, but they would. Eventually, the protection of the civil society results in the protection of the whole society. And now that we are talking about the post-war Ukraine, we need to make sure that we build such a country when civil activists are not attacked. And if such attacks do take place, then such investigations are done, respective investigations, and the culpable persons are brought to liability. We have no right to repeat the same mistakes. Thank you, Tatiana. Today, also my colleague, Christina Kidd, had to be together with us, but she is ill. because we represent the same organization, I would like to make a few statements concerning protecting the human rights of women. I'm not only mean here the women with children who emigrated out of Ukraine. They are psychologically dependent on many things, but when we talk about sexual violence, which resonates with me very much. For me, what matters is that the society and the government have to pass the test of proper treatment to the people who became the victims and survivors of such sexual crimes. Because most of the times, the ones that are victimized are the survivors. It's something that, unfortunately, the justice system continues to suffer from. There were always questions concerning the behavior of the victims, and there was very little said concerning the wrongdoer. And the same happens here in connection with Ukraine. Ukraine is also suffering, is being victimized, and there are a lot of claims against Ukraine. What weapons to give to us, what not, what we can do, what we cannot do. There are numerous international organizations' reports. They also look at us through the prism of us as a country which is fighting an aggressor state. And the same goes for the people who have survived sexual violence. So that's something that needs to be avoided in the future. And if we talk about pursuing justice and those Russian military who raped our Ukrainian girls, women, or boys have to be punished because it's part of the puzzle, big puzzle, that will eventually mean that evil has been punished. The survivors most of the time want to feel secure. They want all of the story to be over for them. They don't want others to point fingers at them. It's a very painful story. But for the society overall, it's very important to make sure that the punishment for that the enemy is brought to liability for all wrongdoings that they do. Sexual violence must be punished not only if it is committed by the enemy, if it is committed by anyone within the Ukrainian society. Blame and the burden should not be placed on the survivors and victims. There should be delicate treatment of the survivors, and communication of such criminal cases needs to be changed. The same goes for tortures. The same goes for presenting such cases during trials. And now I would like to ask you if you have any questions to our panelists. Let me know, raise your hands. Good afternoon. My name is Yegor Bralyanov. I'm an international journalist, and I have a question to Ms. Natalia concerning the climate. Climate agenda, how do you think this will help the recovery of Ukraine? Because we perfectly understand that in the south, there were a lot of renewable sources of energy, like wind farms. We don't know what's happening to them now, but anyway, today we had the Canadian ambassador to Ukraine, Larissa Glazda, speaking to us. And what's important in summer this year in Canada, the first NATO Center of Advanced Experience focusing on climate and security, which was established. So how do you see that as your public association? And one more question I would like to address to Ms. Natalia Matvichuk. Human rights, how will that help to change civil society or public opinion, not only in Europe, but in Asia, in Africa? Because what we see right now in Iran, the protests and many other things of the kind, seem to project the idea that the values that Ukraine is trying to stand up for are universal. Thank you very much for your questions. Ladies, before you answer, please raise your hands if you have some more questions so that we know how we proceed with regard to time. All right. So, Natalia, would you kindly start? Thank you for your question. It's true, climate change. Climate change is a threat to security and safety, and that's something that needs to be put on the agenda of recovery. And now, security items and points everywhere in whatever decisions will be taken. At least this will matter enormously because climate change is something which is already happening. It is impactful on us. It suggests not abstract but very specific, concrete threats like tornadoes, intense rainfall, floodings, especially in the western parts of Ukraine, as it was several years ago. Desertifications in the southern parts of Ukraine, a lack of drinking water in our rivers, wells. It's something that is impossible to plan for in terms of the recovery of the agricultural sector or energy sector. So climate change is definitely part of security and safety issues. So now is this opportunity to exercise the adequate influence in order to mitigate these threats, and once again, decarbonization and decentralization of energy sector are the solutions to mitigate our influence on the climate and thus boost the security both in Ukraine and in the world. Thank you. Alexandra, please. We have never worked globally with the East, and we only began to do so in the summer this year. And I was invited to work together with the Nobel Prize winner from Africa. I don't remember her surname or her first name, so cannot tell you what her name was, but that's beyond the point. The point was, I am from Ukraine, she is from Africa, but we understood each other so well. We're on the same page. My presentation was about war crimes committed within the framework of the full-blown war. And in response to that, she said, you know, we went through the same, maybe slightly in a different form. Maybe there were some distinctions, geographically speaking, or in types of weaponry, in culture, but human pain has no borders. She knew perfectly well what I was talking about. In addition to human pain not having borders, no borders are there to freedom, to human rights and human solidarity. That's why I will endeavor very briefly try to answer the question that you have just asked, because it requires a more ramified answer to be given to. But I do believe that human rights is universal values. And I have two pragmatic things, because I say I believe, and then I kind of contradict myself in saying that there are pragmatic reasons for that. First of all, the basis for my faith and the system of human rights enshrined at the level of international standards is the absolute respect of human dignity of any individuals, regardless of property rights, sexual orientation, skin color, origin, age, and so on and so forth. And the second point is that this faith makes the world better, a better place. Because when you begin to talk about the implementation of human rights, not just at the level quoting the convention, or systemic decisions taken at the governmental level, but it means that you put on another pair of glasses. You saw the world in one way, and for instance, you saw that people couldn't get into administrative buildings because they were in a wheelchair. But once you put on these glasses, you understand this is not the fault of the individual who is in a wheelchair. The problem is that there is no ramp. Just fix it there, and the problem will disappear. So it doesn't matter whether you belong to a majority or a minority. It all depends on the treatment and your own attitude. So I'm sure that human rights is all about values reflected in international standards, which sooner or later, because we will definitely progress, and that's something that needs to be expanded worldwide. Tomorrow hasn't come for us. I also thought that this world I would engage in protecting privacy instead of documenting war crimes, but unfortunately I don't have this luxury in my hands. But the future is with all these values. Thank you, Alexandra. Your question, please. I'm Nina Pidlutska. I'm from International Renaissance Foundation. I'm very much appreciative of the panelists and the moderator for discussing this most important topic today. My question is addressed to all of you. You know that Ukraine has created its recovery plan and program. It's a huge document that engaged 2,500 individuals who are professionals in different sectors, 24 topical areas, and so on. From your perspective, we regard this plan and its separate components through the prism of how it is people-centric and how much it reflects everything that we are referring to, whether it be human rights, justice, inclusion, right to a healthy environment, to dignity. So what are your opinions on that? And one more question, a more practical one, more down-to-earth one. If we were talking now, for instance, about the mechanisms with the help of which you and your colleagues from the civil society, from other sectors of the society, from authorities, if they were to talk about the mechanisms to be included in the plan of recovery, we understand it's a living and breathing document which is to be amended. After the general framework, more specific implementational projects will appear. But could you please share with us, if you know about any such mechanisms, if they're being developed? Could you kind of share about that? If this work is going on already, we could already speak about some steps for the future to make sure that the recovery plan, the national recovering plan, and the respective plans for the regions, for every town, city, settlement, and village, something that was very much talked about in the first panel. We had a representative from Bucha Town Council, Miroslava Skorek. Mikhailina Skorek. Thank you for correction. So this recovery plan will be implemented and transformed and adjusted with reference to specific circumstances. So maybe you have already some things in place, so we'd like to enhance that, or they definitely have to be there. They're not there yet, but you're ready to offer and you're already working on that. Thank you. So Inna, Tatiana, you're welcome. I will begin. So let me tell you right from the start that I may be a biased person in this respect because Olena Lunyova, who is a coordinator at the National Council of Recovery, she brought together all of the initiatives under the title Human Rights, and all of the initiatives submitted by our organizations were reflected in this sector. And let me tell you right from the outset that it's important not only to have a plan, but also to see how feasible it is. Because if we think back to 2015, we had the national strategy in the area of human rights adopted under President Poroshenko, and the Cabinet of Ministers developed a 300-page plan meant for 3 years. Then it was renewed, but the Ukrainian Helsinki Human Rights Association, for example, said that only 1/3 of measures planned were actually implemented. So it's great to have ambitious plans, but it's important to be critical about how to implement and whether the things are being implemented and not just a check put in a checklist. I would say that for us, for human rights activists, we are observing and monitoring all of the laws and bylaws that legislative and executive authorities are approving. We're balancing that with the human rights of values. So the ratification of the Istanbul Declaration on the Prevention of Domestic Violence has become a significant attainment. We waited for that for 11 years. And unfortunately, here I have to conclude that internal impediments may be so powerful sometimes that just external pressure exerted can make a certain government to sign under the commitments that this country is ready to deliver on. Ukraine still hasn't ratified the Rome Statute. Moreover, it has already accepted the jurisdiction of the court, but it's not an equal party, so it has a lot of commitments, but it still doesn't have the equal rights, doesn't enjoy these equal rights. And for us activists, it's very strange why they keep, especially politicians, keep referring to The Hague, to different international courts, but they fail to do one simple thing, ratifying the Rome Statute. So sometimes things happen later than sooner. On the other hand, there's a lot on the agenda still, and we as the civil society, on the one hand, are helped by what is going on within the country, but there are also external frameworks, which means commitments for the governments, and then it's easier for us to engage in our advocacy. A case in point, we wouldn't have been able to have the amendments in our labor codes concerning the LGBTQ community if it hadn't been for the European accession. Now we have another wonderful boost because Ukraine has been given the status of a candidate as a member of the EU, and there are numerous reforms connected with human rights which will become a reality, not only due to the fact that there is a lot of pressure put by the civil society organizations, but these are definite benchmarks that the government has to be mindful of. We need to work not only with war crimes and occupation and the occupation challenges, but at the same time we need to promote reforms inside the country. While the war is still going on, unfortunately, we cannot sit idle, because this would probably be the greatest dream of Putin if we were just trying to rebut the external aggression. Thank you, Tatiana. Let's just take it next. Alexandra, please, then Anna, and then Nadia. In this context, I would like to answer the question that Ina didn't ask, the question concerning the role of the civil society, the way it will be, because it is evaluated not only by different tables and surveys and reports made, but also by how serious the government considers the civil society to be its partner, and how ready it is to communicate with it. And there are huge challenges in this respect, let's face it. In the National Council of Recovery, there is not a single representative of the civil society. So they involve us in making different tables, but they don't regard us as serious partners. You know, I'm not surprised by this treatment of the authorities. We are already used to it. But what surprises me is that after years, 8 years, when the civil society comes to help to rescue to the authorities, we still haven't reconsidered our own roles. We are not consultants. We are no advisors. And then the doors get closed in our nose and forgotten. No, we are equitable partners, equal partners. I think that we have to put the question bluntly. And let me finish it on a positive note, because at the International Conference on Recovery, the Lugano Manifesto was presented. I was one of the members of the initiative groups preparing this manifesto, and I think that yesterday, the first day of the conference, began by discussing the content of this manifesto. These are not just the red lines of the priority objectives and assignments. These are the ambitions of the civil society to become an equal partner in the recovery and the restoration of the country. This country is so dear to us that we cannot pass the buck. You know, I would like to reframe what you have just said, this issue that you have just broached on. The answer to this question is you like helping. You're so efficient in this respect. We are responsible, and you just help us. And you are not responsible, but we are responsible as authorities. Therefore, the final decisions definitely belongs to us. So this is the partnership without responsibilities. Would you say anything about that? You know, you can talk about the words and you can talk about the figures of speech, but let's be realistic. A week before the intervention, our international partners were calling incessantly and telling me evacuate, because foreign intelligence assessed our institutions' capabilities, and they immediately said that Kiev would collapse in just 3 or 4 weeks. And I tried to calm down these journalists who were calling me, and I would say to them, you don't understand Ukraine. You try to evaluate the capabilities of governmental institutions because you live in the country of the developed democracies, and you are used to rely upon efficient governmental infrastructure. But I'm sorry, we're not in Switzerland. We never had any efficient governmental institutions. So whatever happens, these points of crystallizations immediately emerge in different sectors and facets of the civil society. So I'm not going to leave Kiev. That's definitely not what I would like to make my final point about, but this is a very vivid example of assuming responsibility. We have already assumed, undertaken this responsibility, regardless of how representatives of executive authorities evaluate our performance. Thank you for that. Now, Anna, please, as a follow-up of what Alexandra has just broached on. I'm not based in Kiev. And when people seriously talk about documents, especially international documents, I fail to understand what this has to do with my activities, for instance. Well, I am aware of that, but I'm talking about thousands of activists, men and women, who fail to understand the point of adopting and ratifying such documents if they are not being implemented. So for me, there are 3 categories about implementing international ratified documents. One category is Kiev, which everybody sees, which enjoys representative offices of different international organizations. You know, when I worked in Kiev Pride, in our Pride movement, there was a talking point. Depending on how police forces behave in Kiev and close areas, it seems that Kiev is a kind of a candy, is a showcase to be presented to international organizations, while other regions elsewhere, well, there you can leave it as it is and do nothing much, not introduce any positive changes. The second category are territorial communities where people get together. They read these documents. I even remember myself sitting and reading with them, like Resolution 1325, etc. So they believe sacredly in these documents because training sessions are organized, especially, again, they do not always understand why they need that, but sometimes they know very specifically the texts of these documents. And I believe that in big cities like Kharkiv, Lviv, and Odessa, maybe not so much in Lviv, but more so in Kharkiv and Odessa, these are the cities where mayors of these cities are sure that this is their cities. And if activity is not instigated by the mayor, it means that some kind of fraudsters have come to his home, to their homes. So when talking about building the dialogue with the authorities, in this regard, it seems to me is necessary to overcome the presumption of innocence with reference to activists, female and male ones. I am mindful of the times before the war. I accidentally happened to be at a hearing at a town council, and the vice mayor, who was taking care of gender issues, very loudly, but pretended as if she was speaking in whisper, said, "Why did we invite these civil activists? They're just spoiling the whole picture." This was before the war, but a week ago, we were preparing Kharkiv Pride, and we met the representative of the security service of Ukraine. They were all very anxious. We said that regardless of your position, our movement will still take place, our event will still take place. And he said, "How can you talk to me like that? We are representatives of the power of the authorities." And I said, "I am a representative of the civil society in my turn, and this is why I'm going to talk to you like that." I don't know why and how I got the guts to face him like this. So the people who will be coming back to Ukraine need to enjoy this position. No, it's not a position to the authorities. I want to cooperate with the authorities, but I don't want you to use you like a doormat and wipe your feet on that, something that Alexandra has also spoken about. Thank you. Now, Natalia, please. I would like to get back to the first question because the discussion has slightly departed from that concerning the recovery plan of Ukraine and how much our topics are reflected in that. The recovery plan of Ukraine, as this was mentioned, was developed by a huge group of people. There were numerous working groups involved. Unfortunately, from my perspective, the final product presented by Ukraine to the international community is just a set of separate regards and wishes. There is no holistic picture. You cannot see a strategic, systemic vision, maybe because of how it was presented on a project basis and not being able to present it holistically, as I said, as a one whole unit. If you look at the sector that I'm interested in, green energy, so there were some very progressive positions presented, like the standard of energy efficiency for buildings, and plans to raise these standards and to move along these lines, while some strange positions are also reflected, like building 9 nuclear reactors to support the energy sector of Ukraine in the country with such high risks, the country that has experienced the Chernobyl disaster, the country where we don't know how to deal with exhaust fuel and how to handle old reactors, and some conflicting points, some wild plans on melioration of agricultural arable land, how we will restore the agricultural sector using melioration with the help of water, and along with that, we will also generate loads of hydrogen to be exported and thus earn a lot of money. And that's something which is also impactful on climate change, and the level of rivers will definitely be affected. So it seems like the right and the left hands don't know what they're doing together. So one of the fellow panelists has already said that part of these plans will remain just on paper, but the implemented will be the best solutions. Of course, this implementation requires funding. Where this funding will come from still remains an open question. in what way and via which mechanisms. To the best of my knowledge, this decision, no solutions have been provided yet, no decisions have been taken yet. So I'm afraid everything is still in our hands. It's all up to us whether we want it or not. Nobody will come here with a magic wand to recover and restore it in Ukraine. We will have to find ways to back it up financially with our own resources. International partners will be there to support us, but the problem itself is so large that we won't be able to do it independently. Thank you. Nadia, please. Our organization, in its turn, is working a lot at the grassroots levels. We are a 1,000 people strong organization present in 14 regions, and we provide legal assistance directly to people with pecuniary assistance, mental, psychological help, and certainly we work with local bodies and communities. Local authorities, the way that we can see it, local councils are completely incapable. I'm not going to name the regions, but we have sometimes telephone calls from regional departments, and they ask for mattresses because they don't know how to help the people, the IDPs. Even communities don't know what to do. Even if there are financial resources and material resources, again, it's not clear who will be responsible for their implementation. Because in addition to the fact that local self-governments are incapable and they're burning out, no one was ever ready for this turmoil, suffering, and grief on the one hand. And on the other hand, the civil society and human rights organizations need to lend this helping hand and rebuild this capability. Part of them will probably go up to the authorities, and they will enhance the structures in order to formulate proper decisions and policies. And on the other hand, they will also be putting pressure at the level of communities to make sure that decisions and recovery plans with the necessary resources will be based on human rights approaches. It's super difficult, super demanding, because in Ukraine there are so many newly created communities that even before February 24th were not much capable. We worked in Volnovakha region, and we wrote provisions about the Department of Social Provision because the communities themselves were not capable of shaping such documents. And we have to understand that after a war, no competent people will materialize in local self-governments. And of course, this will be one of the super challenges, turning Ukraine into a better place, making sure that social and governmental services are provided at a better level to local communities. Thank you. It seems to me, I'm under the impression that we are still exercising the following approach. When talking about humanitarian sector, it's all about social services and human rights. Some solutions are made, like a handful of them, which are in a way adjacent to human rights agenda, and they're trying to write something in addition. Like Alona was put in a situation where she had to get people together and urgently collect ideas. But it seems to me that the major problem lies in the fact that the authorities are used, and we as the civil society keep getting this across to them, that people-centric approach and human rights approach is the filter that all blocks have to be filtered through. If this is construction, environment, and human rights, if this is energy, human rights and environment, if it's about science and education, the same goes for that. So human rights approach needs to be exercised in all of the ways. We write different national programs and strategies for advocating human rights, and inclusion is something that goes unnoticed. It's much more important to see human rights and teach that people, no matter what rung of the ladder of power they are on, they still need to learn and see human rights and respect them. Unfortunately, we were not able to do that since 2014. Maybe we will be capable of doing this now. We don't have much time left. In fact, 15 minutes. All right, if you have some time for questions, let's ask some. Sergei Kutsenko, Media Communicator Organization. I have a small remark to make to all of us, because in the previous two panel discussions, it was very well said that language matters and every word we use matters. I keep hearing authority, civil society, business. Probably if we start with ourselves and if we begin to provide the society with proper narratives, that these are not just authorities, these are people who enjoy certain mandates. And in line with our constitution, you understand who the authorities and the power in Ukraine is. I may be wrong, of course. I would like to hear your comments on that. This is my first remark. And my second remark is because we all see and the world sees and observes that Ukraine is a trendsetter, a trend maker, both in human initiatives, and I can confirm that Kyiv repelled the attack of the Russian occupiers exclusively because civil grassroots organizations, not the organized civil society, but individual people, stood up to protect and defend their own city. And as a journalist, I was able to witness this myself. Representatives of authorities demonstrated their complete incapability to take the challenges that the city was faced with. So common people stood up and performed the duties of the officials who were responsible for those duties. So you as experts, as panelists, would you kindly answer the following question? Do you see the trends that have to be demonstrated and set by the civil society, given the challenges that we find ourselves facing at the end of these 7 months of the full-scale invasion? So whoever would be willing to answer this question, you're welcome. Alexandra, please. The Fund of Democratic Initiatives annually carried out studies concerning how many resources people spend not on ourselves but on public activities. It wasn't so much centered on the people who were associates of civil society organizations, but average citizens. And I targeted this survey, and according to the survey, only 8% of people said that they target 8% their resources, knowledge, and efforts in order to troubleshoot for different problems at the level of their streets, their blocks of flats, town or village. Does not necessarily cover. It needs to be taken to the nationwide level. And in 2020, for the first time ever, 8% declined to 7.5%. Now we are enjoying a unique opportunity, and I agree with you fully. Average citizens, common people, began to do extraordinary things, and they saved a lot of areas in order to organize resistance against the Russian aggression. And we, as the civil society, have to offer very simple points of entry to these people so that this experience that they have gained can be implemented as culture of their further activities, that the volunteering becomes a culture, environmental activities, protection of culture becomes an element of national Ukrainian culture, so that these are not a ghetto of civil society organizations. Because quite often when common citizens are asked, can you name civil society organizations, and people cannot name them. We need to bridge the gaps between us and those 8% of the population, as well as the rest of the population. It's in our common interests. I understand it's much easier to talk about these things with donors because they know about the articles in the conventions, but it's much harder to talk to rank and file citizens. And if we want to achieve ambitious results, we mean to achieve that, then we need to understand that active minorities identify vectors, but the majority identify the pace of moving along those vectors. So we need to increase in numbers. I will add by saying, well, Mr. Sergei, namely, this is the civil society, the people who were putting their life on the line. They were risking their property. They chose to help others in the time of hardship. They delivered food. They evacuated others under shelling. And it wasn't their job descriptions to do that. But they demonstrated their active civil position. And during the crisis period, this society was activated into action. This has already happened to us several times. I remember the Orange Revolution, when people went out, joined efforts, and then they would think, well, we toppled a bad president, now we have a good president instituted, and nothing good happened. Then another point was the Euromaidan. Again, there was a huge energy of the people in response to the occupation of Donbass, as well as annexation of Crimea. Huge volunteering movements emerged, and the whole society was mobilized into action. And then that energy subsided again. But it seems to me that every new wave increases and structurizes such movements, even the residues of these movements. I remember a lot of initiatives which emerged in the past that continue working. Vostok SOS, Krim SOS Media Initiative for the Human Rights. This is the energy which was structured and continues to operate. And now our objective is to make sure that as much of this energy of common people as possible will continue. After all, they are part of the civil society, a very organic part of it, and our task is to make sure that at this third point, this energy gets crystallized. Crisis sooner or later will subside. But people mustn't forget. People mustn't just go back to their everyday common chores. Thank you, Tatiana. Mikhailo Zolotuhin, the Fund of the Development of Nikolaev City. Once again, getting back to the topic of our panel discussion, can you name the instruments and mechanisms to ensure recovery on human rights base? We would like to hear more about the instruments, especially about how to employ these instruments. And what do you think is the most effective? We don't have much time left, but Anya, I have a very short answer to give you. The list of instruments for everything bad to disappear and everything good to remain. It's pretty hard, but for my part, I can say that I sorely lack the dialogue and the involvement of the civil society in the dialogue. Public hearings is one of the instruments in this regard. In Kharkiv, where I'm based, it's not implemented at all, and I do not understand why, because from my perspective, public hearings, public talks could definitely provide a wider, broader picture to the authorities for them to understand the requests and maybe even the resources for the implementation, for meeting these needs. We have 6 minutes left, so Natalia, please. Concerning the instruments in the environmental area, what we are observing now is that the authorities has restricted different instruments for the civil society for monitoring, for example, registries are closed. We send them requests, but no information is sent as answers to us. All procedures concerning the assessment of environmental impacts are covered, kept under carpet. So all of these instruments, unfortunately, have been put on stall. Possibly, I cannot be 100% sure, so maybe for martial time, for martial law, this may be, especially in the areas where there are hostilities and fighting going on. But for the rest of Ukraine, I very much doubt so. Nevertheless, after the victory, this is something that will have to be restored. How to ensure that? Well, these instruments for the participation of the general public will have to be restored to the general public. Thank you. Nadia, please. It's hard for me to say. In addition to transparency, probably we need to seek, where it's possible, partnership with the authorities, and through partnership pursue approaches in which we can get involved in further decision making. Of course, it'll take a long time, but transparency needs to be ensured. Tatiana, please. I agree that now, because of martial law, partially these instruments have been restricted for us. Namely, it's not only the access to registries and open data that has been closed and we cannot monitor, but it's also when you send requests to the authorities, and previously, in line with the legislation, they would at least write something to us, but now getting any kind of answer in response to your request is a huge exploit. So this deprives us of practical ways in implementing human rights. But overall, our organization, its operation, exercises several instruments in standing up for the human rights. It's awareness campaigns, monitoring, documenting in particular of war and war-related crimes and crimes against humanity, advocacy, national and international, on the authorities with a view to advocating human rights, analytical studies, sociological studies, when we see some tectonic shifts within the public opinions, the attitudes of common people with reference to which values are important for them and in which ways they're ready to stand up for their rights in order to ensure their efficiency. Alexandra? It seems to me that the major problem lies not in the restriction of the instruments that my fellow panelists have referred to, but in the restriction of the core instrument that we have on our hands. It's our time, because due to this full-blown war, we had to reconsider a lot of our objectives, assignments, and entire organizations have changed their profiles. And now it's not that we're restricted in terms of our toolkit. We simply have no time to take advantage of those instruments. Why am I referring to that? Because I always keep asking myself, we say that every one of us has their own front line. We thank the armed forces of Ukraine for being able to get together here, but the people who are right now part of the armed forces who get back and come here and say, what have you been doing in the time when we were holding the front line? I don't know what I will answer to them. Thank you, Alexandra. Electronic petitions is another thing because they're still efficient and effective even at national and local levels, and the national judicial system, justice system, to make sure that it doesn't get rusty, which it tends to do. We need to go and seek access to justice and change things. Unfortunately, we have no time left because right now we will have to be connected to other moderators from other panels. So let me just take 30 seconds of our time, because I heard it several times today. Guys will come back and we will have to respond to them. Something that motivates me myself, when the president in his everyday appeals said, now we have to work on the front line where we can fight, and there is no hierarchy of these front lines, because if we are all coherent and everyone is involved in their front line, this will result in a common victory. So I want us all to feel responsible to ourselves, and then we will be responsible to the boys and girls who indubitably allow us some time. So now we will have to compare our notes with the other fellow moderators. I don't know how it's going to be implemented technically, but now is the time for that. This is one of the instruments of our communication. Let's see whether it's going to be effective. Let's see how realistic it's going to be. It will work, right? Yes, it will. We are ready for it. Here they are. I can see the faces of the fellow moderators from other panels. Hello, Larissa. Hello, Sophia. Let's just talk to each other, maybe make some noise. Some panelists still keep talking. We'll have to wait for them to finish their discussion. They're discussing financial issues, not humanitarian points. Very specific points are being talked about, like resuming funding for Irpin schools. We already know what needs to be done to towns and cities, as well as villages and settlements. Interestingly, we are not preventing anyone from talking, which is a great pleasure. Yes, they can keep talking. They're discussing most important issues while keeping low profile for ourselves. Can you please tell us about your discussion while we are waiting for the fellow panelists? You know, it seems to me some important words were said by Alexandra Matvichuk when she said that important for the recovery is the change of culture. The activation of the Ukrainian society should become part of the elementary culture of every individual, the culture of environmental responsibility and social responsibility, so that each and every one of us feels responsible And then it will be easy for us to advocate that and stand up for that. And all of us will understand what we make investments into. And it seems to me it's extremely important. Although we talked about numerous things, which I have recorded. What about you? Our final comment from the room during the Q&A session was the connection between business and the society. Business should not be discriminated against, because now we understand that now more and more people after the war, after this full-blown invasion, will have to fight the consequences of that. Some will have to stay with children and no holidays or sabbaticals will be given to them. And the answer to that was that business need to remain ethical. And this was the end of our discussion. For us, it was important to talk about justice and fairness, and that is impossible without punishment. So another important point was that even the cases that were inefficiently investigated before the war, right now will have to find their just completion. Georgi Ganzadze's case, let alone other cases, really recoils on trust in the authorities, etc., and the judicial authorities. For people, it's important to remember that every case that lands in a court and every crime committed in the streets will be investigated, that there will be hearings and trials and there will be convictions, whether it be military criminals, Russian occupiers, or criminals who abuse their powers and commit fraud, torture, and kill social activists, interfere with active and healthy social processes is another very important conclusion. So people have to be able to witness that the justice system does not turn a blind eye to punishment. And during the war, it's important, and it will be important during the recovery times. It's necessary to realize how much we will change at the expense of our realization that there are so many IDPs in different host communities here in Ukraine or already abroad. Conditions have to be provided for them to be willing to go back to their towns, villages, cities. We need to make sure that it's comfortable for everyone to live, so that approved decisions that will be advocated by communities. What needs to be done with this amended composition of authority? Now everything has changed. We must be mindful of each and everyone. Another important thing is green recovery. We spoke about environmental issues too, climate change, security and safety when it's adjacent to nature and environment, and it also plays into the security of our country. This definitely also plays into the quality of life. Gleb is not paying attention to us at all. It's so wonderful to be talking to you. They have just told me that Gleb has already paid attention to us and he's ready to kick in, but it doesn't look that way. I see him, but he's not paying attention to us. He's not listening to us. He hasn't heard anything of what we have just said. No, I did hear you, says Gleb. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Could you kindly share your impressions? Yes, I am ready. We have enjoyed a most fascinating panel, where the representatives from the parliament and from the civil society, from the account chamber were present. We also had a very interesting intervention from the Ministry of Finance, which believes that the key role of this government in the recovery is to ensure the stability of financial system. And this will become prerequisite for the rebuilding of the private sector in order to back it up financially, because banking sector will have to provide its resources. Build back better principle was also mentioned, and ensuring the principles of green recovery is also still remains important for our government. But overall, the key message which resonated with me is the availability of resources may not be a possibility without the private sector. What the government is already doing with the money that the government of the United States is providing it with in order to ensure budgeting outlay. First and foremost, the opinion of the Ministry of Finance is important to be mentioned here, something that you mentioned, Larissa. This recovery is necessary to make sure that the citizens get back to Ukraine. So the government pays attention to the disbalance in terms of the development of different regions because of the IDPs and migrants. We cannot allow for various lopsided effects to pervade in our state. Yaroslav Zheleznyat, a parliamentarian, a representative of the Parliament of Ukraine, highlighted that during 8 years of making state budgets that he has been able to observe, right now there are most responsible parliamentarians. We cannot decrease taxes in the conditions of war, but there is consensus that taxes will not be increased. It's something which is supported by the government, and that financing is only possible. Finance allocation is also possible, only possible for basic needs. And as of now, in the opinion of Yaroslav, we have to adequately demonstrate our financial needs for recovery and reconstruction. Viktor Mezerchak, who is the advisor to the Account Chamber of Ukraine, also focused in his intervention on saying that trust needs to be forged, and there are a lot of figures attesting to that. It's a very important case in point where there is a lack of trust. Consortium RRR4U, established by 4 non-governmental organizations, presented during our panel today, made an information concerning the 7 principles of recovery, illustrated them in great detail, described them in great detail, presenting them via 2 sectors, how these principles will have to be demonstrated in order to involve new technologies. And in conclusion, Viktor Mezerchak from the Account Chamber of Ukraine stressed that there should be one database concerning the objects and facilities that need to be rebuilt in Ukraine. We need to understand the variety of forms of property. So something that our panel discussion has concluded, that we have to have one center. And the government will probably have to become that center to coordinate recovery and make sure that this recovery is well coordinated and takes us according to the principles and of course the civil society has to play here both monitoring and expert role. Thank you, Gleb. We decided that our role as the civil society and business should be that of a partner. Partnership can offer a wider range of rights and opportunities as well as responsibilities. But there was another interesting opinion, Anna Sharygina expressed it, whether the state during the recovery will be using a utilitarian approach, that is to say, first restoring what's easier to restore, because there are possibilities to do that. The same goes for people, because in our case we're talking about people, not objects of immovable property. Or whether it will be exercising another approach, analyzing the condition of every human being, every wound, injury, every injured individual, and thus try to resuscitate the more people it's possible, the better. So this is the prospect for the future, because the approach of let's rescue something which is the easiest to rescue, it's not a long-term approach. It's not a strategic approach. Here we need to think about which approach is better for us to opt for. Sophia, what else did you have? Basically, we discussed recovery from the standpoint of civil spaces, civil society spaces, populations, towns and villages. We began by saying whether we were ready and energy carriers were prepared for the full-blown invasion that was talked about very much since the month of September, and even more so in December and January last year. And of course, the infrastructure was not fully prepared in terms of legislation, given the fact that since 2014 our country has already been at war with Russia. The legislative architecture, at a legislative level, our houses were not ready for fighting. Land plots and their alienation, and how that unfortunately inflicts a greater number of human lives and losses. And we also took it further to future demobilization, because we understand that after the victory, our society will have to be demobilized. How will that be taking place in urban areas as well as in rural areas? Because right now we're in the doorway of potential environmental disasters, because shellings and shell holes affect the fertility of our soils. Demining the mined areas is something that will take a long time. But on the other hand, our farmers can already provide some foodstuffs, both for Ukrainians and abroad. But the idea that has also come up during our discussion is that our entrepreneurs who relaunch their operations in order to help our country in the future, after the victory, may work for the other countries and provide them with dry foodstuffs, clothing, weaponry. It's something that can also become resources for the economy renovation in Ukraine. The recovery in cities and towns, how will that take place? Metallurgical centers and mining centers, whether they will once again be the same ones. So Mariupol, it will continue being a port, but it will have to remind us about our efforts towards our victory. We also discussed the potential possibility of reauthorization of our authorities, and we agree that for the potential solutions in urban areas should be decentralization of decision-making, and that the government should recommend self-governments, authorities and citizens certain things, but how these things will be established should become the burden and responsibility of those people who will be made responsible for decision making. Yes, we said that war has become a filter for us to understand our values, and we ended up saying that we must do everything we can to prevent repeated mistakes which we committed in the past. The war enabled us to understand the wild energy that we have within. It's very necessary to accumulate this energy and not to scatter these energies after the war. It means to listen to people, provide them with the necessary potential, and build partnerships. Klip, what about your discussions? Something that Sophia mentioned was also talked about in our panel discussion. In many points, Ukraine demonstrated that it's stronger and more resilient than it was expected. For example, in terms of energy sector, there was an anticipation that our energy system and the level of its preparedness for aggression was low. But we did not just maintain our energy sector and intend to do so in the future, but for example, on the night of the intrusion, we managed to make our energy system autonomous, and then we connected it to the European system, which demonstrated that the technical knowledge and skill Ukrainians are much stronger than sometimes we think about ourselves. Sophia, what about you? Let me share the opinion of some of the colleagues, because they want us to wrap up, because our time is up. So that means here in Kyiv, we are ready to talk longer, and we have all the time on our hands. We have nothing to hurry for. But thank you for your remarks. Thank you for your time. Of course, we must make sure that we need to find common trends and move along these common trends. And if we can imagine this recovery today, then we can envision our future, and it's good. Thank you very much, colleagues. Alexander Sushko is interfering with our space. I have some words to conclude today. So they have disappeared from the screen. Let me say it for everyone present in this room. So once again, thank you very much for the panelists, for this most interesting and substantive discussion. I was meaning to say it to everyone, because it's a great comfort for me that the content that we have on a variety of points, everything has been rotating around the same core, the vision of the future of Ukraine and how that can be achieved. So with a great deal of pleasure, I'm inviting you all to participate in the networking informal part. Dinner is offered for you. And be reminded that tomorrow we have another big day where I am also hopeful there will be very interesting, substantive, and meaningful discussions. But this is the end of today, of our working day.